man.
If you're to take...
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the very funniest thing.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemetic. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemetic.
Hold on. Okay.
And what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. Can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check. Welcome everyone. Let me check the room and press 1. You can hear me. Press 1. Mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. Other 1 from Connect to the Moon. Alright, nice. Oh, nice. We got some new people here. I see Ed Ren pressing a 1. Black Egyptian pressing a 1. Black Other Paul pressing a 1. Let's move down a little bit. Okay. Wonderful. Another great day. First early pod class. We're going to be starting from now on at this time from 6 o'clock forward. Got a 1 from Tehuti Moses here. Nice. All the giants are here. I see XA is here. All the giants are here. I see AJ Super Mogul. Squano trending. Awesome. The Scribble for everybody is here. I see Nana sent no press 1. XA press 0. XA, you can't hear me? Something must be going on your end. Everyone else can hear me. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Let's get started. Let us get started. I'm glad to see everybody here today. It's going to be another great Friday. I already see the questions rolling in. I see Jody here. Boss Nation is here. I think Tehuti Mo says, Hotep Master Teacher. Peace to you. Okay, wonderful. Let me go ahead and move this mic a little bit clearer, a little bit closer. Okay, wonderful. Excellent. Okay, everyone, welcome to the pod class. Let me go ahead and introduce what is going on right here. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and I am the teacher of the Tehuti pod class. For all those who are new, let me explain what we're doing by first welcoming you all. Welcome to all the new people. Welcome to all the common people. Welcome to all the monsters. Welcome to all the usuals. Welcome to all the dedicated. Welcome everyone. Okay, good. XA can hear. Good. Now we can get right started. Wonderful. Everybody can hear. So my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I am a teacher. I am the teacher of teachers, and I am the question answerer the only one right now on YouTube answering questions live in such fashion. We're going to get started with the affirmation. On my hat, you see all the way from Zimbabwe is Neith. She represents photonic entanglement. She is my very special spider from what the Europeans call Southern Africa. Zimbabwe, who I've raised ever since she could fit in the crevice. I used to hide her in the crevice of my hand. To walk around outside and nobody would know she was there because she was small enough to be in the crevice. This is Dedi Afu. This is Dedi Afu. We call him Dedi Afu. He's named after the very first recorded human magician in Kemet called Dedi. He is a special magician, this particular snake, because he has the ability to escape through impossible means. I've seen him walk through fire, crawl through heated fire. Seeing this young man do a lot of different things, and what makes him very unique also is that he's designed like a giraffe. That's why I call him Afu, which means skin. Afu means skin, and I named him Afu because that is what he has. He has skin. You will not see scales. So he's designed like a giraffe, and he has the skin and the look of a giraffe. And his name is Dedi Afu. There you go. All right, you ready? Doing good? Excellent. Yes, I travel with animals because they are my friends. They are my spiritual energies. Now, we're going to get started with the affirmation. For all those who are new here, this is not a drama site. You will not hear ad hominem. If you're new here for the first time, you will probably be blown away because you're going to see fact, after demonstration, after screen share, after archaeology, after ancient papyrus, scientific journal, one after the other. You'll never hear my voice raise, scream at people. You're not going to hear any drama here. I'm changing YouTube. We're not going to have drama here. We do have a belief system or a spiritual system called Ma'at. I am not an atheist. I am not an atheist. I am not an atheist. I do not teach that there's the material are just principles. I am not an atheist. I wanted to make that clear. Now that that's clear, we're going to actually start with one of the demonstrations that I do personally in my personal life, which I demonstrate Ma'at by reciting Ma'at before I start daily meetings and my morning time and my classes. And the affirmation is going to go up on the screen. Those can say it with me. Oh, there's another Tehuti. Piece of it, another Tehuti. A lot of Tehutis popping up. This is can't really see the screen. I see common hot Tehuti. Shout out to you. I think that's 3 Tehutis in the room now. Shout out to all the Tehutis. All right, I guess we're getting different names in now that I'm starting a little bit earlier. Wonderful. Okay, let me start with the affirmation. I'm going to put the affirmation on the screen. The affirmation is in the Moderator first, in the transliteration, so that you can easily read it. That means it's written in English script with the sound of the Moderator, and then in English. This is the Anki M Ma'at affirmation. It is the reason why you see in different YouTube channels, you will see people within the last year saying Anki and Ma'at in the channels now. Prior to that, you don't really see that. This is the Anki and Ma'at affirmation. And I want it to spread. I want more people to say Anki and Ma'at because we do live in Ma'at. Let's go. I'm going to put it on the screen and then we're going to get started. Here we go. Okay. Everybody, it's going to be on the screen in just a moment. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit. I love this early class. We're going to go about 4.5 hours. New people, I know you've never seen this before, 4.5 hours of straight teaching and live questions coming in to an individual. I'm trying to change the paradigm. So let's start like this. Let me turn this down. And I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen and we can start on the count of 3. Okay. The screen is okay. There we go. Let us begin. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ma'at, MS, Nin Tet, Aset Amayat, Min Habapet Amayat, Her and Hukiui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at, my being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is our affirmation. On either side, you can see the images of Ma'at found in the area of Taseti that Europeans have named Nubia and Ethiopia and all those strange names. The area was Taseti and Taneter, and those are authentic images straight directly from that area of Ma'at. Let us begin, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the room. I'm going to see if there's new people. Of course, Arcad Infinite is here. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. Shout out to Hati Ma'at. Shout out to everybody who's here. Hoaxy is here. Shout out to Hoaxy. Shout out to Hoaxy. Nani Aset Mer says, shout out to the best chat. And now I'm going to introduce the people that keep this chat organized, as far as they'll be answering questions, as far as how the chat room is run, connections to my email, links to the website. I'm actually going to have brothers on after I answer the first question. Some of the team is going to come on and explain the website. These are the people that make sure that there's no disrespect in the room, no chaos, no craziness going on in the room. We do not allow that whatsoever. And shout out to Neto the Greatest. Haven't seen him. There he is right there, Neto the Greatest. Didn't see him in the beginning. Haven't seen. There he is right there. Okay, good. Shout out to Neto the Greatest. Shout out to everybody. New person, Dominique Moreno. Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to all the people. Derek Patterson, shout out to you. Says Peace Family. And Anki Ahmad is here. Speaking of Anki Ma'at, Nania Sent Mer, and Ahati Ma'at, let me go ahead and introduce all you to the people that keep this room flowing smooth. You can ask these people questions as far as how to contact me, where the website is, if you want to know how the Cash App works, which I'll be explaining, if you want to know how the PayPal works, which I'll be explaining, how to purchase books. These are the people that can be asked. These are my personal moderators whose name was changed by an individual named Stranger, who actually has a question in for the day. Stranger, and he changed the name moderators to Ma'atorators. These are my personal Ma'atorators who I've known for years and years. These are the people that I trust personally with personal aspects of my life and also personal aspects when it comes to how this chat room runs. And these are the Ma'atorators. Okay, for all you new people who haven't been here in the last couple of weeks, I'm going to announce them. Anki Ma'at, Nania Sentmer, and Sineti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. These are the Ma'atorators. Okay, now there's a special Ma'atorator who is not a part of the originals. As a matter of fact, I was having no other Ma'atorators except for these four. There was no other, and there would have been no other, but a special individual jumped on the team who is actually a very strong assistant on the team, and he does a lot to help. And he is the technician in the chat room. He's a technician for the website, and his name is the Scribe. I'm looking up for his name so I can go ahead. There he is. This is the Ma'atorator. Who is? Let me turn this phone down. I'm getting crazy messages, but anyways, the Scribe. Shout out to the Scribe, the Scribe, the Scribe. He is a Ma'atorator. You also see he has a wrench in his hand. He is the Ma'atorator. Okay, one moment, everyone. Let me check something real quick. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that is in. That's in. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, that is the Scribe. He is the Ma'atorator. Okay. All right, here we go. And Ahati says, support our brother, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV, and put your question in his email. Actually, put your question on the Cash App, and you put your question on the PayPal. The sections to write. If the question is huge or too big to write, then you can go to my email. But right now, just put the question right there on the Cash App, and right there on the PayPal gives you a full paragraph to write. Okay, so that's what you do. So let me go ahead and explain how this room works to all the new people in the room. Okay, one moment. Let me grab this. All the new people in the room, let me explain how the room works, everybody. So, unlike any other room before where you may see a particular teacher who has a lecture, this is a lot different. My name is Tehuti. I'm Imhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 plus, 35. I've lost track years. I used to teach anywhere from 40 people to 500 people at a time live. Before there was an internet available like a Google and YouTube, there was no such thing as that at the time. At the time, I would just stand up in front of 500 people from Britain, England, Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad, the USA, all over the world, and they would come, and it'd be anywhere from 40 people to, when we had big events, it was 500 people, and whoever raised their hand first, who I see, I would answer their questions live. No time to research, no time to study, none of that. It is one of the things that created and evolved my brain to the way that it is today. So a lot of these teachers that you see on YouTube today have never been through such a thing before. A lot of people are actually only internet teachers. Never been in front of a live crowd, and battle tested. And I am battle tested. And if I failed, I would fail in front of 500 people. It was videotaped. I would teach in front of the news. The news would be there, waiting for the downfall. My teacher at the time, he would just put me up front, and that's what I had to do. So anyways, after a period of time when I became what was known in that group as the best teacher, I excelled to who the teacher had called the best teacher that everybody should learn from. A lot of jealousy arose in that particular group to the point where the teacher at the time said that it was not safe for me anymore to be around. I was being sabotaged. People would come to my living quarters with torches, like a witch hunt, with actual torches to burn my material that I was teaching from. I have been through it all. I'm not an internet, I'm not internet born. So yes, I've had people with torches come to burn my belongings, threats, death threats, to be put in a body bag, all type of things, bullets, gunshots, all type of things that I've been through. The teacher said it wasn't safe for me. Anyways, I went into seclusion. I got away from public teaching, and actually it made me sick to teach. So I stopped teaching because I couldn't be a part of that group, and the treatment was so unfair that my actual teaching was reminding me of the treatment. So therefore I stopped teaching. I shifted my brain to business and economics. I shifted my brain to business. I created an online business that did not exist. I did a lot of things. I created a business where I had to meet individuals in dangerous areas on the docks and all type of things. And I ended up becoming an entrepreneur online, and I was extremely successful. I took that, invested that money in real estate, took the real estate, went back to the organization. I started offering people homes, education, how to open up an LLC, how to become a part of a company, a business, how to flip houses and such. I started teaching all the people that I used to teach knowledge to. I taught them business and economics. Anyways, after a time, I went into seclusion from teaching, and I came back up, started teaching again, just personal people in my personal family. So then, after a while had passed, I came here to California, and I started just teaching my personal family. I met an individual who's in the room. His name is Ahati Ma'at, and I started teaching him. and I raised him up from an questioning Hebrew Israelite and completely transformed his life with the teachings of Ma'at. He became a dedicated warrior and protector of me. And he started surfing YouTube and the internet, and he saw all the popular teachers that I'm not going to name, but all of you know very, very well. All of you know. Some of them may be in jail right now. Anyways, you know them all. You know all the popular teachers. And he said, no, no, no. He said, no way that we can have all these people teaching online and you're not out there. We need to get you out there, brother. Can you please come out to the public? They need to hear the way that you teach. For 5 months, I refused. And then one day, I decided I will go to an interview. It was a Hebrew Israelite room. I had an interview there, and the challenger of the champion of the room challenged me to a debate. I know anything about internet debating. I'm an in-person individual, and we ended up having a debate. I ended up beating him, and then I became the champion of that group or that league I wasn't interested in at the time, but I became that. And over time, I started coming out more into the public. A lot of my old students started seeing me and say, hey, I remember you from 1998. Hey, I remember you from 1995. I remember you from... People started coming out of the woodworks. And then I went on to Killer Priest podcast. And I started teaching there and completely transformed the podcast there, to my knowledge, to the point where the engineer wanted to actually pay me out of his pocket for teaching so elaborately. He had not seen anything like that, and they don't pay anybody to come on the Killer Priest podcast, but the engineer offered to pay me out of his pocket after he saw me teaching and changing the complete atmosphere. And ever since then, the atmosphere there was advanced. It just advanced into more knowledge and debating, talking about topics that I teach on. And then I announced on the podcast that I'll be having classes. People started having one-on-one classes to me. It got too for me. It got too busy. I told everybody I can't do this anymore. I can't do the one-on-one classes. I was being paid very well for the one-on-one classes, as I have been. But it was taking my whole day. I have multiple goddesses, children. I have situations, and it was too much of my day. So I announced on the Killer Priest podcast that I will open up a YouTube channel where all of you can come and ask questions, and the channel will be for free. All I ask is that you send super chats. Now, when I go on other channels, people are sending super chats just to say hi, shout out to this. I was actually putting myself to the test, say send super chats with a question in it. So just like the Killer Priest podcast, I want you to come ask questions here with a super chat. And that is called reciprocity, because as a teacher, this is what I do for a living. I know on Fridays, because I've been there, I know money's been spent on the club. We spend $20 in 5 seconds on buying 2 shots of drinks for a girl. We go to the Avengers movie, that's $60. Buy a bag of popcorn, that's $10. Fill up the gas tank to drive around, go to the game, watch TV, have a Hulu site, Netflix, all this foolishness, eating donuts, people smoking weed on a Friday night. You end up spending $200 at the end of the night. For what? For much of nothingness. Make sure you got yourself a new Gucci belt, you got your Versace, your Nikes on, you're looking good, you went and bought the latest clothes, you got them all sweaty, you drink till you vomit. And what is it all for? For absolutely nothing. So what I said is, on a Friday night, for those who are interested and appreciate my time for the knowledge, all we ask is that you send in your support in questions through Cash App and PayPal. This has never been done on YouTube before, to my knowledge. And one of the reasons I see that it hasn't been done is because it's too hard to do. It's too hard to accept live questions the way that I'm taking them and answering them there on the spot or the next class. So when you send in your Cash App, I'm going to put that on the room, in the room. So the PayPal is at Rocky SV. Cash App is TT Amun. Please support with questions. For all the new people in the room, you will see why people send in Cash Apps and PayPals for my answers. You will immediately distinguish the difference. Immediately. The second that I begin to answer a question, you will immediately distinguish the quality difference and the value of what it is that I give and the way that I give it. Okay, so we ask for Cash App donations and super chats. When you do send your Cash App, what happens that pops up on the screen, such as Raphael Gary. So Raphael Gary, for example, asked a question about the pyramids in Antarctica. Boom, Raphael Gary again asked about the structures on Easter Islands. And remove this banner. So he sent in, who built the structures on Easter Island? That was a wonderful, amazing class. You will see the way that the questions are answered here at the Tehuti Podclass, and you'll see why people are sending in these type of donations for questions. Now, if you send in a PayPal, it pops up like this. You have way more room to type. You have a whole paragraph to type a question. Beged Leisure, one of the biggest donators, he sent in $50. Okay, so it pops up on the PayPal as such. Stranger said, how do the people in Kemetic settle their property disputes? That's how it pops up. So this is how it pops up on the screen when you send a PayPal, and this is how it pops up on the screen when you send a Cash App. For example, Hika Kepara, who's probably in the room right now, says, how do we access our genetic memories? That was a wonderful question. Hika Kepara actually has a question already sent in right now, and that's on the so-called the higher and lower self. And I'm about to reverse everybody's thoughts on that. That's coming up soon. I already see the question in there. And of course, you have the monsters like Owen Hythe, who sends in 143.72, and it wasn't even a question. It was just for the appreciation of my teachings. A lot of people may say, what is this that's going on? Why would people send in so much as Owen Hythe again? Owen Hythe, why are people sending in these type of donations for you, Tehuti, to teach? And you'll see it's because I am worth more to them than the $250 Nikes and the $300 Yeezys. People who value the information and the quality of which I give and the time it takes to give these answers, especially the people that send in large donations. When you send in large donations, I write a book for you. You're about to see books pop up on the screen, unreleased books. So we have people sending in large donations, and the answer is as if I wrote a personal book for you with all the information possible that one could give in that period of time. This is Nito Campbell, who always gives before the class, and it's usually not even a question. This one is for learning to live in truth. Okay, that's Nito Campbell. He either gives $27 or $18. For those who appreciate, this is Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, before every class, always gives $10.72. So that is the way the Tehuti Podclass works. Let's get into it. You're about to see some great questions in. None of the questions are insulted. That means that when you ask a question, you never get insulted. You never told it's a stupid question. No such thing. You ask a question, and the answer is given. The answer can't be given in that class. It'll be given in the next class. I do it in sequence. Okay. So let us begin. I see Jesus Marquez in the room. And I see the one and only Stranger, who's the namer of the moderators. I like seeing that. That kind of rhymes too. Stranger, who's the namer of the moderators. These are the moderators, a stranger name. That is Anki Ma'at, Nania Set Mer, Sinetiamun, Nahati Ma'at. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So we are going to get into it. You are about to see how questions are answered. With the type of teaching I do, of course, there's going to be a lot of disgruntled people. There's going to be a lot of people that are that feel uncomfortable. There's going to be a lot of different emotions because they've never seen such a thing as we're doing here in the Tehuti Podclass. And that is absolutely fine. All I ask in the room, because I don't read the chats really, all I ask is if there's information that I've taught that you have an issue with, address the specific information. Nobody really does. They always say things like, Tehuti, we don't like your spider. You're crazy. You carry snakes. Your left foot's bigger than your right foot. I don't like the color red. You mix red and blue. I mix red and brown. We don't like you. You are this. You are that. Stop doing this. Stop doing that. And that is absolutely fine, but it's actually a compliment to me because I have yet anyone who has actually come into the chat room. And you can send a Cash App or a PayPal, and you can actually come onto the screen. Nobody's done it so far. All those who have actually challenged me to a debate, because I've never challenged anyone to a debate in my entire life, but all those who've had a problem with what I teach, those who have challenged me to a debate, as you can see in the intro, according to the judging system and according to the crowd, I am officially 11-0. So challenge me if you wish and enjoy the outcome. Let's get ready, everybody. Okay, Dedi Afu, I'm going to go ahead and put you over here for a moment. And we're going to get into the first question. Actually, I want to know, is Tehuti Moses' brother here? He has the first one, Shane Ya. Is Shane Ya here? Shane Ya. Shane Ya. You see the lid for this? Shane Ya. Is Shane Ya here? I believe he has the first question in. The lid. Shane Ya. Thank you. Go ahead, Dedi Afu. Okay, one moment. Okay, there you go. And Tehuti Mos is a very special brother. Thank you. He's actually a rabbi. He was a rabbi who watched the Tehuti pod classes and watched my debates, and actually converted out of Hebrew Israelitism from a high position of a rabbi. And he also teaches others around him who used to be Hebrew Israelites. One that he influences is who he calls little brother. Maybe not his blood brother, but he's a little brother in the faith of Hebrewism. And his brother actually sent in a question. Let me go ahead in the room and look and see if Shane Ya is in the room. And I'm going to go ahead and address his question if he is here. Let me make sure this is plugged in. We don't want any technical difficulties. I'm the one-man engineer and answerer. I don't have AD with me to help. I don't have any technicians. There we go. Let me just plug this out and plug it back in. We are charged up. We're ready. Let me look in the room and see if anyone is in here. Is the brother here? Is the brother here? Stranger put Mike Tyson of the conscious community. Sabo ranks. That was funny. Okay. Rick Rolled Truth says, yo, Tehuti. Oh, Shane Ya is here. I was looking for Shane Ya. I'm seeing a Shenbo Shane. There we go. Sometimes the names are different. I'm looking here for another name, and I see there he is. He is here. He is here. All right, wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You will see how questions are really answered. Let me set this up. Let me move this over here. Let me look. Okay, peace to Universal Mind. And somebody says, so here's the confusion. Somebody says, for example, like Universal Mind says, I sent $25 Cash App, but no response. Yeah, so just to clarify, the moderators can clarify too, there is no response. I have a list of Cash Apps and PayPals that are sent right here in front of me, and it's a row of them, and I do them one by one in sequence. So once I get to the name in sequence, I call out the name. But of course, there's no response immediately because there is a list of questions that come in. So just to clarify that, it's not like the super chat. The super chat is AI automated. So as soon as you send a super chat, it goes ding, 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 and it shows up on the screen. I'm actually doing this all manually. So I actually literally have to go to the Gmail, look at the notifications in order, and then read it. And once I read it, I post it up on the screen, and that's how it goes. Just to clarify for the brother or sister Universal Mind. Okay, so here we go. Shane is here, and let's go into the questions. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the first question. And the first question, now this was sent in, this is actually from, this came in 2 weeks ago because the brother wasn't here when I was ready to answer. I was calling out his name, and then, and also the Tehutimo said, save it for next week. So he actually sent in one of the largest donations ever, and he sent in $175. I put this on the screen before, but I have to do it again. I got it for the new people in the room just to see what type of support and what type of appreciation we have here. So let me do something here to pull it up. Okay. Shane Ya, where is he? Shane Ya. I gotta do all this manually. So I go to the screen. Here we go. Open up this, and here is this is from Shane Ya. Let's see if it pops up on the screen. Here. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Here we go. All right, everybody. Let me go ahead and do the screen share and show. Okay, good. Okay, Universal heard me. Good, good, good. I can't tell. Also, the sequence in which your chats are in the room don't come to me at the same time as you all see them. So I'm glad Universal Mind did hear me. Okay, good. Okay, wonderful, Universal Mind. Everybody else. And Sinetia Amun says, thank you for your support and patience, Universal Mind. All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's go, everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share. This is going to be beautiful. We got a lot of questions to go over. And here we go. Boom, 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 boom. If everybody can see this. Wonderful. Shane Ya, who sent in. Shane Ya, who sent in huge donation. Shout out to Shane Ya. This is actually many questions in one. So shout out to you, Shane Ya. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, my brother Shane Ya. You are awesome. And this is, by the way, this is his first time. This is first time he actually sent in anything to me. So his very first time actually held record of one of the highest donations ever. And the brother, to my knowledge, has never even spoken to me before. So shout out to the brother Shane Ya. You're awesome. And we're going to get to his questions. Shout out to Shane Ya. Okay. So let's see what Shane Ya questions were. Let's see what they are. And I'm going to see if I can scroll the screen and change it. Okay, let's see what changes on your end. Okay, good. So here are Shane Ya's questions, which I am going to go ahead and read right off the screen. For the new people, it says, I am Shane Ya, Tehuti Moses' younger brother. I'd like to know how to have an out-of-body experience. Maybe this has to happen one-on-one, and absolutely it will, Shane Ya. Tehuti will tell you, well, you have my email. You know how to contact me. Contact me. We will definitely set up a one-on-one session. It's not something I can teach here in the podcast. It's actually going to be multiple sessions there. So there's $100 for that, and then he broke up his donation into 3 parts. So it is my name. I'm Shane Ya, Tehuti Moses' younger brother. I'd like to know how to have an out-of-body experience. Maybe this has to happen in one-on-one in one of your classes. Yep. In one of your classes. Yep, that's right. So another question is, what is the true story of the flood? I've noticed it's documented in Asian culture as well as Abrahamic religions, beliefs, and he says $50. Hebrews claim, that's question number 2, Hebrews claim that they were slaves in Egypt and show these images of men wearing tzitzits or fringes at the edge of their garments. I'd like to know if there is meaning behind the fringes in Kemetic culture. $25. My Cash App, and he gave his Cash App, I'm sending a total of $175, but you can surely address these separately as needed. Thanks for all that you continue to do. Peace and blessings. What a wonderful, wonderful message with the question. Shout out to Shane Ya. Let me go ahead and take that off of the screen. I believe I did. Shout out to Shane Ya. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here's how you answer a question. One moment, everyone. I'm going to put the link in the room really quick. Really quick. Oh, Danny Devine was here. Is Danny Devine the same as Danny Salinas? There's like 3 Dannys. Okay, I don't know. Shout out to Danny Devine. I'm going to put a link in the room just for a quick moment. If Scribe and Ahati can jump on really quick just for a minute. I'm gonna go do something, grab something, come back, and I will address the good brothers' questions. Shout out to Desmond FPV. FPV, shout out to you. Yes, this is a regular here. Shout out to Desmond FPV. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. No, I am from Killer Priest. Right. So there's different Dannys on Killer Priest too. There's Danny Devine, Danny Salinas. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to step away for just a quick moment. I'll be back in just a minute, and we are going to get into Shane Ya's wonderful, awesome questions, plural. Let's get into it, everybody. Atima is going to wonderful, awesome questions, plural. I'll be right back in just a moment. Atima, talk to him for a minute. This is for Ahati Ma'at and the Scribe. Somebody's trying to come in called John Nika. I don't know who that is, but this is for Ahati Ma'at and the Scribe, and you guys come on to Hutimos too. And I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Scribe showing up with the backdrop.
I'm going to come back just in a moment, and we'll get right into the question. And also, Hutimos, is Shane Ya here? Is Shane Ya able to
get him on?
Come on the screen for a moment? Okay. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back, and we're going to get into these answers. Peace for just a moment. Okay, take it over, guys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at. Yeah, if everybody doesn't know, come out Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Support us at the Stepping Out of the Matrix book study. It's really exciting, and you'll learn a lot. It's somewhat similar to the pod classes here. So it's 7 p.m. Sunday, every Sunday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. And I want to welcome
good brothers. Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at. I want to welcome Tehuti Moses.
Listen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Does he like to go by Shane Ya or Shane Bo?
Shimbo Shane. Shimbo Shane, baby. Shimbo
That's what he wants to go by, Shimbo Shane.
Shimbo Shane. Shane Ya was his old Hebrew name. As you can see, he's following our lead and coming out of the Hebrew Israelitism. You know, so Hotep. I just like to say real quick, I'm so proud of my little brother that he's taking these steps and continues to accelerate. You guys see me do this all the time because that's all about acceleration, baby. extending and going up and not staying in one place and into the religions. I like to say that. And for Stranger, if you're in the room, this one's for you, Stranger. I know you came up with a name for the moderators. Well, I came up with a name before Saba Tehuti begins to speak. The new name for this education is not education, it's ma'adication, baby. Ma'adication is what we get here, and that's what's up. The fellas know about it. Peace to you, Scribe. I love you, my little brother, but this is what's up. This is a great forum, and I welcome all and everybody. Keep coming out because we're growing and we keep accelerating. So I'm very proud of you, Shimbo Shane. Let's keep it moving. Let's go. Peace, and Hotep, ma'at to everybody in the chat and all my brothers.
All right. Hey, is Shimbo Shane Janika? Okay, I don't know who Janika is.
No, Saba, he's Shane Yah. He's Shane Yah. Shimbo Shane is Shane Yah.
Yeah. There's somebody in the trying to come in called Janika, but I don't see his name in the screen, nor do I see any Cash App or anything. I'm not sure what's going on. But anyways, okay. I don't see him talking in the room at all, so I'm not sure who Janika is. But anyways, let's get into it, everybody. Let me come back. Okay, everybody. I had to take that step away for just a quick moment. I am back, and I'd like to see Shane Yah one time pop up on the screen just to give him a shout out for that. But okay, everybody, let us get started. I heard your modification or something when I was coming back to sit down. Modification, or something like that. Tuti Melissa. City of Kent with a new word for the brothers. Modification. Okay. All right. Okay, here we go.
Actually, it's for the education that you give. It's ma'adication instead of education. So ma'adication.
Okay. All right, everybody, we're about to get started. Gentlemen, I'm going to call you on for the next break after I answer this question and is maybe one or two questions. I'm going to call you guys on again to come on for your 5 minutes or so and give your updates and breakdowns. And I will be, let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Podclass. My name is Tuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. The question that came in was from the brother, hold on, what? Okay, the brother Shane Yah, who is this brother right here. For all those who just came into the room new, I'll put it back up on the screen really quickly here, if it's even on the screen here. And Shane Yah asked the questions here. And let me go ahead and do this, and we're going to get right started. It's going to be a good one, everybody. We see some good questions that have come in. And here we go. So the question again for those who just stepped in the room. The question from Shane Yah, questions from Shane Yah is again, I'd like to no, not the out-of-body one. That's a personal one. I'm going to address him personally with that. What is the true story of the flood? I've noticed it's documented in Asian culture as well as Abrahamic religions beliefs. $50. Hebrews, and that's question number 2. Hebrews claim that they were slaves in Egypt, and show these images of men wearing tzitzits or fringes at the edges of their garments. I'd like to know if there is meaning behind the fringes in Kemetic culture. $25. I'm sending you a total of $175, but you can surely address these separately as needed. Thanks for all that you continue to do. Shout out to you, Shane Yah. Appreciate it. And we're about to get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Here is the questions, okay? Everybody can direct your questions in. For those new people that came in the room, that question came in through a Cash App. When you send in your Cash App to Cash App TT Amun or PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App TT Amun, the questions pop up on the screen when I get to them because I have to do them manually. They pop up with the questions such as this. They pop up like this. Well, that's a big one. That's Lamar. They pop up like that, or when I manually put them up, they come up like this. Okay, so these are different ways to donate and send your questions in. If you type in questions into the chat, I will not see them because we are a program of reciprocity. I am a Saba, the only Saba online who has no idea what the class is going to be about, because I base the class on your questions that you send in. I am your Saba, which is a doorway, and you are also a Saba, which is a student. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the first question of the so-called flood. What is the real story of the flood? What is the real one? People may think that I'm going somewhere with this flood story, and I'm actually going somewhere totally different. We're going to get into the actual flood, the real one. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and here we go. Watch the qualities of answers. Share screen. Boom. Boom, boom. This is for you, Brother Shane Ya. Here we go. All right. We're going to go boom. That on the screen, and here we go. All right. Now, go like this. Good. Okay. Here we go. All right. So, in reality, there were actual scientific tests that were done, geographic tests that were done, and there were ice core sample tests that were actually done in Greenland and Antarctica to show events that had taken place on this planet all the way back from 11,000, event number 1, 12,900 years ago, event number 2, 11,600 years ago, both revealing a 15-degree Fahrenheit temperature change. Let me put this down a little bit. Boom, boom. A 15-degree temperature change. Here's what happened. And they're doing tests to see what is it that caused this temperature change that caused melting of ice caps and actually freezing. So they did this these testings, and here's what was found. And guess what else the test revealed? What else did the test reveal? Blow this up here. Both showing 400-foot rise in sea levels. What does this mean? If you have a 400-foot rise in sea levels, then of course you have a scientifically proven flood that has taken place on the planet. Is this the biblical flood? Absolutely not. This is the real flood that led to what's called the Younger Dryas period, which we're about to get to. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and let's get into it. So both of them showed a 400-foot rise in sea levels. So what caused this? What took place? Some 10,000 BC. It's called today the Younger Dryas. Younger Dryas. Okay, so here we go. We're going to go over it. So we have this one of 11,600 years ago around. We have prehistoric agriculture revolution beginning. Then temperatures are slowly rising until 12,800 years ago. The planet was thrown back into full ice age temperatures. Okay, and ended with a rapid 10 to 15 degree rise at 11,600 years ago. Let's see what's happening here, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are explaining the so-called flood, the real flood, as opposed to the biblical flood, and where they actually took these stories from. These stories actually weren't taken from prior stories. They were taken from an original actual event, events plural, and then the stories were written of those events, and then the Bible came much later and copied them. But we're going to get into it. So, as the ice caps melted, floods of melted water during the Younger Dryas were sent across North American continent. The world's sea levels also rose upwards of 400 feet. So this didn't just take place in North America. This took place around in different parts of the world, which I'm actually going to show the YDB, which is the Younger Dryas boundaries, to show you where this took place. throughout the world. Such drastic sea levels and rise resulted in vast portions of land being swallowed up by the sea. This is the actual flood that has taken place. Okay, so we have a place over here in California called the tar pits, where you can walk there and you can actually see examples of extinct animals, such as the saber-toothed tiger, the woolly mammoth, and other animals. 75% of mammals in North America were wiped out. Okay, this had absolutely nothing to do with anybody getting on a boat of Noah. They were wiped out because of the actual flood. So no, 25% of mammals did not get on a boat with Noah. They were just wiped out because they couldn't escape, and they've actually found the bones and bodily remains of these animals that were wiped out and don't exist anymore in their form. Okay, here's an example of some of the animals that used to exist here in North America, and you'll find that these animals are actually very similar to animals that are indigenous to what Europeans call Africa. You have the Western camel, okay? So there used to be camels here in North America, elephants here in North America, right, called the mastodon. There was ancient bisons. There were actual lions here in North America. There still are forms of mountain lions, but the American lion looked more like the lion that is the motherland today. You have the saber-toothed tiger, the dire wolf, the Columbian mammoth, the Jefferson's ground sloth. These are all animals in which bones were found to show that these animals did exist before the Younger Dryas period and before the real flood. Okay, so the problem occurs when coming into religions such as the Hebrew faith or the Christian faith. Coming into questions that I would ask them is, when the flood took place around the earth, why did none of these animals get on the boat? Because remember, it was 2 of every animal, right? 2 of every animal, right? None of the animals were guilty. They were all innocent. 2 of every animal were taken on the boat so that animals across the world would survive. Well, no 2 of these animals' parents ever got on the boat, because there are no more saber-toothed tigers in America here. There are no more mastodons. There are no more American lions. There are no more Jefferson's ground sloths. There are no more dire wolves. There are no more Columbian mammoths. And look at this beautiful animal right here. Imagine this running around in America. The Hagerman horse. It looks like a horse and a part of a zebra. Part horse, part zebra. Why did this animal's parents not get on the boat with Noah? What sin did it commit? Nothing. Because the flood took place way before they concocted a story of Noah. There was an actual real flood that had taken place that predates their biblical Adam, 12,900, 11,600 years ago. Okay, now we go to the article in Live Science, where they have what's called the black mats. Black mats not from outer space, so they're having a debate conversation of what's caused these black mats that we see on the planet today. And I'm going to show the boundary lines of how far and these black mats actually formed, okay? All right, so here we go. So giant cosmic collision with Earth and an asteroid or comet is now the leading culprit behind the mass extinction that ended the ice age of the dinosaurs about 65 million years ago. However, there is much controversy regarding whether a cosmic explosion or something else caused a more recent mass extinction, the one that wiped out most of the large mammals in North America, as well as the so-called Clovis people about 12,900 years ago. Evidence that researchers have put forth to support this Younger Dryas impact hypothesis includes elevated levels of metal, iridium, which is common in asteroids, but normally uncommon in Earth's surface. Other hints that an asteroid was the culprit include magnetic sulfurs and titomagnetite grains. So there was some type of impact that took place on the planet that caused this mass extinction. Okay, so what happened? But the effects and impacts did not just affect North America. Geographic study shows the YD boundaries, YDB, which are the YD boundaries, the Younger Dryas boundaries, show This covers 50 million square kilometers of Earth's surface. Okay. Here it is right here. So here's the YDB field, Younger Dryas Bordery field. So we can see that this impact and the results of it affected all of these areas all throughout the top of the motherland, what they're calling Africa, Saudi Arabia, what they're calling Sumer, America, South America, all these areas right here, Greenland, all these areas right here were impacted by the collision, the recent ones. Of course, there was one 65 million years ago, but the recent one that wiped out the animals that we're not seeing, that were here just up to 12,000 years ago. Okay, let us continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is how we break down information with facts, information, not religious opinion. So we'll continue with the scientific article, the graphics. The graphic shows the vast swaths of our planet that geologists call the Younger Dryas boundary field across this huge fingerprint spanning North America, Central America, parts of South America, most of Europe, the telltale traces of multiple impacts by the fragments of the giant comet that have been found. Okay, that have been found. Some of these fragments were 2 kilometers or more in diameter, and they hit the Earth like a blast from cosmic scattergun, around 12,800 years ago. Actually, this is a continuing article from Graham Hancock. Traces of multiple impacts by fragments of giant comet have been found. Some of these fragments are 2 kilometers, right? 12,800 years ago. This was near the end of the last ice age, from which our world had been emerging into pleasant warming phase. But the impact set in train a kind of nuclear winter and plunged the planet back into a period of deep, cold darkness that lasted until about 11,500 years ago. It is this period of extreme cold that is referred to as the Younger Dryas, after the characteristic alpine tundra wildflower Dryas octopetala. But it is only now, with conclusive evidence of the comet impact, that we can be sure what caused it. For the past 7 years, academics have been involved in such intense dispute about whether or not a comet impact actually occurred 12,800 years ago, that the implications of what it might have meant for a story of civilization have not been yet considered at all. But every attempt to refute the impact evidence has in turn been refuted, and cause for the Younger Dryas comet is now compelling that it is time to widen the debate. Okay, so what is a nuclear winter? A nuclear winter, when large meteors or comets hit the planet and they kick up dirt or parts of the Earth into the air. Of course, something that is 2 miles long. If you take a rock and throw it at a pile of dust, you'll see the dust kick up into the air. Well, if you magnify that by a 2 kilometer rock and something the size of the planet Earth and kick that up into the air, what happens? The dust actually blocks out the sunlight, causing what's called a nuclear winter. The sunlight's blocked out, things on the planet begin to freeze. And then the melting causes floods. This is the Younger Dryas effect that this conversation is about, long before any Noah story is actually written about. As I will show you, the biblical narrative has the flood around 2,300 BC. So even if we take the biblical narratives, we'll go straight to the Hebrew, straight to the biblical website, viz.bible. And most of the theologians actually agree with this timeline. This is the timeline, Genesis timeline from Adam to Abraham. What do we have here? Down here is Noah. And Noah's about, we take the timeline, about 2,500 BC, or they have 2348. Of course, this is a created timeline because there was no Noah that existed that could have been jotted in any type of real historical timeline. But for those who believe in Noah, they would have to mark this flood impact at 2500 BC or 2300 BC. And that completely goes against all geological research. So this is completely impossible due to multifarious reasons. But after just these two reasons that I give, there's no need to go further. The evidence I've shown of the Younger Dryas shows the Bible to be off by 10,000 years. And the two reasons, so remember, Noah is 2500 BC. The flood that took place around 2300 BC. That's when the flood took place to wipe out everyone on the planet except for those who followed the Lord God and were accepted on the boat. Well, here's what they forgot to take into consideration. Let me go down. All right. So this is King Pepi. King Pepi, who is 2300 BC, the exact same time as the Christian flood. And what is he saying? He's saying, peace, Teti. Did you hear about the flood? And here is Teti. Teti is 2345 BC, 2333 BC. No, I can't say that I have. The one where we're all supposed to be dead right now. We're all supposed to be dead, remember? So here are two of the pharaohs that existed at the exact same time as the so-called biblical flood. And of course, they lived their life normally, regularly. The day of the flood, the day after the flood, day number 1 all the way to day 40 of the flood, lived their regular life, did their rituals, enjoyed their family, lived in Ma'at very peacefully, while there's supposed to be a flood taking place on the planet Earth, wiping out everybody, especially the so-called pagan idol-worshipping Egyptians, right? Well, here are two men that are existing at the exact same time of the flood. Look at this. Look at the beautiful brothers. Look at these brothers here. Look at King Pepi and King Teti at the exact same time of the flood. They have no idea that there's a flood going on. How could that be? How could these dynasties have lived through the flood at the time that the Christians are saying and the Hebrews are saying? This is why Christians and Hebrews hate dates. So the time that the Christians and Hebrews are saying a flood took place, here is Pepi, Teti, and thousands of Kemetians living their regular life, unaffected completely. Okay, there's your two reasons. Okay, back to reality. There's a Kemetic reference. Is there a Kemetic reference evidence of a flood? Yes, and it's better than any writing of any flood story. What is the Kemetic reference to the flood? It is right here, matching the Younger Dryas. Okay, so what are we looking at here, everybody? What are we looking at? We're looking at what looks like the side of a wall, but what are we actually looking at here? We're looking at water erosion that can only be caused by golf ball-sized pellets blasting down on stone for hundreds of years. But what is this on? Let me blow this up. What is this on? Where is this coming from? This is a result of major rain, not just regular rain, but golf ball-sized bigger raindrops coming down, beating in stone. That would take place over several years upon years, not 40 days, 40 nights of a flood, several years. But what's the dating of this? Let's take a look, everybody. We're going to take a closer look. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here it is. This is the water erosions. It is on the Herakuti. Here are the water erosions on the wall surrounding what they call the Sphinx. And this was made public by the partner of John Anthony West, who is Robert Schock. And these are water erosions on the side of the Sphinx. So the Sphinx survived a flood. But the pharaohs were completely unaffected by the flood. That means that those had to have taken place at completely different dates. If the Sphinx has signs of a flood that is responsible for years and years of golf ball-sized pellets digging into stone, but the pharaohs are alive, that means that the Sphinx has to date back prior to those pharaohs. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how we break down questions and answers on the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. So, how could the Sphinx have signs of the Younger Dryas? The secret is in its real name that they hide. It is true, the record keeper of the real flood. It's the true record keeper of the real flood. Let's take a look at what its real name is and what it represents. So what they're calling the Sphinx is actually the true record keeper of the real flood, because it has evidence of the real flood that took place in the Younger Dryas period. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. Let me move this up here a little bit, expand, and let's get into some reading. Okay, so originally, ancient Egyptian year was 360 days long. The number, of course, was identical to the number of degrees in a circle. Tehuti was the keeper of records. He was associated with art, science, astronomy, and writing in the form of what they call hieroglyphics. In one legend or story, Tehuti won a game of Senet with Kanzu, and thus was able to gain 5 extra days of the year. So he encoded his knowledge of the precession and the constellation by multiplying 72, the number of Tehuti, by the 5 days, arriving at 360, the number of degrees in a circle. Then 72 years are multiplied by 360 of a complete circular star, which gives the date of 25,920 years, which is the exact date of a precession. The precession is the fact that the Earth is actually on a 23.5 degree axis, and as the Earth is spinning, the axis is actually moving through different star constellations at a period of about 2,100 to 2,400 years or so, going through star constellations. And when it comes back into a complete circle, it is called a precession. And that takes 25,920 years calculated by the Kemetians. Okay, how is it calculated? So here's the precession right here. Now, what is the Sphinx true name, though? What is the Sphinx true name? The Sphinx true name is Ra Harakuti Tem, which means the sun horizon completion, which signifies the completion of the ray, the Leo, facing the horizon at the exact alignment of its mirrored image, only at 25,920 years, making a complete precession. So that means that when they trace the so-called Sphinx, which is not its real name, back to its original alignment, they found out that it is facing the constellation that it looks like. You see that? So this is the constellation of Re. Originally, there was no letter A in the Moderator, no letter L. It was a letter R. So it was originally Re or Ra. And then they changed it when the Greeks came in. It got changed to Li, and that got changed to Leo, lion. And that was the star constellation of Leo, which was the star constellation of Re, which was the mirrored image because of the as above, so below principle. But they found that the Sphinx actually starts the time of the Zep Tepe, which is the time of the Kemetians early beginnings with the Natiru. And that was approximately the period of the 25,925 year BC, though. And it faces its mirrored image. That's when it aligns. And what does this mean? This means the Sphinx was here during that time period. It was not built by Pharaoh Khufu. So here's the precession right here. And when they tracked it, they used the computer imagery to track when does the Sphinx align to its mirrored image due to the as above, so below principle. You see that looks like the Sphinx or the lion. That's where it aligns to. It aligned once, 10,500 years, and then 25,920 years. They know that it could not have been built 10,500 BC because of the fact at that time there was that whole Younger Dryas cataclysm taking place. So they had to go back before that, and that was back to the last precession, because the Sphinx is the word. So it's funny, one of my goddesses were teaching on this. I never said anything, but the Sphinx, the front of the Sphinx is the Hati. It is actually a lion symbol, and it is a beginning. It's one of the Moderator images of it, and marks the beginning of time. The beginning of time of the Kemetians is the first time period of the calendar, which starts off with the Sphinx or the Harakuti Tem's alignment. The reason why it has Tem at the end of the name is because Tem means completion, because at the end of 25,920 years, it is a complete cycle called the precession. Boom. Okay, so the Ra Harakuti Kepara Tem was the marker of the time of the Zep Tepe, 36,420 BC, before the Younger Dryas, thus surviving through it with its evidence as a witness to the flood, left within it forever. So the time of the Zep Tepi was 36,420 years ago, according to the King's List, fifth Dynasty King's List. And so that was 10,000 years before the Sphinx aligned before the Younger Dryas, which was the last precession. So it was actually there prior to the precession and then lined up during the precession, which was the beginning of that time period when the earth made a complete circle. It marks complete circle. Okay, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So now that I've shown you that the complete story was not limited to a flood, but that the flood was one of many repercussions of a cataclysm that affected the world, what is the oldest known record of the entire event? What is the oldest known record of the entire event? Everybody's going to say the Gilgamesh epics or something of that effect. Let me grab some waters. It actually predates the Gilgamesh epic, because the Gilgamesh epics and those stories were only based on the flood itself. Which story logged the entire event? Well, we'll go to the Telegraph News Science section where they have this discovery. This is going to be amazing. Ancient stone carvings confirm how a comet struck the Earth 10,950 BC, which was what? The same time period of the Younger Dryas. But it's actually talking about the comet that struck. You see? The flood stories that you have in these religious texts only focus on the flood part of it. They don't want to focus on the comet, what's actually causing the flood, and there's an agenda behind that. But let's get to it, everybody. Let's look at this article. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is your oldest record of the cause of the flood, which goes back 10,950 BC, and that are these records right here. Okay, let's analyze and let's see what's going on, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to break down knowledge and teach you through factual information, not religious opinion. I give you all of the facts that are available to my disposal. From there, you make your own conclusions. Here we go, everybody. So here's the other part of the article, and this is it right here. All right, so this came out April 21st, 2017, 11:25 a.m. And for those who want to look it up again, it is the Telegraph in the News Science section. What does it say? It says, ancient stone carvings confirm that a comet struck the Earth around 11,000 BC, a devastating event which wiped out what? Woolly mammoths and sparked the rise of civilization. Boom, here we go. All right. The markings suggest that a swarm of comets fragments hit the Earth at the exact same time that a mini ice age struck, changing the entire course of human history. Scientists have speculated for decades that a comet could be the sudden fall of temperatures during a period known as the Younger Dryas, but recently the theory appeared to have been debunked by new dating meteor craters, North America, where the comet is thought to have struck. However, when engineers studied the animal carving made by the pillar known as the vulture stone at Gobekli Tepe, they discovered that the creatures were actually astronomical symbols which represented constellations and the comet. The idea had been originally put forward by author Graham Hancock in his book, Magicians of the Gods. Let us continue. Here it is right here. This is the vulture stone at Gobekli Tepe. Let me blow it up a little bit for you all to see. This is the vulture stone at Gobekli Tepe. Gobekli Tepe going back, of course, 12,000 years ago. And it got buried by its actual inhabitants. It's a whole nother class, though. But here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Using computer program to show where the constellations would have appeared above Turkey thousands of years ago. They were able to pinpoint the comet strike 10,950 BC, the exact time of the Younger Dryas. The exact time the Younger Dryas begins according to ice core data from Greenland. Remember how I started the class? So the ice core data from Greenland, the scientific geographical research, is matching the ancient stone writings and tablets, of course, because that culture was there prior to and knew of it coming. The Younger Dryas is viewed as a crucial period for humanity, as this roughly coincides with the emergence of agriculture and the first Neolithic civilizations. This is why cultures seem to start around 5,000 BC. Anybody ever wondered that? How come culture seems to start around that time? We know that man has been here for tens and twenties and thousands and hundred thousands of years, but why is it that it seems like culture has a restart around that time? And that's because of the Younger Dryas, when Earth became inhabitable again for people across that area of the globe, then culture re-begins again. Agriculture re-begins again, and the stories re-begin again. This is way before the Noah story. Before the strike, vast areas of wild wheat and barley were allowed. Before the strike, vast areas of wild wheat and barley had allowed nomadic hunters in the Middle East to establish permanent base camps, where the difficult climate conditions following the impact forced communities to come together and work out new ways of maintaining the crops through watering and selective breeding. Thus, farming began, allowing the rise of the first towns. Edinburgh researchers said the carvings appear to have remained important to the people of Gobekli Tepe for millennia, suggesting the event and cold climate that followed likely had very serious impact. And of course it did. Of course it had serious impact. All right. Here it is right here, everybody. Let's take a look. We're going to blow this up. We're back to the study at the University of Edinburgh's School of Engineering. Dr. Martin Streetman, who led the research, who said, I think this research, along with recent findings of widespread platinum anomaly across North America continent, virtually seal the case in favor of the Younger Dryas impact. Our work serves to reinforce the physical evidence. What is happening here is the process of a paradigm change. It appears Gobekli Tepe was, among other things, an observatory for monitoring the sky. One of its pillars seemed to have served as a memorial to this devastating event, probably the worst day in history since the end of the Ice Age. Gobekli Tepe is thought to be the world's oldest temple site, which dates from 9,000 BC, predating Stonehenge by around 6,000 years. Researchers believe the images were intended as a record of the cataclysmic event, and that a further carving showing a headless man may indicate human disaster of the extensive loss of life. Symbolism on the pillars also indicate the long-term changes in Earth's rotational axis was recorded at this time using an earthly form of writing that Gobekli Tepe was an observatory for meteors and comets. The finding also supports the theory that the Earth is likely to experience periods when comet strikes are more likely, owing the planet's orbits intersecting orbiting rings of comet fragments in space. But despite the ancient age of the pillars, Dr. Streetman does not believe it is the earliest example of astronomy in the archaeological world. Many Paleolithic carved paintings and artifacts with similar animal symbols and other repeated symbols suggest astronomy could be very ancient indeed, he said. If you consider that according to astronomers, this giant comet probably arrived in the inner solar system some 20 to 30,000 years ago, and it would have been a very visible and dominant feature of the night sky. It is hard to see how ancient people could have ignored this given the likely consequences. So how do they know this was coming? Because Gobekli Tepe is 9,000 BC, the Younger Dryas 11,900 years ago. The comet that hit eventually was circulating some 20 to 30,000 years ago. So that means you could see it circulating, kind of like how we see the Hale-Bopp. You could see it circulating, so thus, because they know that this is circulating, it's eventually going to hit. They had thousands of years to pre-record it, to pre-see this event and foreseeing it. And they did set up underground bases and cities, which I can get to in another class. All right, now, with this in mind, let me show you Genesis again, which they say is the beginning, but now I will piece it together as a part of their Bible that is separated from the story. Okay? So, here is their Bible story. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless and was empty. Some translations said, and the earth had become waste and void. That means that something happened to the planet that made it waste and void. Okay, darkness was over the surface of the deep, of course, because of the nuclear winter. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters, because, of course, there was a major flood. All right, so everything looks normal, right? Now, what's this? We're going to read something here. Here's a part that's not too popular. That's in their so-called scriptures, but this one isn't too popular. It says, behold, the earth, and lo, it was without form and void. Everybody knows of that one. That's Genesis 1:2. The biblical Hebrew scholars even give a reference in the footnotes here. They put Genesis 1:2. So, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form, void, and the heavens, without form and void. And the heavens, they had no light. Right? That matches Genesis, right? Darkness was over the surface of the planet Earth. The earth was without form and void. That makes sense. But they want you to make it seem like this is the story of the beginning. Let's continue to check it out and see. Okay? Now, the next verse says, and I beheld mountains, lo, they trembled, and the hills moved lightly. Something is impacting, causing mountains to tremble. And behold, lo, there was no man. And the birds of the heavens were fled. So there's no man on the planet. Birds are fleeing away. What's happening here? Right? This isn't a popular verse, but let's see what else it says. Behold, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of the Lord and by his fierce anger. So, according to this quote here from the Bible, something hit the planet Earth, caused mountains to tremble. The earth was without form. There was something that took it out of its normal shape. There was darkness because of the nuclear winter. Something scared the birds. The birds were fleeing, and there was no man in sight, but yet there were cities. Okay? For thus the Lord had thus the Lord said, the whole land shall be desolate, and I will not fill to the end. For this shall the earth mourn, and the heavens above be black, because I've spoken. Blase blah goes on and continue, but this is actually Jeremiah 4:23. But when they refer to Jeremiah 4:23 in the very first, they refer back to Genesis 1. So they're saying the story is about Genesis 1, but yet when you read the story in Jeremiah, which is supposed to be another version of the Genesis 1, you see there were cities on the planet that were destroyed and desolate. Birds were flying, mountains were trembling, because this is a copy from the Younger Dryas story. So, boom. Interesting that the part ended up in a whole other book in their Bible, away from Genesis, copied then scattered stories for confusion. Thus our ancestors knew of these upcoming events, as do the animals, because it was a known reality worldwide. Biblical, Quranic writers had to rewrite the event, just the flood that was God's wrath, to fit into the time period called the patriarchs, which you know now makes no sense. You can never be fooled again on this topic, because Matt prevails. Boom, and that is my answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for asking that question about the original story of the flood and what it actually is and what it actually was. And that is the real story of the actual flood. Every other story that you see is a rendition of this story based on the culture's agenda, the culture's background, except for the Gobekli Tepe story, which actually talks about what caused the flood itself which was the comet itself, and that is your oldest story. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for asking that question. Shane Ya. I'm going to check the chat room now to see if anybody heard the answer. If Shane Ya heard the answer, that's just his first question. There's another one coming up. Let me check the chat room now to see if anybody heard, appreciated, understood the answer. Let's check out the chat room. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Let's check it out. We see, let me see if Shane Ya is in here, if you heard. All right. Shane Ya. Shane Ya. All right. Oh, my thing is lagging. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. And let me see, I gotta scroll up to match the time. Let's see. All right. Okay, here we go. I'm think I've caught up to this time period. I gotta go back to it. I see. Where'd it go? Okay, let me scroll back down and see. I gotta. All right. We got okay. Oh, there he is. There I'm looking. There's the man I'm looking for. So Shenbo Sane says yes. Okay, good. All right, yes. All right, boom. We got Bars saying, great answer, Lord. Bars and Chains. Shout out to Bars and Chains. I didn't see you earlier. Bars and Chains. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we got Sinetia Moon saying, don't disrespect Tehuti or distract others from learning. Keep your negative comments to yourself or you'll be removed. Okay. Thank you, Sinetia. Not sure what's going on because I don't pay attention to that while I'm teaching, but thank you, moderators. Keep a look on the room. And of course, there's going to be people with different comments and such. That is absolutely fine, but they will not have their own podcast. Okay, here we go. Robert says, that sheds light on a lot of the mystery. Okay, boom, boom. Okay, heard loud and clear. All right, Nania Setmer says, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass where you get mind-blowing answers again and again. XA says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Desmond PV, oh, shout out to Desmond. Oh, he was here earlier. Great answers, Saba. And Hika Kepara says, archaeological proof always prevails over opinion. Yep. Okay. Yes, that's true. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Okay. Wonderful. So everybody heard the answer. Let's move on to the next question. I'm going to answer the next question. Also sent by Shane Ya, and then we're going to get into the next. Then I'm going to take a break after that. Wonderful. Okay. Good. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast for all those who stepped into the room. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I'm here to answer questions that you send in for the first time on YouTube. We have set up a situation where you can actually send in questions and get answers that are respectful, factual. As you take the information, do as you may with it. I'm here to provide factual information that you can research from all different angles. The stories that I talk about and the information I talk about match what I teach perfectly, but you can take it and research it more. It took several decades and years to get this information, but shout out to everybody who sent support. When you send a question in, it pops up on the screen eventually when I can get to it. This is Archer Richardson who says, what's the difference between Neter and the Pharaoh? What is the difference between Neter and Pharaoh? When you send a Cash App, it pops up as that. When you send a PayPal, it pops up as Peace Tehuti Podclass. Could you get into ITI, please? And thank you. I need some more pay. Okay, and thank you. Okay, so that's what happens when you send in your support. And the way you send that in is through Cash App or PayPal, which is TT Amun Cash App and PayPal. You send it in, I read the questions. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually go, let me take this off, take that off. Okay, let me see here, let me scroll through. Okay, scrolling through. I'm going to refresh my page. I actually do not see that brother said he sent in $25. I actually don't see that here. Not sure who that brother is, but I'm going to refresh the page to see if it's up to date on the donations, everybody. Up to date on the donations. Okay, only a few donations in so far. Let me see. We got let me give a couple shout outs to the people who sent in some donations and questions recently. Actually, these are all donations. There's no questions in. I'm going to give a shout out to. Oh, there was a question that came in from the good brother. Here it is. We put it in the screen right here. The good brother Arthur Richardson, who actually sent in a question that I may have to get to the next class. Let me at least put it up on the screen to acknowledge this was sent in. Shout out to the good brother, dedicated brother, who is known today as Arthur Richardson. He will be known very soon as something else because we're in the process and journey right now of getting his name changed. Shout out to Arthur Richardson, who's also known in the room as Super AJ Mogul. He asked the question, which is, who were the Nakeshi people, the enchanters? So again, who are the Nakeshi people, the enchanters? Shout out to you, AJ Super Magul. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. You are awesome. We have much respect for you. You are a dedicated supporter and student. To the brother who said he sent in, let me see, maybe this is Halpa chart. Nope. That's a book purchase. Okay. To the brother who said he sent in $25. I do not see that here on the screen. I do see Nito Campbell, Owen Hythe. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, who Anthony Drain actually asked a question. Oh, he actually asked a question today. Anthony Drain. I never scrolled down past the 1072 because he never asked questions. So I never even saw that below was a question. The same amount that he always sends, 1072. I'm gonna go over this either at the end of class or next week because I have a bunch of things in front of him. But thank you, Anthony Drain. I wasn't even expecting a question from him because he always just sends in 1072 every week with no question. He actually sent a question in today. Let me go ahead and put it up on the screen. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Here you are, my brother. If everybody can see that on the screen, not yet. Let me try it right now. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And there it is. Shout out to Anthony Drain, who actually asked a question. Who is Pazuzu? Maybe that's Pazazu. I figure he's talking about the same being. Pazazu. A reptilian image in the Sugagi area. We'll get into that either at the end of class or next week. I got to go through the questions that were sent prior to him, but I always want to give acknowledgments to those who sent in their donation because they may fall asleep before the class is over. So if I can't get to it by the end of class, I'm going to put a note and get to it the next class. I got to do everything in sequence in order to be fair to everybody. But Anthony Drain knows that I'm good for it because he knows me very well. He knows me as a good supporter. Okay, everybody. Shout out to Anthony Drain. And let me see here. There was one more. Somebody made a book purchase. Shout out to the book purchase. Oh, shout out to this guy, this strange person here, Jacoby Martin, who's trying to get it. Jacoby Martin Senna, who's trying to get. Let me go ahead and just for the record, put this up on the screen. This is a very interesting, strange individual who, I don't know, sends me very strange messages and sent a question in and now sent me this as a Cash App actually asking for a refund because he said I didn't answer his question. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen for everyone to see, and hopefully Jacoby can see this so I can address this right now because I've never seen this before. But let me go ahead and put the shout out to Jacoby, very interesting individual here, who says that I did not answer his question, so he wants a refund. Let me go ahead and clear this up right now. So this is a Jacoby Martin Senna who says, never answered my question about incest refund. So he wants a refund. Jacoby Martin, if you're listening, and we will have the witnesses in the class right here. So I do want to address this. I do want to address everybody's questions, even these kind of strange messages here. So everybody, all you have to do, everybody remembers this class. It was the question that was asked about incest. You simply have to go back to May 27th Podclass. Go to Tehuti's Podclass, scroll up to the date. May 27th is actually one of the funniest classes, and everybody remembers this class. Those who are witnesses who are here remember the class I gave, the answer this brother's question on incest. I gave the definition of incest. I gave the history of so-called incest, how it was viewed in Kemet, how there was no such thing as that word, how it was a religious term invented by European. There's no meta word for incest. I showed multiple pharaohs and multiple people who are married to their own brothers and sisters, and there was no problem with their genetics or their children. And then I showed, remember the funny video I showed in Virginia? I believe it was Virginia, of the family there that were there was a European family just having sex with themselves, and they couldn't even speak anymore, and the man was barking like a dog, ruff, 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 and he couldn't talk. For those who were there, you remember that funny pod class where I showed the video and the people, and they were in this shack-like area, and they were being interviewed by somebody who was interviewing families that inbred European families and how their genetics get altered. But everybody, simply Jacoby and those who may doubt that I answered this question, that's all the way back from May, June, July, August, September. That's 5 months ago. I would appreciate it if, brother, if you would have just said, hey, Tehuti, I know your pod classes are anywhere from 4 to 7 hours, and I could have fallen asleep. I could have missed the answer. The answer could have been 10 minutes. I could have gone to the bathroom. I don't watch every pod class. You could have said, Jacoby, hey, did you answer my question? And if so, could you refer me to the date? And I would have referred you to May 27th, and you would have seen the elaborate answer. Oh, yes. Yeah, the elaborate answer there. That's the lighting. The elaborate answer there. So I appreciate if you handled it like that. But just for a witness for everybody, I want everybody to know that, yes, that question was answered. So, brother, you don't get a refund. Just wanted to address that. I saw that on my list, and I have to address every Cash App on my list, right? That was on my list. I've never seen anything like that before. But anyway, shout out to Jacoby Martin. Very interesting, unique individual. All right, everybody, let me get that was interesting. All right, everybody, let me get back to the questions. Yeah, everybody remember? Here we go. Let's go to the witnesses. Let's see who remembers the class. The Schlacken says, yeah, I remember. Ahati says he remembers. Yeet Yeet remembers. All RPM remembers. Robert William remembers the class. Higa Kepara remembers the class. Arcad Infinite remembers the class. And Desmond says, I remember. Okay, there it is. So there's a witness says, I answered the question. So moderator who's over the Cash App, you can press refund denied. All right, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get into the next question, and then I am going to take a break. And, of course, the next question is from the same brother, Shane. Are you? And even Big Vase pops in. He remembers. Everybody remembers. It was one of the funniest classes. Nania said, remembers. Ascari remembers. Everybody remembers. It was a very funny, interesting class. Okay, so. All right, and for the brother who said he donated $25, I think Universal Mind. I'm refreshing the page, and I don't see a $25 donation here. Maybe it's in PayPal that hasn't come through. I do not see it here. Okay, Shane, is Shane Ya still here? Shane Ya, are you still here, my good brother? We're going to get into your next question. Is Shane Ya here? Shane Ya, are you here? And Shane Ya's question was about Shane Ya's question was Hebrews claim they were slaves in Egypt and show these fringes of a man wearing tzitz or fringes at the edges of their garments. I'd like to know if there is meaning behind the fringes in Kemetic culture. Okay, wonderful. That was a part of Shane Ya's $175 donation with a question attached. I don't know if Shane Ya's still in here. Oh, last Friday. Okay, last Friday. Okay, good. Universal Mind. Then I have the questions from last week also. So thank you for letting me know that. I don't know what your name. That's the thing, is that the names here in the chat room are different from the names on the Cash App, are different from the Facebook name. So I don't know what your Cash App name was, but I do have the questions, a few questions from last Friday. I don't know which one was yours. William Lucky. Okay, I will go through it, William Lucky, and see which one was yours. Was your question about the raw minerals? Was that you? Was that you, raw minerals? I'm not sure. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. All right, Shane is here. Shane is still here. Wonderful. Thank you, Shane. I don't know if William Lucky is the raw minerals question. I'm not sure, but let's get into it, everybody. Boom. All right. Let me scroll up and look for. Oh, that's not you. Okay, no problem. No problem, William Lucky. We will trying to get to everybody, my good brother. Trying to get to everybody. There's a lot of people. Okay, so here we go. Whoops. Click off this and click on there. All right, we're going to put this website on the screen. This is the popular Hebrew Israelite website, which this information is actually being sourced from. And I'm going to go ahead and put that on the screen so that you all will be able to see where is this information coming from. Now that it's on the screen, I'm going to go back to Shane Ya. And here we go. Boom. And they blow this up. Shane Ya, here you go, my good brother. All right, so let me go ahead and screen share this. Let me X out this, 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 and no worries. It was a thank you. Oh, it was a thank you donation and a book list request. Oh. I remember this, and I remember sending out a book list request. You know what? Hit me up on my email. Moderators, put the email. Hit me up on my email. I do remember that. I do remember that clearly, the book list request, and I do remember sending the directions. But okay, we'll do it again. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to universal mind, and your support, my brother. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to screen share. Screen share, and share. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, and here is Shane Ya's answer. Okay. All right. In the guiltless culture, vulturing, stealing, and superimposing, Hebrew culture continues. This time, it's the Fringes. Shameless articles and Hebrew websites are continuously taking images of other cultures and assimilating their agenda and false narrative. This is truly evil. Let's walk through, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. Here is one of the articles from Kevin Burmester, and here's one of the agenda articles, understanding the record of ancient Egypt from a biblical perspective. Right off the bat would be impossible because you cannot understand an ancient actual culture from a perspective of a book that is not factual or historical. So right off the bat, the title is Understanding the Record of Ancient Egypt from a Biblical Perspective, which is actually physically impossible because the people in the Bible didn't even exist to have a perspective. But let's go. Here we go. So it says ancient Egyptian carved scene of circumcision from the inner north wall of the temple of Khans Pek-Rat at the precinct of Mut, Luxor, Egypt, 18th dynasty, Amenhotep III. What I want to get into is this right here. Here we are. From the tomb of Seti I, it is apparent the bearded man, second from the right, has fringes. Let me blow this up. Here's where the confusion begins with these type of articles. With fringes hanging from his skirt. Colors may vary from these modern renditions. These same fringes, adamant, appears in the ivory detached, floating in the image. A close examination of the image reveals 3-strand fringes on the top of the skirt and 4-strand fringes on the waistband. Okay. So what is it saying? What's it going on to say here? Then there is the Hebrew website, which already starts off with a false premise to justify why there are no Hebrew images made by the hands of Hebrews themselves. Okay, here we go. Here's the website, everybody. You can go to Tripod. So it is sarabi3.tripod.com, Israelite images. And here it is directly from the website. What does it say? Images of true Israelites. Nana? Sorry. Images of true Israelites. According to the Torah, Israelites were forbidden to create images of themselves. Reference, Exodus 24. However, neither the Egyptians nor Assyrians had such restrictions. Both of these nations have picture archives of the true Israelites. So, the Israelites were not allowed to have pictures of themselves, according to this website. Here's where the false narrative begins. So what does it say at the bottom here? What does it say? Israelite exodus from Egypt devastated the economy of Egyptian empire, as well as its military might. As their primary workforce, and Israelites have provided cheap labor for the Egyptians for many, many years. And because of the plagues and disasters associated with Exodus, Egyptians also lost faith in their deities. To the Egyptians, the most perplexing Shemites were the children of Israel. Okay, here we go. So it starts off with this image here. Of course, this is not a translation of what it says up here. This is a caption put underneath by Israelite believers. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So, nowhere does it say they were not allowed to make images of themselves. It says not to make idols to worship. I have many images of myself, me, Tehuti. I have many images of myself And I'm not bowing down and worshiping every selfie I take or portrait made of me. So you can have images of yourself and you're not worshiping them. Exodus 24 doesn't say anything about making images of yourself. What does Exodus 24 say? This is something that Mighty Hebrew and other people try to use to justify. This is the Hebrew Israelite disclaimer to justify why there's no images of Hebrews, stories, or anything that shows them doing anything. They use this quote: "You must not make for yourself an idol of any kind or an image of anything in the heavens or on the earth or at sea." Does everybody see that? You must not make for yourself an idol. The Hebrews skip this part. They skip idol. The Hebrews read it like this: you must not make for yourself any image or any kind of anything in the heavens or the earth or the sea. But the actual Bible itself says you should not make for yourself an idol of any image or any kind of anything in the heavens, earth, or the sea, or in the sea. You must not bow down to them, worshiping them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God who will not tolerate your affection for any other God. So what is this for? What is this about? This is about making idols of images, birds, water, trees, ants, anything as an idol to worship. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that the Israelites were the only culture and civilization on the face of the earth that didn't make any type of drawings, images, nothing. They didn't make anything. And this is what Hebrew Israelites fall back on. But the Bible does not say that. Let us continue. Okay, so the Lord spoke to Moses. Here comes the fringes now. Here's where the fringes come in. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites, people, and instruct them to make for themselves tassels." Here's the word that Shane used here in the question: tzitzits, tzitzit, tzitzit, on the corners of their garments throughout the generations. Let them attach the cord of blue to the tassel on each corner. That shall be your tassel. Look at the blue cord, recall the commandments of the Lord, and observe them, so that you do not follow your heart and your eyes in your lustful urge. Thus you shall be reminded to observe all my commandments and to be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I, the Lord your God. Numbers 15, 37 to 41. Here are the tassels. Okay? Let's take a look and see if we can source these and see if they have anything to do with the images that are on the walls of Kemet or any other culture, or to see if they originated with Israelites themselves, because the agenda is, the narrative is, that see, here's ancient images of people with tassels on. So hey, Numbers 15:37, God commanded the Israelites to make tassels. So therefore, if we see any images of any other culture with tassels, that must be the Israelites. That is reverse reasoning. That's reverse reasoning and A-B reasoning. A-B equals C reasoning. You cannot do that. A and B equals C reasoning, where you already have a loaded answer, and thus you look for something to match that, and then you do history in reverse. Nope, people had tassels before Israelites even existed on the planet Earth. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is the word, because this is how we break down things on the Podclass. We're going to get into the actual word itself. Tzitzits, tzitzit, tzitzit, feminine, floral wing-like, projection, four-lock hair tassel. So here's the word right here, tzitzits, by a lock, to tie something up. Garments, something on a garment, to tie something, okay? This is the tzitzits. All right, so there it is in the Hebrew, so-called Hebrew, in the Blue Letter Bible. Now, so what are these people that the Hebrews are showing with fringes? Are they Hebrews? Are they Egyptians? One thing for sure, they are definitely not what the line caption says. Let's take a look back at the image here. So here's the image right here. So this is supposed to be the Hebrews that Hebrew Israelites show. We see a light-skinned guy here with blue eyes. Very interesting. Black Hebrew Israelites. Very interesting. We see a light-skinned person with blue eyes, and this is supposed to be the ancient Hebrew Israelites. Okay, paging all the Hebrew Israelites with blue eyes. Here we go. All right, so what does the caption say? The caption says, close-up of Hebrew figure. And what does it say at the bottom on this website? It says, Fringes, with exclamation mark. Fringes, also known as Gidlim. The Israelites were commanded to wear them on the borders of their outer garments. Numbers 15, 37 to 41, Deuteronomy 22, 12. So what's the assumption here? The assumption here is that if you look at an ancient image on the walls of Kemet or any other wall, and you see anybody with fringes coming off of their garments, they must be Israelites, because the Lord commanded Israelites in the book of Numbers. Too bad we can't find a book of Numbers predating the Septuagint. Where is the book of Numbers? Hebrew Israelites, please pull out the book of Numbers. There is no ancient book of Numbers. There is no ancient Dabarim. There is no ancient Barashith. None of these exist. So if we see these are Hebrew Israelites, right? Absolutely wrong, and that is reverse reasoning. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass now. This is actually from the tomb wall of Seti, called today the Book of Gates. And it's depicting different people in the surrounding areas, and no, none of the titles say Hebrew. Let's get into the source of where this comes from, into the Book of Gates. Here we go, everybody. We'll blow this up. Here's the image from the Book of Gates, from the tomb of Seti. See the people here? See where they got the image from? We'll blow this up. We see the Nachasi, we see the Namu, the Tamahu, and then we see, here we go, the Namu, and there's those things that they are calling fringes there. This is where they stole the image from. They yanked the image from the tomb of Seti, from the Book of Gates, of his Amduat, his imagery, and they literally just took two pictures from the side, ignored all of these, to forget these. What are these people doing with the Hebrews? Ignored all that, found some pictures of fringes and said, see, those are Hebrew Israelites. Forget what the wall says, forget what the story's about, forget what the natives say. We're just going to say those are Hebrew Israelites. All right, here's the image. Here's more imagery again. And this is from the Book of Gates, from Seti. Okay? We source the image here, Bibin al-Malak. And we're sourcing the image of where it comes from, nothing to do with Hebrews. All right, here we go. All right, these people are called Namu, and the term encompasses anyone who is Assyrian, Asian. In the Assyrian Asian area, the word Namu is clearly on the wall beside the man. So you see, on the wall here, see if I can find the image here. On the wall here beside the man, is this right here? Where did it go? Where did it go? We can see where it names the people. And the word beside him, underneath him, beside him is Namu. Namu is there. There's Namu, Tamahu, Nechisi, which is the Tamahu, which is the European, the Nechisi, and then there's the Ret Em Romeh. The Ret Em Romeh, and the Ret Em Romeh are the Egyptians. There's nothing here about a Hebrew on the walls here. The names are clearly on the walls, who they are. They're inserting the word Hebrew in there, Israelite in there, and there's nothing when the names beside. This is broken down in my book, Melanin Dark Consciousness, which you can ask the moderators. You can go to the website, teachingsofma'at.com website, purchase the book. That is in the book. It shows the names clearly, nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. Okay, let us continue. Here I'm going to show you now the actual wall. Here's the actual wall. Some of the images you see in books are re-renditions, clear to make it clearer for people. All right, so this is it right here, and there's the Namu right here. You see the Namu right there. Nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. Okay, I will show you now that this supposed Hebrew word tzitzit is not a Hebrew word at all, but actually belongs to the people of that area, the same Namu people. The Namu people, the Assyrian people, of the Asian people, that whole area over there, they're called the Namu by the Kemetians. They are the ones that derive the tzitzit. The Bible wants to make you believe that God came down and gave these people this command to wear this tzitzit. And then the Hebrew Israelites show you the Namu people in the Assyrian area. They show you those people and say those are Hebrew Israelites. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here it is. This is the hem, right, which is tugsig. Tugsig. Okay, here we go, everybody. I will show you the Hebrew word for tzitzit. It's not a Hebrew word at all, but actually belongs to the people of that area, and is actually in the language of the Sugiga in the cuneiform. Here's the cuneiform, everybody. The cuneiform root, the tug, right there. There is tug, and it is a word for textile garment. Thank you, Nick. Textile garment. Okay. Here is tag, tucked, to take a hold of, to bind. Here's where they get the concept of the fringe, because it's bind. It's binded. Okay. To weave a cloth. Tuku. From tug. Tugsig. Tugsig is where the Hebrew Israelites get the tzikzig. It's from tugsig. And here is tugsig here, which is the garment. Right? Also word for touch, where they stole and put it in the New Testament as Jesus saying, touch the hem of my garment. It's something that's touched as a reminder. Hebrew Israelites stole it. Here's the ancient word right here in the Sugagi language itself, Kiyingi. The Europeans call the cuneiform. Okay, it means to bind, symbolic of oaths. Okay, so let's break it down, everybody. The fringes that you see on the side of the garments of the Assyrians and the Namu people were ties, because they represented a tie or a bound or a bind. Did you know the word religion means to bind? A bind, which was an oath. An oath is something that you're tied to. It's an agreement. You shake hands on, you touch. You shake hands on, you have a piece of fringe on the side of your garment to represent the specific oath and agreement that you made, called the tugsug, which became tzitzig in the Hebrew. It means to bind, symbolic of oath. Let's go to the treaty of Esarhaddon. Let's go to the root of it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get to the root of this tzitzig to see if these fringes that they're showing my good brother Shane, are these the fringes of the Hebrew Israelites called the tzitzig, or are the tugsag of the people of Esarhaddon of Assyria? Let's take a look. Here is the treaty going back to 675 BC, prior to any book of Numbers ever being written. And this is mid-19th century combined identification when it was found, and it's a British museum. 670 BC. And here it is in the cuneiform right there, as they call it. Okay. And here is the actual tablet in the British Museum. Let me blow this up. Here's the actual tablet. This predates any Hebrew Israelite writing anything. This is the original oath treaty tablet of Esarhaddon. Hebrews actually stole a lot of things from Esarhaddon. We'll just get into this one here. So what does it say here? It says, if you smear your face, hands, or throats with red paste, which is like sapuru in the eyes of the gods, or tie it to the hem of your garments in order to avert consequences of the oath. All right. So you smear your hands, your face with red paste. It's like the sapuru in the eyes of the gods. Or you can tie it to the hem of your garments in order to avert the consequences of the oath, ladies and gentlemen. The Tag Sig was about the oath, nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. All right, everybody. So when you see this man here, what does it say beside his name? The Namu. Namu is the name of all the people of the Assyrian area, the Akkadian area, the Sugagi, the people of Sumer, the people of all that area that they're calling Mesopotamia. The Kemetians lumped them all up and called them Namu. That's your Babylonians, that's your Assyrians, that's your people of Uruk, that's your people of Nineveh, and they are the people that wore the tassels to represent the oath according to the Esarhaddon Treaty, which specifically describes it in 675 BC, before a book of Numbers is even written. So there it is, boom. This has nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of more bonus from that same website. So I answered the question there, but we're going to get into a little bit more from these Hebrew Israelites website, because they don't just end there with the tassels. They continue to go on to lie to the children and the naive people. The evil of the Hebrews altering history does not stop there. They maliciously continue to lie on the ancestors to promote their fairy tale. I won't even debunk the hundreds of lies promoted by this Hebrew website. 2 will suffice. So I'm only going to cover 2. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is from that same website, Sarabi3tripod.com. Israelite images. You all can go there to see. This is one of the most, I'm sure that Tehuti Mos has seen this. His little brother Shane has seen this. One of the most popular images that the Hebrew Israelites promote is this image right here. It's in this website, according to the Torah, Israelites were forbidden to create images of themselves. Incorrect. Somebody show me that in the Torah and I'll give you $200. I'll cash app you $200. Where does it say Israelites were forbidden to make images of themselves? Where does it say that? Nowhere. However, neither the Egyptians nor the Assyrians had such restrictions. Why? Because nobody on the planet Earth had such restrictions. No culture existing on the surface of the face of this planet Earth would ever have such a law to say you are not allowed to have images of your mother, your father, your child, the great events that you have accomplished, a portrait of yourself, a picture of you fishing with your children. No culture would create such a ridiculous law unless you're a culture that is invented, so that you have to come up with a disclaimer, because in the future people are going to say, well, hey, how come there's no images of Hebrews? How come there's no Hebrew toothbrush? How come there's no Hebrew chair? How come there's no Hebrew school? Who's the Hebrew dentist? Was there a Hebrew dentist? Ever since from Adam and Eve all the way to Jesus Christ, Hebrews never had bad teeth, never had a cavity, never had a root, never had nothing wrong with their teeth whatsoever. So we didn't need dentists at all for 4,000 years. Where is the Hebrew doctor's office? Where is the Hebrew farming? So what do? They had to make up a fake law in their minds to say we are not allowed to draw images of ourselves. And that is nowhere in the Bible. That's a fake law invented by modern Hebrew Israelites and Jews to make up, to distract everybody from the fact that there's no images of those people. So what does it say here? Let's look at the little footnote or the caption. It says, young Hebrews gathering grapes. Young Hebrews. What? Okay, so all in the manner of the service of the field. All in the manner of the service of the field, all their service, wherein they made them serve with rigor. Exodus 1:14. So the young boys, you see, you have to put young to make you sympathetic, like as if anybody knows the ages of these people. Was King Tut young in Kemet? Nope. Who was a young boy in Kemet? You're a man at 13, but of course you have to put young boy to create a sympathy. Then they say these Israelite children are about 10 years old. How do you know that? How do you look at this picture, Hebrew Israelites, and formulate that these people here are 10 years old? Wow, the Hebrews are some evil people, man. There's some evil stuff going on. Israelite children about 10 years old. They worked the fields of the Egyptians as their parents labeled in the brick pits their days off depending on which of the many Egyptian deities their master worshipped. Where did they get that? Where does it say that? Nowhere. Hebrew Israelites, stop lying to the children, stop lying to the naive, stop lying to the people. There is no ancient culture of you. Stop stealing images. But where's this image from, though? Is this really an image of Hebrews 10 years old? Poor Hebrew Israelite boys? Where's this from? All right. All right, so they cut out an image away from the context, add a caption below, boom. So all you got to do is cut out an image from a context, add a caption below, and boom, you're now a Hebrew scholar. We will not let you get away with that here. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So what is this whole scene that the evil people clipped away? Why did they clip away the whole scene? When the Hebrew Israelites show you a scene, notice it's square. They're clipping something out of it. They don't want you to see the whole scene. Let's take a look at who these Hebrew boys are. Uh-oh. What's this, everybody? Neket. This is Neket, the astronomer of Amun, 18th dynasty, Karnak temple. He was a priest under Tehuti the fourth, 1400 BC. Let me blow it up for everybody. Here's Neket here with his family. You see that? Neket here with his family, hunting, fishing, with his children, his mates. Here he is right here. And it's from this image here, an image of a man with his family. And below it continues. Here it is, because farming was not slavery in Kemet. Farming was imitating Asar. Here it is, continued. Here it is. Here they are. And boom! Here's the whole scene. Does this look familiar, everybody? There's the whole scene right there. There they are. There it is from the tomb of Neket. 1400 BC. Here's why the Hebrew Israelites hate dates. 1400 BC. 1400 BC. When were the Hebrew Israelites in Egypt? Anyways, I'm not even going to get into that. I'm going to sidetrack from the class. But anyways, here's the full imagery, and here they are working, making food for their families, hunting, fishing. These are what the Kemetians do. There's no slavery going on here. There's nothing happening. Nothing in the writing saying these are 10-year-old boys. Invented. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podclass. We're exposing the evil lies. Here's another one here. Look at this one. Is this another young Hebrew boy? Hey, look, he has a beard, though. Okay, let's go on, everybody. So here it is. Let's check this out, everybody. We are going to see this is another image directly from the same website. What does the caption say at the bottom? It says, copy of wall painting in the tomb of Ippui at Thebes, 13th century BC, Metropolitan Museum of Art. Now look at this, everybody. Take a good look at the evil. So here is the writing from the source of painting of the tomb of Ippui at Thebes. See how this is in black and white? Notice this writing here is different. This writing is in blue on top of the background because this is what the Hebrews added to the museum. The museum says where this is from and what this is, and the Hebrews add this to the bottom, promoting the sympathy of little boys being servants. Remember what it said? It said these little boys are about 10 years old, right? Little Hebrew boys about 10 years old working the rigor while the parents work the brick fields. So the adults work the brick fields, right? And the little boys, they did the gardening and this type of stuff. They were in the gardening and doing this type of stuff, right? Hebrew water boy. That was written by Hebrew Israelites. This was the museum writing. So this is a little water boy, right? But the Hebrews are so sloppy, family. The Hebrews are so sloppy that remember, remember, when they show this image right over here, see these guys right here, these men right here. It says Hebrew boys around 10 years old. See that right there? Let me blow it up, everybody. So the narrative is that the Israelites were enslaving little 10-year-old boys, right? And they're showing these images back to back right here. They got sloppy though with this one. They got sloppy. Hebrew water boy. Why? You see the beard, everybody? You see the beard on the man? Parents out there. Hey, parents. Parents out there. Can you send Tehuti a picture of your 10-year-old with a nice long beard? His beard is about as long as mine. You see that? Parents out there who have 10-year-old, 9-year-old children, 11-year-old, 10-year-old children, can you send me a picture of your child with a 3-inch beard, please? I would love to see that, because for some reason these little 10-year-old water boys have full beards. Look at the beard. They got sloppy. They were so sloppy in promoting their agenda that they forgot the detail that, hey, they can't say that about this one because there's a beard here. Sloppy Hebrews. All right, so who is this really? A poor Hebrew slave to the people of Kemet doing rigorous work? A little boy with a beard? Okay, I got a little boy. I have a little boy. He's about 10 years old. He does not have this beard yet. I have many pictures of me at 10. I didn't have this until I was like 17, 18, not even. But according to Hebrews, 10-year-old boys, 10-year-old Hebrews have full beards. All right, so where's this picture really from, this 10-year-old boy? Where's it really from? The Met Museum. Let's go, everybody. Let's go to the source. Garden Scene Tomb of Ippui, remember? They shouldn't have put that. They should have clipped this off, because now you can research this. This is the tomb of Ippui of himself. The Hebrews should have clipped this off and just put Hebrew water boy. They're so sloppy, they kept this here. And look at it cut off. Look at this. It says, copy of the wall painting in Hebrew of Ippui, Thebes, 13th century BC, Metropolitan Museum of Art. Look at the word new. See the word new? There should be another word here. See how they clipped it off? What? New what? Is that where it ends? The museum was saying more, but they clipped it off here because they just want you to get this little image here that you feel sorry for this 10-year-old boy who has a hormonal issue, right, with a full-grown beard, right? And they clip off at new, and then they continue with their Hebrew water boy. Nope, Hebrews, you're not getting away, because this is the garden scene of the tomb of Ippui of 1295 BC. Here it is. Remember they said Met Museum? See down here it says Met Museum? Metropolitan Museum. Short form is Met Museum. Here it is. Let's take a tour to the Met Museum, and boom, there it is, everybody. Garden scene, tomb. Here's the full image right here. Here is the image. Where's the Hebrew water boy? Is that him there? Look at the detailed one. Look at this, everybody. Now you can really see the beard. Do you see that? You see the 10-year-old beard? You see him wearing the panther cloth? You see that? This is a Hebrew, right? You see him with the beard there? Okay. All right. So who is Ippui? Who is this really? Who is this man? Is this because it's his tomb, the tomb of Ippui. So he's the one they're calling a Hebrew boy servant in the Ramesses period. But who is he? Actually, a great royal and family man who would be proud to take off his royal garments and farm, because that represents the true man of Asar. Let's take a look, everybody. Here he is, the family man. Here's Ippui, everybody. Here's a little 10-year-old slave. Ippui and his wife receiving offerings from their children. Here he is right here. Ippui, here is your little Hebrew slave. Here he is right here. Seems like a royal man. I don't see anything in here about Hebrews. Here is Ippui. The Kemetians had no problem depicting themselves doing farm work, because that was a representation of Asar, and it was an honorable job. You could show yourself as a royal man sitting down on the throne, getting offerings. You could take all those clothes off and go out and do the farming. That was representing Asar, which is why all the pharaohs were buried with the farmer's tool. Nothing wrong with a raw man doing farming, but according to the Hebrews, that is a Hebrew water boy. All right, boom. There's my answer, everybody. Thank you for asking that great question. So to summarize, the Hebrew fringes are from the Namu. The Namu are the Assyrians, the people of Uruk, the people of Babylon, who had fringes to represent from the word tuksug, which created the word tigsik to zigsig, which the Hebrews took and made that word to make the fringes, but it was really a vow. The tying represented an oath that you would tie to your cloth and you would touch it to remember that oath, and it was from the Treaty of Esarhaddon going back 675 BC. The images on the wall were the Namu, had nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. The website that is promoting that those are Hebrew Israelites are the same websites promoting this nonsense that these are 10-year-old servants with hormonal issues and they are Hebrew slaves and all this nonsense. It's the same website. So boom, that is my answer. Thank you, my good brother, for asking that question. That is my answer. I hope you appreciated it. There's no Hebrew slaves with fringes on. That had nothing to do with Kemet. That had nothing to do. It was an Assyrian, Babylonian, that whole area, all the names that you want to give those people, it was from their culture. So, of course, they're going to be shown with fringes. And the Hebrews stole that, put it into their Bible, like as if it's a biblical oath between them and God. So that now when you go and look at archaeology, and every time you see fringes from the original people, that's the theme. Steal from the original people and tell everybody those people are bad. Steal from the Babylonians are pagan. Steal from the Egyptians are idol worshippers. So now when we look around and find the culture from the original people, we say, oh, look, those are the Israelites. No, those are the same Assyrians that invented the tugsag. Peace. Thank you for that question. Hope you appreciate it. I'm going to check the comments in a moment. All right, everybody. Let me check all the comments to see if the brother heard the question. And let's see. The brother heard the answer to the question. All right. Let me see and check. I'm a little bit behind. It's not showing me in real time, so I got to scroll down. Ahati says, Hebrews equal delusional blacks. Okay. All right. Let me see. Did anybody hear the answer to the question? The answer I just gave. I must be way behind. Let me see if the brother is in here. Did anybody hear that answer, that long breakdown I just gave? I must be way behind. Okay, I see lazy plagiarism. Yeah. Okay, that's getting closer to the real time. Lazy plagiarism. Lazy plagiarism. Committing a fraud. Yep. Committing a fraud. Ptolemaic thinking. Yep. Okay, good. This must be the comments of the actual answer. Okay, I'm getting closer to the real time. Here we go. All lies, folks. Did you Google sinkhole creators? I don't know what that's about. Okay, Ahati Ma'at says, let's go. The only teacher in the conscious community to break down Sumerian culture too. Okay, good. There's Anthony Drain, who says he's spitting venom right now. Okay. Hey, Kemet is here. Shout out to Kemet. Kemet. Where did he go? Kemet says, let me blow this up. I can't really see. Kemet says, Tehuti breaking it down like only the true Saba matrix breaker. Shout out to you, Kemet. I love that brother Kemet. Love him here. He is a great addition to the pod class. Okay. Okay, good. So people did get the answer. Shannon Southard says, that's not a child, that's a man. Exactly. Okay. Desmond says, imagine what else they lie about. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Okay, everybody. So people got the busted. busted and disgusted. Boom. Okay. Saba is in detective. Saba in detective mode. Let's go. Okay, good. And shout out to Danny Salinas. There he is. So the Danny Divine and Danny Salinas. Here's Danny Salinas. Shout out to you, Danny Salinas. I hope you went back and got the. I did answer your question about the Black Knight satellite. In the last one, I hope you went back and reviewed that. Danny Salinas says, "Laugh out loud. Tehuti always uncovers it." Okay, all right. So, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Big Vapes laughs and says, "Water boy." Okay. Oh, there it is. There's the person who asked the question. I always look for the person who actually asked the question. He says, "Boom." Okay, good. As long as the person who asked the question is definitely satisfied. Thank you for your support. And he says, "Appreciated, Tehuti." Okay. All right. There we go. Okay, everybody. Copy that, Master K. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. That is Master K saying that. Shout out to Master K. Where is that from? That's right from here. Boom. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. There it is. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. That is our motto here at the Tehuti Podclass. All right. Desmond says Saba Snake style. Okay. And Arcade Infinite says the teacher's teacher. Shout out to Arcade. Oh, there's Danny Divine, twin. Okay, good. For the first time I've seen you guys both here in the same room, Danny Divine and Danny Salinas. Shout out to both of you. Okay, and the scribe says, let me blow this up, I can't read that. Says, Saba Tehuti's breakdowns are like being in a fight, and when you think it's over, here comes 3 more people to help, non-stop hands. That's a funny analogy. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Okay, all right. Here's a new person I've never seen before. Shout out to you. I think that says Nightfire. It's hard for me to read that. Small Ultra Instinct engaged. Ultra Instinct. Isn't that it was a video game I used to play. Combo. I don't know. Reminds me of something from years ago. Ultra Instinct engaged at the scribe. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna also shout out a couple people who sent donations. Let me refresh. I don't see much donations in today. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, okay. I see shout out to okay, I see Anthony Jackson. Okay, just a couple. Okay, I see. Wow. I see Tehuti Moss with the monster. All right, everybody, listen. Let me go ahead and put this in the room before I take a break. Let me put this in the room because the next question I'm going to give you a hint of what the next question is that's coming up. The next question is oh wow, the Afropic. Ooh, the Afropic. That's on the Afropic and the winged disc. Is E-Manifesto in here? The winged disc, and then the higher and the lower self. What is there a higher and lower self? What is the higher and the lower self that everybody's talking about? Ooh, I see the great questions, space logo. Woo, I see some questions in here, everybody. I see some questions in here. All right, everybody. I want to tell everybody, those who are new, those who are old in the room, this is what I do for a living, everybody. I hope everybody does appreciate it. Please send in your support. Please send in your questions or support. If you do want to support, this is what I do for a living. You can Cash App TT Amun if you appreciate the time and that I put into this. You can PayPal and put in your question or a comment. You may not even have a question. You may send a donation and just put a comment. Thank you for your teachings, Tehuti, or keep the strength alive, or Uncle Shen and Neb, or when is your next debate, or whatever you want to put, and I will put it up on the screen. Okay, And thank everybody for their support. Also, if you want to support by getting writings, the scribe and Ahati Ma'at are about to come on the screen and talk about that. This is my AI moderator. It says support with Cash App questions TT Amun. And then we have here, this is my writing, one of my small piece of literature here, 33 pages, Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can get that by contacting me directly or going to the website, the Teachings of Ma'at website. Here is Stepping Out of the Matrix. That is another favorite. 1 second here. Pull up something. Okay. Can't pull it up right now, but that is another favorites of everybody. That is a book breaking down the Ptolemies, breaking down the Septuagint, breaking down the Fibonacci sequence, the measurement of the fish. So much information is in there. Mere thought, SMA area of the brain, black consciousness, literal black consciousness, the color black. That's in there. Several things are broken in there. And the scribe and Ahati Ma'at are going to come in the room, and they're going to the scribe. This time it's going to be more. The team is going to come in. The scribe, Ahati Ma'at, Tehuti Mos. Let me go ahead and put the link in the room so they can come in so I can take a break. So the scribe, Ahati Ma'at, Tehuti Mos, AJ Magul, Arcad Infinite are all going to come into the room. I think I said everybody. If I'm forgetting anybody, pardon me. I'm I gotta go eat for a minute, but they're gonna come in the room and they're going to break down the website and everything. Shannon Southworth says great information. Thank you, Shannon, for your appreciation. Okay, you guys jump in the room so I can take my break. We already have. There is AJ, the Super Mogul. Okay, you guys jump in the room so I can take my break. Mute your mic, AJ Super Mogul. Mute your mic. Okay, there is Ahati Ma'at. Love the backgrounds. I love the backgrounds. I love the backgrounds, everybody. Waiting for a couple more people to step in. And then from there I can take my break. 1 minute, everybody. 1 moment. Where is 1 moment, everyone. I heard somebody else come in. Okay, I'm going to pop them in the room. Where are you? That is the scribe, of course. And we got Tehuti Mos, Arcad Infinite. There's Tehuti Mos. I think we're missing just one person, Arcad Infinite. One day we will have, one day females will be on the team, I hope. That is up to the women, though. Okay. And what I'm going to do here and turn it on is where to go. For the people in the room, because the brothers will not be able to screen share with me not here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put where to go. Oh, there it is. Okay, here it is. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room for everybody to see till Arcad jumps on. And then I'm going to step out.
Hey, Tehuti Mos, mute your mic, my brother.
Yes, mute your mic, Tehuti Mos.
I'm juicing over here, fellas.
Okay, there we go. So that is on the screen right there. There's the website, everybody. If you all can see that. And there is somebody else just jumped in. Arcad Infinite, that's who we're waiting for. There is the website. Right there. And let me see if it changed, if it switched. Yeah, there's the website right there. Everybody can see, so you all check out that website. The brothers will break it down when I step away. Many different sections of the website. I'm sharing this now for people to see because when I step away, the brothers will not be able to share on the screen. So it is a beautiful website. Everybody go there. You can also see the books there. There's the classes they have. on the Stepping Out of the Matrix book. Okay, with that, I'm going to step away from the mic, step away from the screen, and stop sharing. There it is. And let everybody know, moderators. I don't know if people in the chat can hear me, but for those of you who are in the chat, I see people in the chat asking questions. I'm not sure why, but let me break it down one more time for everyone. The way you send in your questions is you send them in through Cash App TT Amun right there. When you send them in, they show up on my Gmail notification. You can write the question in. If you send in PayPal, you can actually write in more. So it's Cash App TT Amun to send in your question, and it is at Rocky SV. When you send in your question, it pops up on the screen as such with your donation and your question, and it pops up. Johan Billadou said, "What are your thoughts on reincarnation?" That's if you send in PayPal. If you send in Cash App, it pops up like this, black yellow card. Thanks for the knowledge. That is how you ask questions and send in support here, because this is about reciprocity, and this is what I do for a living. For other channels that are just about gossiping, drama, and opinions, you can go there and talk all day, and it's free. And you can just talk and talk and talk. Here, I am a Saba that answers questions based on reciprocity and the appreciation of the work I put in, just like everybody here has paid for popcorn. All right, everybody, I'm going to step away from the room. Take it over, gentlemen. I shall be back. Peace and love, Ma'at Hotep.
Peace, everybody in the chat. Peace to Kemetic 101. Kemetic said nobility on deck. We appreciate that. These brothers keep coming back week after week with me, and this is what it is. This is called consistency right in front of your eyes. That's what we are at the teachings of Ma'at. We are consistent brothers. We're looking to build with consistent sisters, and this is how we build communities and watch our children blossom and grow within the foundations of Ma'at. So I'm gonna let these brothers introduce themselves and share a little bit. And I want Art, or AJ Magul. He's gonna have a Medu Netter name soon. It's gonna have a lot of meaning. He's gonna have a lot of spirit behind it, and he's gonna come roaring like a lion. So this is Art. Art, take it away.
Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love, Hotep Ma'at, to the family. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I'm changing I'm not just getting a name like a nickname. I'm changing my actual government name to whatever name Tehuti gives me. So, all I can do is say that I'm thankful, I'm appreciative, and I'm grateful that I've been led to where I'm at right now in my life. It's been a long journey, but I'm here. I'm happy. Life is good. I just wanted to say something too, really quick, and I'll pass it to one of the other brothers. This week I was really, I don't know if blessed is a Kemetic word, so I want to get out of using words like that, but my heart was really filled. I rewatched when Saba was on Sa-Neter, when he was echoing Kemetic concepts in this time, and he talked about everyone's coming to Kemet. They just don't know it, or they know it and they hide it, and like it just blew my mind. Like Saba will say something and I'll go back and listen to it again, and then I get more out of it every time I listen to one of the Podclass or Meta-Netter or one of the teachings I do with him individually. So I just wanted to share that, like it's like my life is like changing right before my eyes every day, being a part of this culture and under Saba's teaching and what I'm learning from Ahati and the other brothers. So I just want to encourage everybody to be present in what we are being blessed with through Saba and all these other brothers. If you can make time to be present with what is right in front of you, I hope you will get all the wonderful things that has been being presented. And I'll pass to one of the other brothers. I'll pass it back to you, Ahati.
And next on the mic is the great Arcad Infinite, who I'm watching grow right in front of my eyes. Arcad.
Peace. Hotep, my good brothers. How y'all doing? AJ?
Doing good, brother. Thank you. Good to see you, Arcad.
Same here, brother. Yeah, man, I feel the same way, brother. Look at this right here. I feel like I'm growing. I don't know if you guys can see my trying to hold it up, my capora. And yeah, I echo your sentiment, brother, on growing and changing, right because I came to learn, and it's like it's funny because it's such an honor, right, to like get the truth. If you really came to learn, then it's like I'm excited because I feel like a kid, like a baby, because I learned so much. And like you said, going back and rewatching the videos and stuff, we're in such a wonderful time where we can record and we can go back and replay and and be able to digest it. It's just almost like it's better than watching a movie. It's totally different how when you watch a movie several times, how you pick up different stuff. This is real life and this is facts. And you can go look up the museum, the archives, and the newspaper articles, and we're in just such a wonderful time. I just want to just shout out to like you use the word blessed. It is an honor. It is an honor to learn and to be amongst with these brothers standing alongside you guys, learning. It's a beautiful time. And I just want to say hail Saba and shout out to Ahati and their good brother Scribe. And I just want to invite you sisters and brothers to join us on Sundays for this book study. If you really want to learn, join us on Mondays for the Metal Netter Mondays class. It is groundbreaking, the information that we're learning in that class. I only take that class and then I do the book study, and I'm here on Fridays, but it's an infinite amount of knowledge. So I just want to shout out to Ahati. I want to shout out all you brothers, Tehuti Most, Scribe, AJ, and Saba. I'm not going to hog the mic. Hotep Ma'at.
Tehuti Most.
Hotep, good brothers. Hotep Ma'at. It's just wonderful to see the evolution of all of us. I'm sitting here watching it, and I'm humbled. I'm happy, and I'm humbled to be here amongst you all. My whole life, I've been all about finding out who I am, my identity, like we talked about in the last class in our teachings of my art. So it's wonderful to be home and to know that you're home. You know what I mean? No more searching. You're home. You can bed down and you can actually find your place within your culture, because that's one thing we've been missing here in America, and that's our culture. Everybody's been spoon feeding us all these different cultures that none of us never fit in. We tried to identify with them and we didn't fit in, but I can guarantee you I'm where I need to be, and I'm where I want to be, and I'm where my ancestors want me. You know what I mean? Many, many years I've been seeking and searching, listening to my ancestors take me to and fro. And I appreciate every one of those experiences, because now they even give me a higher appreciation for being at home with my family, going through all the mumbo jumbo and all the riffraff and all the BS and all the dinking and dunking. Man, I've been baptized so many times, y'all wouldn't believe. You know what I mean? and never receiving that spiritual connection like I have now with my ancestors. So I'm highly grateful, and I'll leave y'all with this. There's no education here. This is all about modification. We get into modification, and what you saw was an example with Shimbo Shane's questions is all about modification. So peace and love, family, and my good brothers on this forum.
Thank you, Tehuti Most. Tehuti Most is his name actually means a messenger. A messenger. So Tehuti Most, whenever he speaks, you can always tell he has a great message to share. And next is the scribe.
Hotep Ma'at, to the great brothers here on the panel. Peace to the wonderful chat. I love each and every one of y'all, the Moderator, Saba Tehuti, and I'm super grateful for every one of y'all. So yes, of course, we have the Sunday study guide. It's at 7 p.m. Pacific time, and you know we want to see more faces in there. You know, if you it's all about Saba Tehuti's teachings. You know, so this ain't the only time and place that you know we can get a piece of Saba Tehuti. So you know, join us on Sundays. You know, for that excellent class. This coming up week, I'll be presenting. I'll be reading, and we're gonna be getting more into the number 9. You know, we've been breaking down the past couple weeks about the hair, the curl of the hair, the beautiful curl of the hair, that 9 hair, and we're gonna continue to break down that 9 some more. You know, so we can continue to keep stepping out this matrix. You know, it's a consistent thing. We have to be consistent, you know, and it's a beautiful thing. And one thing I want to announce, I want to put out there is the great brother Hati Ma'at. You know, we have a new section on the website for this wonderful brother, and a lot of the works that he's doing and he's putting in that, you know, that he doesn't put out himself. He doesn't really advertise for himself, but I'm gonna do it for him while we're here. So this is one of his books, one of his writings right here. And this right here, you can go to the website here. I'm finna post the link right now, so you can visit a lot of his works, you know, and purchase his books and support this great brother. This is an excellent book right here. You know, he breaks down a lot of the teachings of Tehuti in this book, a lot of the etymology of words and the language. You know, Men, the Great Bull. It's an excellent writing, so go there and, you know, and purchase and support that brother, you know, as well. You know, and if I hope that everyone here has Saba Tehuti's books already. If not, you know, definitely go ahead and get that if you haven't got that yet. You know, if you haven't got that yet, I don't know what you are waiting on if you are in this class and you have not purchased those books. You know, so do what you need to do and make that happen. You know, and we're gonna continue to grow, and we're gonna hold each other accountable, and we're gonna learn, and we're gonna expand together. You know, so I appreciate everyone. You know, thank you all. I appreciate these brothers so much, and you know, I'm gonna do my part to push the energy out there of each and every one of these brothers, because we're doing amazing things, and it deserves to be recognized. You know, so I just want to thank you. I want to thank everyone here. You know, join us on Sunday, 7 p.m. Subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell so you can get the notification. And, you know, so we can continue to do what we're doing. Metanetter Mondays. We also want to see people in the Metanetter Mondays class. It's life changing. It's amazing. You know, it's definitely worth the sacrifice. Whatever you may think that you have to sacrifice for it is worth it. So let's do it. You know, we definitely want more sisters in there. Shannon, I want to see you in the Metanetter class. You know, you're supporting us, and I appreciate you. And we definitely want to see you in the Metanetter class. So hopefully this Monday you can join us. You know, matter of fact, last week Saba Tehuti asked. He said, "Where's Shannon?" I said, "Hey, we're gonna get her in there. So we're gonna give you that little push. You know, come join us. Come join us. You know." Any sisters that's in the chat, or you know, who watches and isn't necessarily in the chat, come join us. You know, we need your energy to double everything that we're doing. So, you know, once again, I just want to give my appreciation and gratitude to everyone. I love everyone here. Peace to the chat. And I'm going to end it there and pass it back to the great brother Hati Ma'at.
Hey, that was great, brother. I wasn't expecting you to give me an advert there. I'm very appreciative. I really, I love Saba a lot. He already knows this, but so that's why I don't really put my stuff out there, because I want to see him get, what he deserves. I know his history. I know what he went through. I know even when he told me he was bitter for a long time. So I know the hurt that he went through also. So the least I could do was to create all this for all of you, so that we could get back to the man that created me, basically. We're doing this for the children. So I'm addressing the women out there. I know a lot of you have children. And wouldn't it be great if your children, if there could be children books of Tehuti's teachings? If we could find, you don't have to be a great writer. You don't have to be one of these Tamahu glorified writers. You just got to know how to write. And there's people here on the panel that can help you edit and do what we got to do. But I created this for the children, your children that you're looking at right now. And the great thing about it is I'm a child at this, and you're a child. So while you're reading to your child what Tehuti taught, a little children's version of the Stepping Out of the Matrix books, or Melanated Dark Consciousness, you're both learning. So it's even better than how the Tamahu's teaching his children. So that's the vision that we got going right now, and we are going to achieve it because we have Ma'at behind us, and Ma'at is behind the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. So we will not fail. What you see now, once again, is consistency. Consistency breeds success. It always does. To those of you that are consistent, you know what I mean. So we are going to be successful at this. I'm going to have, I don't even want to give up the plans. The point is this: we need help. If you don't have money to help, give us your service. We need your service. The time is now. People get off this and watch NBA basketball or whatever you do, that's fine. But you could spend 10 to 20 minutes writing a little something here, a little something there, send it to one of us so we could put something together for the children, and then we start rebuilding a community. So I want to commend these brothers again. I want to say hail to Saba, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. If it wasn't for you, Saba, I would not be here right now. I would probably be in a prison cell. I would probably be on a street somewhere doing drugs. I would be like most of our people, dead. And here you created a netter that has the ability to save our people. So for that, I'm in debt to you for the rest of my life. I love you, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Hati. Thank you, Scribe. Thank you for those great words. I came back, sat down just in time. It looks like. Thank you, everybody, all of you. Arcad Infinite, Tehuti Most, Super Mogul, AJ, Super Mogul, all of your inputs. And I love it that you all can come on here and hold it down and speak to the people while I take my breaks. I appreciate it. And love you all. Peace and love. We're going to get back to the class now. It's already 9:17. Because I started early, we're ending early. So I only have a little bit of time. I'm going to answer a couple more questions and wrap it up. We got some great ones that I see on the way. So let me go ahead and get into it. Shout out to the Scribe. Shout out to Tehuti Most, Arcad Infinite, Hati Ma'at, and AJ Super Mogul. I feel like there's somebody missing, but shout out to you all. Shout out to you all. Peace and love. Let's get back to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get back into the teachings and the questions that were asked. This brother asked a great one. Here we go. Okay, let's see what we got here. We got Tehuti is the conduit back to the Nile culture. Tehuti is the conduit back to the Nile Valley culture. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I do my best. I do my best. Something is missing, and I'm here to add what is missing. Shout out to all of you that I see in other chat rooms, and I see the support that you give here to me, and I see you over there, and I see them. I see people saying there's no cash apps given and such. and it's this the same people over here, and I'm getting massive donations. It's all about the quality that you give other teachers. That's a note to you: give better quality, and you'll have better supporters. Have a channel based on gossip and blah 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 blah. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you, and everybody will feel that your words are not valuable. Okay. All right. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get back into it. The next question is from Duffy. Duffy with a huge donation from I think a week ago, and she gave a big donation. And I can't find her donation now because that was from last week. I already gave her a shout out on the horns, but it was $100. 1 second, everybody, hold on a second real quick. Okay, everybody. Do I look clear? Okay, here we go. I'm trying to fix the camera here real quick. Let me see if faced. Boom. Okay, I guess it's the lighting. I look okay. All right, here we go. All right, so the question was from Duffy. Duffy, who gave $100. She asked 3 questions. 3 questions. She gave $100. Shout out to the sister Duffy for your support. And let me go ahead and pull it up here. One moment. Cut this off. And she actually, let me go ahead and pull her up. Let me pull her up, actually. We're going to pull her up so we can see. This is from Duffy. She gave massive support. I always want to give her props and respect. My laptop is pulling up things super slow right now. Here we go. Here we go. Slowly. 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 Very slow. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think this is it. Nope. Yep, is this it? 16th, 23rd. September 23rd. September 16th. I can't see it. I don't see it, but that's okay. Her question was, I'll pull it up whenever it pulls up, but her question was about breaking down the Afropics. Of course, you know that a question like that is not just going to get a simple answer of, yeah, the Afropics used to comb your hair. You know, I'm about to get into hair. We're about to break it down. Let's go. I'm trying to find the question here. Is this it? It is not pulling up. It will, when I find it, it'll pull up. But her question was about the Afropics, the Afro combs. Shout out to Duffy. We're about to break it down in the Tehuti Podclass. Woo! I hope you all are ready for this. We're going to deal with archaeology. We're going to deal with the language. We're going to deal with the type of hair the Afropic was used for. We're going to deal with the original meaning and the word for hair, how it tied into the spiritualism of the people of the Nile Valley. We're going to get deep. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I was looking for Duffy's question, and I wanted to... Still not pulling it up. Strange. No problem. Don't worry about it. I know what the question was. It was about Afropic. So here we go. Shout out to Duffy for the $100. A week ago, I believe it was a week ago, last week, and she asked about the breakdown, the Afropic. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go with the breakdown. The type of breakdowns you all love. Here we go. All right. Boom, boom, boom. The Afropic. Screen share. There we go. All right. Here we go, everybody. All right. I'm going to do a mic check really quick before I start. I did reset the camera. I want to see if everybody can hear me good. Press 1 if you can hear me and see me well. Press 1 if you can hear me and see me well. Mic check, mic check, mic check. 1 if you can hear me and see me well. One, if you can hear me and see me well. Mic check, mic check. Okay, we got a mic check from Sineti Amun. A mic check from Nightfire. Okay, Maurice can hear me. Oh, there's my brother Mick Mac Lamar. Mick Lamar, new brother in here that is said he's going to be a dedicated supporter. I appreciate you, Mick Mac Lamar. Ahati, press 1. Okay. Kiko can't press 1 because I blocked him. But we have Desmond, press 1. Shembo, press 1. And Camille. Okay, everybody can hear me. Wonderful. Danny Divine. Scribe. Okay, Shannon, Tehuti, T-Dog. Everybody's pressing 1. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass. We are about to get started. And the question was about breaking down the Afropic. Can the Afropic really get a breakdown? Is there really anything to break down about it? It's just a comb, right? Not on the Tutti Podclass, it's not. Here we go. All right, so what is the origin of the Afropic and how does this tie into the importance of hair to the people of the Nile Valley? Let's get into it, everybody. Let's go into the history. We're going into the museums now, straight to the oldest known, what people are calling Afropics. Here's the Afropic of today, and here is the Afropic of what people are calling the past. I'm going to shrink this down for people to see. Here we go, everybody, if you can see that. We are now in the Fitzwilliam Museum, Cambridge. Okay, this is the first, this is the iconic fist comb from the 1970s and a 5,500-year-old comb from Abti in Kemet, taken at the origins of the Afro comb exhibition. Here it is, everybody. Here's a type of comb, an example of the type of comb that the people in Kemet used. Very similar looking. It looks like the type and style of comb has not changed over 5,500 years. Boom. Okay. There's that one from the Fitzwilliam Museum. Okay. And one moment, let me do something really quick. Okay, and now we're going to get into the British Museum. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass, everybody. And in the Tutti Podclass, in the Tutti Podclass, we are dealing with ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Let's get to it, everybody. Boom, we are back. Here it is, British Museum, number EA 61832. And what do we have on British Museum number EA 61832? We have description: long wooden comb with a single set of 9 long, large taper teeth, of which one is broken. Handle tapers towards each edge, into which 2 pairs pronounced notches have been cut. Both surfaces of the handle have been decorated with the form of incise lines in a crisscross pattern. Here it is right here. Boom. Does it look familiar, everybody? All right, we're going back to ancient combs, old combs, and we see the concept of the combs have not really changed. And this goes back to the excavation spots in what they're calling Nubia. Okay, so there's your ancient picks. There's your picks. Seems like as we go over thousands of years, the comb is not changing. All right, here we are again. Another angle of the same comb from the Fitzwilliam Museum. There is the Afropic. All right. This class should be over right now, right? It should be over. That's it. I showed the Afropic. I showed its history, where it goes back to. It should be over, but no, not here on the Tutti Podclass. We are about to get into it. Let's get deeper and deeper, everybody. Welcome. So let's take a look at the beautiful hair of the people of Kemet and the secret symbolism of what hair symbolized. What is the secret symbolism that hair symbolized? Let's take a look, everybody. Let's go straight to the ancestral artifacts of Hesi Ray. Hesi Ray. Actually, I was just teaching my goddesses about Hesi Ray, I believe on Wednesday. And one of them asked, what does Hesi Re mean? Well, to that goddess who asked that, and to the goddesses who I was teaching, here's a beautiful depiction of Hesi Re. Look at him. Look at the brother. Things don't change. There he is. There is Hesi Re. You'll find here at the Tehuti Podclass, I do not get into foolish arguments about what race the Egyptians were and whether the Africans were black and all that foolishness. I just let the artifacts do the talking. That was arguments from 1993. We are far past that. We are now into the teachings of the ancient ancestors. And we already know Africans or so-called were black. Let's get into what they were actually teaching. What was their symbolism? Here is Hesi Re, the noble one of Ra. Hesi Re was an ancient Egyptian high official during the early 3rd dynasty. His most notable title was Were Ibn Sen Yu, meaning either great one of the ivory cutter, or, remember we were talking about the Hebrew Israelites and the dentist? Here is great one of the dentist, the great one of the dentist. Here's Hesi Ra. Children and ladies and gentlemen, we have an ancient Kemetic Nile Valley dentist, okay? What would you be today without your dentist? Imagine that. Cultures, show your dentist, please. Here we are. So here's the early dentist here. His tomb noted for the paintings on cedar wood. Cedar wood panels. Look at the good brother. Look at the hair. You definitely need an Afropic for that type of hair. Okay, here's another image. Here's an image here. Middle Kingdom, 2000 BC. We'll blow this one up. Boom. Okay. Beautiful brothers, 2000 BC, 11th dynasty. Get a good look at the brothers. Standing strong. That is great. Shout out to the brothers who left their legacy behind for us. And here is Kemset getting her hair done. And there they are right there. There we are right there. Boom. Beautiful sister. Same hair. Definitely need an Afro pick. And look at the sister right there. All right. Beautiful, beautiful image right there. All right. And let's continue, everybody. This is going to be a beautiful class. Beautiful images that the Kemetians left behind for us. We're teaching you about hair, about the Afro pig, the ancient dentists, and the symbolism of hair. Let's get into it, everybody. We are still going. Here we are again. I love this picture, so I keep showing it. Picture right here from 5,500 years ago, Fitzwilliam Museum. Let's look at some more images. Here we go. Who's this brother right here? We got another image over here. And this is from the Middle Kingdom in 1981. Not 1981 of a couple years ago, but 1981 BC. Okay, and this is from excavation 1923 to 24. And just wanted to show the image right here. Boom. Okay, let's keep going, guys. Let's keep going. Let's understand the hair, the symbolism, and why am I showing this type of hair? It's going to link into the symbolism. Now, we're going to get into the beautiful brother, Mehi Pere. Mehi Pere. Here he is right here. Mehi Pere. This is from Valley of the Kings, KV. KV 36. Mehi Pere, lion over the dominion. Right? Lion over the dominion. The great lion. Okay? And here is Mehi Pere. Let's take a close-up look at the brother and his Per Amharu. This is the Per Amharu of Mehi Pere. I'm actually working on trying to get this translated. I'm working on that. And there is the brother Mehi Pere. It looks like he's just sleeping. Look how well preserved the Kemetians have themselves, where it just looks like a slim brother sleeping. Like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Hair is the same, skin is the same. It just looks like he is resting. That is how advanced the Kemetians were at self-preservation. We're going to talk about self-preservation with the next question, the so-called lower and higher self. Self-preservation, there is Mehi Pere. Okay. Boom. All right, everybody. And there's Mehi Pere's Ba. This is the Per Amharu of Mehi Pare, and there he is in his Actet boat, there sailing, moving through conscious realms in his Actet boat. All right. Let's go, everybody. We know we got more to break down. These are just some beautiful images, and now we're going to get into deepness. Here we go. What type of hair is associated with Afropics? What type of hair is associated with Afropics? Okay. What type of hair? Of course, this type of hair. Very, very important why this type of hair was associated with Afropics and what did it signify to the people of the Nile Valley. How intricate were the people of the Nile Valley, where they would even take a symbolism, something that's growing on their own body, and make a spiritual symbolism out of their own hair. Here it is. So guess what the people of Kemet called the comb? What did they actually call the comb? And what did they associate it with? Okay, so here's the ancient comb right here. What was it called? It was called Aab. The Aab. What does it mean? To card wool. To card wool. That's not a common term in 2022. I know a lot of people are not familiar with that term, but they are associating their hair with wool. The actual comb is named after something that deals with wool. To card wool. To comb. To card wool. And let's take a look at an image here. This is an image from a brother wool carding in Ethiopia and Kemetic highlands. And this is called wool carding. Okay, you see this wool carding right here? This doesn't look like an Afropic, does it? Any? Paper, the whole one. Wool carding. This does not look like an Afropic, does it? But this is a tool used to card wool. But the same name for the comb is also Aab, which is to card wool, showing they're associating it with wool and a woolly texture. And there's a reason for that. Okay? So this is Amenhotep the third, another strong looking brother. Get a look at how the brothers used to look. This is how we used to look. None of these brothers really look like Trippie Redd. We've changed the look. We don't look like that. We look like this. Here's the brothers right here, and we represent this type of look. Strong men look with symbolism, and this is how we looked. Okay? The look of men today has been completely distorted and destroyed and effeminized. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let us continue on. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, now we're going to shrink that down and look at it all together. Now we're going to get into the deep symbolism. So here's the A'ib, the carding wool. There's the comb. There's these people. There is Mehi Pare. There's the beautiful afros. There's the original dentist. There's more afros. And now we're going to get into the actual spiritual symbolism and how intricate and precise the Kemetians were. Here we go, everybody. Thank you, Nanny. Okay. Now I will show you something very interesting. To us, the word Neb, Nebdet, represents the all. So when you look at the word Neb, it represents the all-powerful, completeness, the Lord's, kingship. That's what this word meant in ancient Kemet. Neb, Neb, the Lord, the master of something, such as Neber-Chur, Neb. Okay? So it was a word for lords or royalty, kingship, completeness, Neb. That was Neb. It was a basket. We'll actually get a look at the word in the Moderator. And here it is right here. Here it is right here. For every, see, every is all, and there's the word Neb. Neb is every. Every goddess. For every animal. Neber-Chur. Look at Neber-Chur. Neber-Chur, a name which originally applied the god of the universe. That was all. Which was subsequently given to Osiris and indicated the god after he completed his reconstruction of his body, which had been hacked to pieces. So it represents all, or a lord, everything and all. Here it is right here in the Per Emharu, page 2. Ascribe praise to Ra, Lord. See right there, Neb. Neb, Lord of the heaven. Right? Prince life, strength, health. So we see the Lord. See that? So we know that Neb means all, Lord, every. So there's Neb, all, Lord, Nebrature, the universe, Neb, every. So it's all encompassing, completeness, and the word for Lord. Now that we've established that, let's take a look and let's get deeper and deeper. Now, we will look at the people of the Nile that were called Fuzzy Wuzzies. Has anybody ever heard of that term? The Fuzzy Wuzzies, because of their woolly afros, okay? Let's take a look at the so-called Fuzzy Wuzzies. That's what the Europeans call them. Here they are, the Fuzzy Wuzzies of the Nile. They didn't just want to call them Egyptians. They call them Fuzzy Wuzzies. What are the Fuzzy Wuzzies? Let's take a look at why they call them that. What is that? Fuzzy Wuzzy was a term used by British soldiers for the Beja warriors who were supporting the Mahdi of Sudan in the Mahdiist War. The term relates to elaborate Tifa hair style favored by the Haddon tribe subdivision of Beja. Beja people were one of the several broad multi-tribal groupings supporting the Mahdi and were divided into 6 tribes, and it goes on. The 6 tribes, all of these are semi-nomadic, inhabit of Sudan's Red Sea, Libyan desert, and southern Egypt. Beja provided large number of warriors to the Mahdi's forces. They were armed with swords and spears, and some of them carried breech-loaded rifles, which had been captured from the Egyptian forces, and some of them acquired military experience in Egyptian army. So here are the Fuzzy Wuzzies, as they're called. They're called that by the British soldiers. So they saw them, they saw this type of hair, all this thick, large, woolly hair that today we would call afros, and they call them the Fuzzy Wuzzies. Okay, see the beautiful brothers in the hair. See the beautiful brothers, same thing. So the Europeans are just naming people, not what they're calling themselves, but renaming them. So they're calling these people here. They see these people in Sudan, which is Kemet, and this is the royal dentist. But then you see them today, and you say they're the Fuzzy Wuzzies. Okay, so here's the Fuzzy Wuzzies. Here they are. Okay, here we go. Guess what the Medunetta word for the people of woolly hair were. So the so-called Fuzzy Wuzzies, the people of the woolly hair, the fuzzy hair, there was a Medunetta word for them. There's a Medunetta translation. Let me go to the chat and see if you can guess. What do you think the Medunetta word is for these same people, the Fuzzy Wuzzies? What were they called? What were they called? The Fuzzy Wuzzies, what were they called? There's a Medunetta word for them. Guess what they were called, everybody? Guess what they were called? Okay. You know what they were called, everybody? The Fuzzy Wuzzies. They were called, look at this. They were called the Neb, the Nebti. You see that, everybody? The Nebti. Then in Kemet, they have as wig headdress. So right off the bat, the Nebti applied to a headdress or some type of hair covering or hair recently dressed. Nebti, hair, to plait or to twist, twisted hair, right? Twisted hair, or the Nebt, the same word for Lord, with the same word for the Fuzzy Wuzzies. And I'm going to show you where these Nebt are the Fuzzy Wuzzies. Watch this. Look at this. Okay. So you look at the word Afro, and guess what Afro means? I'm going to go over here. We're going to go right to etymology.com. I'm just adding this. It wasn't even a part of the class. I'm just going to throw this in. I'm going to do this live and see what it shows. And we have Afro. We're going to click on Afro, see what happens. We have Afro from Afur, and it is Afro, modern, Afro, Phoenician, Afro, bushy, full bushy. And there's one definition that says cloud or foam. Afro, cloud or foam. So we're going to go back to the Neb, and here's Neb. And they have here as a lock of hair or a kind of a cloud. Okay, a kind of a cloud, flat twist. And here's the Nebtiket. By the way, Nebti is the same, the word that they're using when they talk about the Nakada, the people of Nakada. There's no such place, there's no such Nakada. There's no Arabic words for our culture. There was called Nebt, the place of the Nebt, the place of the Lords. That's what it was called, Nebti. It wasn't called Nakada. Nakada 1, Nakada 2. Show me Nakada in the papyrus. It was the Nebt. And look at this, everybody. Look at one of the definition of Nebt, from Lord to Sudanese people with small, round curls all over their heads. Fuzzy Wuzzies. Do you see that? So the same word that the Kemetians call Neb, the dictionary doesn't give the definition of Neb. Neb that says means Lord, which were the Sudanese people, which were the Kemetian people. But then they say the Fuzzy Wuzzies, people with small, round curls all over their heads. What ancient African black people didn't have small, round curls all over their heads? They call them Fuzzy Wuzzies. But they're called the Nebtuket, the Nebtet, which deals with hair, okay? On page 368. So the same word for Neb, Lord, is the same word for these people. The same word for the people with the woolly hair, or the same word for Lord. Same word for woolly hair is the same word for Lord. But they're not going to tell you that due to unfortunate racism, okay? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Rulers, the word Neb is also eternity, all. What was another symbol of eternity that was used to encompass the name of the lords and the rulers? What was the other symbol of eternity? It was a symbol called, the Europeans called the cartouche. It was called the Shen. Here's the Shen. It was a circle, but it was elongated for a name to get in there. And it represented eternity or the sun, called the Shen. So Shen was another word for eternity or all. This is in the Louvre Museum. Here it is in the Louvre Museum. This was called the Shen, the eternal encompassing circle, also symbolic of the sun. Okay, everybody, we're getting there. Here we go. What is Shen? So remember, Neb was a word for Lord. It was a word for the lords. It was a word for everything, the all, the rulers, eternal, and it was also a name for the people that were called Fuzzy Wuzzies. They were called the Neb. It was also the name of one of the oldest parts of Kemet. Nakada was called the Nebt. Okay? Nebt is a word that also means the all. Well, so is Shen. Look at Shen. And they say Nebt is the people with the little small circles in their hair. So we know the word Neb directly ties into a circle, or the all encompassing is a circle, and that's why the Shen is a circle with a name in it, and it's elongated, but originally it's just a circle. Here it is right here, Shen. Shen is circle, endless time. So we know Shen is eternity or circle. There is the Shen right there. That's what it originally looks like. The people with the small circles in their hair were called the Neb, the lords, or the Europeans started calling them Fuzzy Wuzzies. Lord means eternity or all. And here is Shen, which is endless time, eternity, circle. The lords were the people with the tight circled hair called the Neb. Here is Shen again, Shenu, to go around or to encircle. Here it is right here on page 743 of the dictionary. This symbol here, this circle here, or this loop here, represents to go around in a circle. Okay? It is also solar, sun, because the sun is a circle. See, circle, circuit. Okay? Going around, revolving. So anything revolving, going around, is considered a Shen. The people with the small circles in their hair that would need Afropics, they were called the Neb, and Neb were the people with the small circles, and they were called the Neb, the rulers, the eternal ones, and Shen is a small circle that the king's name was put in, and it means eternal one and a circle. But what else does Shen mean? Shen Etin, circle, solar disk. So it deals with the sun. Okay? So we got that. Solar disk. Wonderful. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are about to continue with the information. Here we go. All right. So now we're in XX1 of the dictionary. And we see the little loop, the chord, and we see, interestingly enough, three circles, three spirals going upwards, and it is to set. Set is another word for fire or dealing with the sun, and it is to set. Okay? Now here, we see the curl spiral is also the word set, which is fire, the sun, which is naturally attracted to the color black. The word Kem means black and burning fire. Okay? Let's tie this on in, everybody. Watch this, how it works. So remember, the Neb were rulers. The word means eternity associated with woolly hair. But why? Well, I've shown you that the Shen is a symbol word for eternity, the symbol that the Lord's names go into. Well, guess what else Shen means? Let's go to the words of the people of Kemet themselves. What else does Shen mean? It means eternal. And let's see what else Shen is. Neb is eternal. Neb is the people with the woolly hair, the circled hair. Shen is eternal. It means circle, and it is eternity. What else does Shen mean? Here we are in the Param Haru. Uh-oh, Shen is hair. You see that, everybody? The word Shen is hair. When you see that little symbol at the top of the S, it makes a sh sound. There's the Shen. Shen, there's Shen, and there is the N, and it is hair. So the word for hair in Kemet, the circled hair, let me see if I can move over it. The same word for hair in Kemet was a word for endless time, eternity, go around in a circle, of course, because the hair was a circle. There's the symbol right there. There is the going in a loop or a tight circle or a round circle right there. It is circle. It is a Shen, and it represents eternity. The lords whose name go in here, because those are the lords, the kings, their name goes in a Shen. They were called the Neb, which is people with the tight encircled hair. And they were called the Neb. The word Lord means eternity. Their Shen is eternity. And here is Shen right over here. Shen, which is hair. And you see the loop hair. And then you see the three loops here. Some type of curl. And it is Shen. So boom. The eternal Shen, the circle, the sun, was also the word for woolly, curly hair. The original rulers of Kemet, the wise ones, the bright ones, people of the sun. Oh, you thought sun was an English word? Bing bong. Sun. What we're calling the sun up in the sky, what we're calling fire, which is the set, the fire, which was the other term for the hair, the set and the fire. We're calling sun. Sun is a Kemetic word, ladies and gentlemen. It means to know, the learned wise men. The learned wise men, the learned wise people, the lords. There is the sun symbol, there's the loop right there. Boom. They were the people of the sun with the woolly hair. They were the Neb, they were the lords. Today called the fuzzy Wuzzies, the original people of the Nile that they tried to deny. There they are right there, called the fuzzy Wuzzies to the British, but to the ancient Kemetic people called the Neb, the people of the Shen with the woolly curly hair. Okay, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We are going though. We're not done. I'm not done. Let me move up here a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. And there it is. Okay. So those are the people of the sun, the people of the Shen, the encurled circle, and therefore those are the ones who would need the Afropic. Go ahead and show everything. There it is right there. So there's no question at all of what the people were about. The hair tied into a word that meant dealing with wool, combing out wool, the A'aib, combing out wool. Those are the people of the sun. People of the Shem, I broke down in last class, they were the Hamamit, the people of the sun, today called the fuzzy Wuzzies, very proud of their hair to the point that they would take the symbol of hair, the curl of hair, And they would have that symbolize the Shen, which was so important to the Kemetic people that they would put each king's name in it to represent eternal life. And the Kemetians were so much into the microcosm, macrocosm principle that not only would they have their name in the Shen, but just when they looked in the mirror and saw their woolly hair, it would remind them of the Shen, the encirclement and empowerment of eternity, of everlasting life, just by looking at the hair and the 3 curls or the curls in the hair, because they were the Neb, the hair, the Shen of eternity. And they were the people of the sun, because in the ancient times, sun meant learned one. And that's why when you're called intelligent today, you're called a bright one. Boom. Wear your crown, ladies and gentlemen, if you have one. That is my answer, Duffy. Shout out and peace to you. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That is how we answer questions here on the Tehuti Podclass. I am done with that question. Let me stop the screen share. Boom. There we go. All right. I'm going to check the chat and see. Ooh, that's 28 minutes. Oh, my goodness. I'm writing books for people. Here we go. Let me check the chat and see. Well, I don't think Duffy's even in the room. Duffy, if you're in the room, press 1. I'm not sure if Duffy's here, but Duffy has made it clear to me that even if she's not here, I can go ahead and answer. There's your Afropic. There is your comb, your wool. There is your Neb. There is your Shen, the eternal, the Neb, the lords, the fuzzy, Wuzzies, the Nepti, the original name for Nakata 1, Nakata 2, the origins of what people say is Kemet, what they're calling Nubia. No, it was the Nebt. It wasn't Nubia. It was the people of the woolly hair, the fuzzy Wuzzies, and they were the people of the sun, because in order to be a lord or a scribe or a priest or a pharaoh in Kemet, you had to be a wise man. So therefore, each man and woman who had intelligence, they were called sun. Boom, there we go, people of the sun. All right, everybody, let me check the chat and see what's going on and see if people heard the answer. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and move on. Here we go. We got Kamit saying helix hair. That is right. Double helix hair. By the word hair, when you look it up, it means spike. Look up the word hair originally. It means spike, and it represented the spikes of the sun because it came from the word har, which was Heru, the name of the sun. The name of the sun, the face of the sun was called har. They took that word and they dealt with the spikes. Remember I broke down how Quran in the Hebrew Bible was the spikes or the thorns representing the sun's spikes that became the horns of Moses, why they show the sun with spikes, and that's the word hair, and it was the spikes of the sun, and that is Heru, and that's now you have the word hair. Boom, there we go. Sun, people of the sun again. All right, let me check the chat and see what's going on. All right, I don't see Duffy, but she'll get into it. I'm sure she'll watch this later. All right, we got Kamit saying 100 in the chat and 71 likes, so that means 30 Hebrews are slowly being converted. That's hilarious. I like that. That's nice. That's funny. Could be true too. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna check the chat and see. We got Ava putting Aib, everything big. All right. We got Fuzzy Wuzzy's name of one of the Muppets, right? They turn into Muppets, right? Make jokes out of it. Okay, here we go. We got let me get some more paper. Woo woo wee. Okay, we got Nania Setmer saying our hair. That's right. Be proud of your hair, whatever your hair may be. Let me tell everybody this: whatever your hair may be, don't alter it. Don't change it. Whatever it may be proud of it. I'm just showing you that the Kemetians were extremely proud of their hair, of the ancient hair that they have and had, what it symbolized to them. And if you're a part of a culture who has another type of hair texture and that culture broke down what it symbolized to them, because you may be of a culture where the wavy hair of the Native Americans represent the wavy rivers, and bingo, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Teach that, teach it. Be proud of whatever it is, but I'm letting you know, for those who are confusing the Kemetians for any other type of people, I'm letting you know what the Kemetians call their hair and the distinct texture of their hair. Whoever they mixed with later and Ptolemy'd later, I'm talking about the original Kemetians. Okay, here we go. Boom. We got Ahati Ma'at saying Shenu. Okay. I got Ahati Ma'at says these breakdowns are even more thorough in Tehuti's Monday morning. Okay. Okay. We got Ahati Ma'at saying boom. We got Ava saying the solar renews itself every tick. Okay, we got thank you everyone for supporting. We got well, there's Darius. I keep seeing people adding Darius, like Darius is in a conversation, but I'm not seeing Darius's name. Everybody's saying at Darius. There's Darius right there. He says, "Bing bong." A-style hair. Okay, we got Shannon with the fire. And then Darius says, "I call my brother's son because he shines like one." Exactly. In New York, when I used to live in New York, that's brothers. That's what we called each other. What's up, son? What's up, son? What's up, son? Yo, that's my son. What's up, son? It was a very common term. It lasted all the way from Kemet till today. Okay, people calling each other son, like that. Okay, so here we go. Yeet Yeet says, we gain intelligence from the sun. The sun speaks to us, and we speak to it through sound, messages, radio waves. We also have waves in hair, spiral 9, Fibonacci, summation, sequence, coils, antenna. All right, he's typing the world. Kemet says, sun foods, raw berries, tree fruits, and nuts. 85% of my diet. Interesting. Raw berries, tree fruits, and nuts are 85% of your diet. Very interesting, brother. Very, very, very interesting. I know you feel very light and vibrant. Or at least I hope you do. Very illuminating. Master Case is very illuminating. Afro Sheen. Afro Shen. Okay. Love that breakdown. Colombo Tehuti. Love that breakdown. Colombo Tehuti. All right. Robert Williams says, nothing else to say. Kinky Kingly. Yep, Kinky Kingly. Okay, you guys are getting it. You guys are. Big Vapes put up the symbol. I'm not sure what that is, but shout out to Big Vapes. Let your soul glow. Great answer. Thank you. Thank you. I like this brother right. I like him. I am Kundasi also wave water? I think that's him. Shout out to you for learning equals unlearning. I like that. And Shannon says, I feel more connected with my hair than ever. Shout out to Shannon. That's right. Sisters are trying to make you trying to make you hate your hair. They're trying to make you hate your hair. You know, that's where the head wrap came from. Anyways, that's another story. But anyways, they're trying to make you hate your hair. Anki Ma'at says, Hotep, everybody, please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. All right. T-Dog says, excellent answer. Excellent breakdown. T-Dog says, excellent breakdown. Okay, beautiful. I guess everybody, Anki Ma'at says, Tehuti, what galaxy or solar system or planet do you come from? I need to know this. Shout out to Anki and Ma'at. Okay, Conscious Conqueror says, great breakdown. Sun worship. Heru equals hair. Son of God. Exactly. Scribe says, Anki Ma'at, I need this information too. All right, Darius going crazy with the Heru, hair. Everybody's having, this is great. Kemet says, I gotta blow this up because he always types paragraphs. Let me see what he says. He says, some of our women are so lost, they are buying Korean synthetic hair that will one day be used to control the minds via antennae and poison delivery system. Yes. Remember, they have created synthetic proteins. I think Kemet one early Podclass, he asked me to break down the perming of hair, something to that effect. Hair straightening, I believe that was him. But yes, absolutely right. Yep. Okay. Peace to Tehuti just bought the 2 books, but having troubles downloading. Okay. Talk to Scribe. Did you see that? Talk to Scribe. I'm gonna check. I don't know if you got them directly from me or the website. If you got them from the website, Scribe is gonna help you. Let me fix this camera. Scribe is gonna help you. Okay, Scribe will help you. T-Dog. I'm gonna look at my Gmail. I don't see you. I don't. Did you buy them from the website? Scribe, help him out. I don't see. I don't see it. Scribe, if you can also send me the notification received. Oh, here we go. Are you motion? You know, I see a notification of 2 books bought. Patty, does Patty sound familiar? Patty. Okay, shout out to Patty for the 2 book sales, and Scribe will take care of you. Scribe will take care of you. I know the names that I see in the chat don't match the names I see in my Gmail and the Cash App, so it's hard for me to tell who is who. But okay, I'm figuring that is you, right? So Scribe will take care of you. If there's any other issues, Scribe, let me know, and I could send him the books right here in the Podclass. I could send them to him right now. Okay, that is you. Okay, good. Thank you for the shout out to T-Dog who purchased 2 books during the Podclass. You will have those books before the Podclass is over. If there's any issues with downloading them from the website, if Scribe can't help you, I will personally directly send you the books. If there's any issue, let me know. Send me an email, and I'll send them straight to you if there's some kind of technical difficulty. Okay, if I'll help you out. Kemetic says, in my house, no woman can wear the hair hat of my enemy. Thank you, Kemetic. Thank you, Kemetic. All right. Kemetic says, original people, hair is so beautiful that the Tamahu created laws to make them cover it due to jealousy. Somebody send me a Cash App or question on that, and I'm going to show you. I will show you all the laws and the things that Tamahu has done to make you hate your hair and actually forbid particular hairs in school systems. I'll show you all original video footage and all of that. I got that on deck ready to go. Okay, let's get into the next question, everybody. We'll get into the next question. All right. All right. Ahatimaat says Scribe can handle it. Okay, hope so. Hope so. I got faith in the Scribe. All right. Sun Ray. That's right. Sun Ray King. Right? That's why they have a place down the street from me called Marina Del Rey. All right. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Let us go. All right. Next question is, I want to answer a couple more, and I'm going to give a shout out to some of the donations. Let me give a shout out to some of the donations of today. So first of all, shout out to Terry Patty. Shout out to you for the book sale. Shout out to you for the book sale. Okay, I'm going to put shout out to a purchaser of the book during the Tehuti Podclass. Anybody who buys a book through the website and I shout you out in the room, I gotta cut that out. I'm not gonna put your PayPal information because you can't. You bought the book and you can't put the note. Anybody who wants to have their PayPal or Cash App anonymous, leave that as a note. If you want me just to shout you out without the name, it doesn't matter to me. But if you are private, but if you do a book sale, I'm going to just shout you out as T-Dog, and then put the sale. Okay, like go like this. Shout out to T-Dog who made this purchase. Shout out to you. Share screen. Shout out to you, T-Dog, for making the purchase. He got Stepping Out of the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness. Appreciate that, good brother. Enjoy the book, T-Dog. Enjoy the book. Okay, good. Oop. Shout out to you, T-Dog. Appreciate you for the support and for the interest in wanting to learn more at the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to you. Okay, we also have another one. Is this another book sale? Another book. Oh. William, Lucky. So you got the book. So the book lists are just the 2 books on the website, and I guess you found that out during the podcast, and you ended up buying the books. So shout out to William Lucky. I'm gonna put him up here because he already let everybody know that he is William Lucky. So I'm gonna go ahead and put him up here. Shout out to you, William Lucky, for figuring that out. He said he gave $25 to ask for a book list and to show respect. And here he found the book list and he made a book order. He got the order. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm going to go ahead and screen share you, William Lucky, if you are in the room. I'm going to go ahead and screen share you. Chrome tab. William Lucky. There you go, my brother. Shout out to you for the support and for figuring it out, getting the books and wanting to seek more information, supporting the Tehuti Podclass and supporting my hard work. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you, William Lucky, who's also in the room as I think that's Universal Mind. Universal Mind. Shout out to you. Darius is still going off. Darius, Royal, right? Exactly. Shout out to you, William Lucky. Appreciate the support. Enjoy the books. Okay, boom, and I'll do one more, and then I'm gonna get into the next question, which is shout out to. Oh wow, is Tehutimo still in the room? Whoa. Is Tehutimos in the room? Tehutimos, are you in the room, my brother? Oh, there, Universal Mind. You're welcome. I'm glad you figured that out. I want everybody to be satisfied, happy, even though you all are supporting out of free will donations. It still is technically a business because you are transferring money over. And I'm providing the service, and the service is my answers, my knowledge, and your appreciation of it. So just like any customer service, I would never want anyone to think they sent in money, it got lost in the shuffle, or some type of confusion. I want everybody to be happy. I'm the one-man Walmart. I'm glad we figured that out. I'm glad we have a satisfied satisfied customer, brother, and we all got it all figured out. Thank you, brother. All right, here we go. Okay, Tehuti in the house with the monster. The monster donation. Woo wee. Let me refresh the page. Where's everybody? Where's Okay, only a few donations tonight, but this one's big. I think so. Wait. No, that's not a donation. Oh, here it is. Here is. Oh, wow. Thutmose, man. Oh, what is this? Hold on a second, everybody. Clip this off. Where's Thutmose? Here it is. Thutmose, who just refuses to give a low donation. This man is the big donation giver. Shout out to you, my brother. Hey, this is good. It's only 10:16. I'm going to end the class before 12. This is more like it. Shout out to, here he is. Shout out to the one and only monster supporter. He is the newest of the big time supporters, and that is the one and only Tehuti. Used to be a rabbi. Now he's the son of Tehuti. He is the follower of Ma'at. And there he is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. With a 99. This came out of nowhere, Tehuti. Shout out to Tehuti. With a 99999. Shout out to Tehuti. Wow. Tehuti. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are awesome support as always. And look what the support says, everybody. Look what it says. It says, what does it say? It says, Hotep Saba, gratitude, with a question mark, from someone in chat. Let me go, he elaborated in the email a little more. Let me go to that and see what he meant. This is where is it? Tehuti, where are you? Oh, here it is. He says, oh wow. He did what Lamar did. Lamar said, for the people who can't donate, here's a donation. Tehuti, here's what he said. So here's the full message. The full message is right here. Tehuti is so awesome. Here's the message here, and he said, I'm going to stop screen, share screen. Tehuti said, he said, Hotep Saba, this energy is for anyone in the chat who would like to ask a question. Wow, he didn't even send money for himself to ask a question. He said it's for anyone in the chat. For this energy, Hotep Saba, this energy is for anyone in the chat who would like to ask a question. Wow, how awesome is that, right? How selfless is that? Wonderful. Okay, shout out to Ahati Ma'at says, Tehuti with hand claps. Universal Mind gives hand claps. Shout out to the great Tehuti from the scribe. Seneti Amun puts, looks like party things. Hey, Jamie OX, shout out to you. Wonderful. And you are deserving. Thank you, Universal Mind. Thank you. Kemet is still going off. Kemet is still going. He says, we different. No other so-called race has the double helix hair. We different. No other so-called race has the double helix hair. I bear witness. We are the originals. Recognize your greatness. Come from the Tamahu's lower self-existence. We're all gonna have a meetup one day. I would love to see everybody who's behind these avatars. We got to see each other in person one day. I got to see everybody in person one day. I got to see all the characters and energies, how everybody is actually face to face. This would be an awesome kind of a conscious party. Okay, Conscious Conqueror says yes me. I'm not sure what the yes me is for, but yes me. So everybody, I gotta go in sequence. And that is, I got Cleophas. Okay, we got to get to the next question. The next question is, okay, I see Scribe or somebody. I think there's a sister in the chat named Nightlife. I guess she called it. She called her question. So I guess she has a question. Tehuti most did donate for somebody to ask a question. Go ahead and screenshot her question and email that to me, and that will be on Tehuti. So Nightlife got in there first. She got a question, and I'll put it on my list. All right, Nightlife, you're quick on the draw, quick on the finger. Okay, good. It's good. I saw that. Okay, let's get on to the next question, everybody. This is a nice one. What is this? Is E-Manifesto in the house? Is E-Manifesto in the house? Is E-Manifesto in the house? E-Manifesto, are you here? Shannon says, meet up, most definitely. Shannon's hype. And Nightlife says, thank you for sharing your knowledge. Yes, Nightlife, you got in there with you got a lifeline, you got the freebie, you got $99 donated, and you got in there quick with that. Wonderful. And in the future, definitely send your support. He says, what? My question was first. I didn't see you. Okay, everybody, let's go. Is E-Manifesto here? He had the next question. Is E-Manifesto here? Yeet says, I am Kudzani. Nothing wrong with a bald head. We come in many forms. True. Whatever form you come in, that's what you... he said hair is important. But what if you are a bald-headed man like me? What if you're bald-headed like me? You know what's beautiful? Let me touch on that real quick. Okay. Just because the Kemetians focus on the importance of something, it doesn't mean that's what you are or have to be. I want to get that clear for everybody. I want to make that very, very clear for everybody. So let's say the Kemetians focused on darkness and melanin, and darkness equaling fertility, equaling sound mind, equaling complete. That's just what darkness means. That doesn't mean that everybody has to be dark. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to teach Sinbad. That doesn't mean I'm not going to teach Kid from Kid and Play. It has nothing to do with that. Doesn't mean I'm not going to teach. It's just that's what that is. Like if I teach about a Lamborghini and all the importance of a Lamborghini, that has nothing to do with the car you drive. You may drive a Ferrari. You may drive a Honda. That still means that everything great about the Lamborghini, whoever made Lamborghini, he made that greatness, and it's only in the Lamborghini. And somebody could say, well, what if, man, I got a Toyota Camry. Great. Ride that Toyota Camry to the ground. That's awesome. That has nothing to do with the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini stays the same. So when we break down the greatness of blackness, our hair, our curly hair, our dark melanin skin, that is just what it is. That's what the originals, that's what it is. It has nothing to do with what you are now. Look at Ahati, he's very light skinned. Look at Scribe. Scribe's hair is not like mine. It's a little more wavy. Does that mean Scribe is not going to be my technician anymore? Absolutely not. Is Scribe not going to teach about the greatness of dark skin and blackness? Of course he is, because that is greatness. And a Lamborghini is a Lamborghini, even if you own a dirt bike. If you own a dirt bike, talk about the greatness of the dirt bike, how the dirt bike can go through hills and go up ramps, and the guy with the dirt bike can say, hey, your Lamborghini can't do that. And the guy with the Lamborghini says, great, I don't want it to do that. Be great with whatever you are, be that. That's all that it is. So the Kemetians, original blackness is great, and that's just what it was. Okay? That doesn't mean that Will Smith is less than we're not into that over here. But blackness is great. Woolly hair was the natural crown of the kings and the goddesses, and that's just what it was. All right, everybody, let's get into it, everybody. And yes, the Kemetians wore bald head too. And there was greatness with bald hair too. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. What's the next question? So E-Manifesto is not here. So is Hika Kepara here? Is Hika Kepara here? Hika Kepa to the Ra. Hika Kepa to the Ra. I may answer this one last one and close out. I got to get up early for a great leg workout with my goddesses. Squat time. Hika Kepara, are you here? Hika Kepara, are you here? Hika, Hika, Hika. Okay, also, you know what? I want to address something. There was a question sent in from where is it? This one right here. I want to address this one right here. It's from Johan Billadio, and I want to address it really quick. He sent this question in before, and I didn't answer it. I don't want him to think that I'm ignoring the question. I want to actually just comment on it real quick, because I'm not going to get into this for particular reasons. Here's a question here. We'll go ahead and just here it is right here. So everybody, shout out to Johan Billadow, who says, can you talk about Simeon Toco and him stopping the Belgian army? All right, let me just address this real quick. Quick, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is going to be one of the fastest answers here. Let me stop this right here. Okay, so to the Johan Billadew, shout out to you, but I'm going to say this. So, to everybody, who's Simeon Toco? The answer is nobody knows. That's the answer to that question. Nobody knows. Anything that somebody says about Simeon Toco, so first of all, he's supposed to be. Everything about Simeon Toco has to have the word supposed to be in front of it. He's supposed to be a man from Angola who represented Fatima, who had supernatural powers, who was shot by one of the Rockefellers, lured under a tractor. They turned on the chopping drill, chopped him up to pieces. He came back to life. All the pieces came back together. They try to kill him. They try to cut him. They try to do all these things. And all he would do is he'd come back to life, come back to life, come back to life. And then you all have heard of that gross, disgusting Belgian man, the true Adolf Hitler. You can type him in the room if you know who I'm talking about. The one who cut off all the hands of the Haitians. And at any rate, so the Belgians come in now, supposedly, and when the Belgian army comes in, this Simeon Toco, first a group of seraphims and cherubims from the Bible manifest, start killing all the Belgian soldiers, and then they go away, and then Simeon Toco appears This story goes all the way up past the 1960s. And I will tell you this, Johann Billadou, I know almost all the legends of Simeon Toco. I could talk about Simeon Toco for about 25 minutes straight. But I'm not going to do that because... Why am I not going to do that? There's a reason why I'm not going to do that. Somebody went on Sonetta a couple days ago trying to talk about Simeon Toco, and he almost got laughed off the stage. Sonetta was like, what movie is this? What movie is this? Where are you coming from? Where's the evidence? Where's the information? So because of the Tehuti Podclass, we are ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. I cannot find one eyewitness. They say there was eyewitnesses of Simeon Toco. I cannot find one video footage. This goes back all the way up to the 70s. I can't find I can't find any primary source on Simeon Toco other than someone saying they knew an eyewitness. They heard from an eyewitness. This person said this. This person did this. Such and such brother's mother used to know him. His brother's mother owned a dog that was... Unfortunately, at the Tehuti Podclass, I cannot teach off of that type of information because I can't find one tangible piece of information, especially from the Belgian army. Imagine seraphims and cherubims and Simeon Toco destroying the Belgian army, defeating them, and we don't have one Belgian soldier talking to his wife about it, his children about it. There's nothing in the Belgian newspaper about them even losing to that type of circumstance. Now we just get into a fantasy story. I at least need some type of primal evidence from a source, something to hold on to before I teach about Simeon Toco. I'm going to leave it like that because I cannot expound. If I talk about him, people will trust me and they'll believe it if I start talking about it. And I can't send people into any direction like that without prime information. They'll say, yeah, Tehuti was teaching about Simeon Toco. I can't do it. So I'm going to leave that alone until somebody finds me a primary source, footage, something that proves any of these stories. Other than that, it's just stories, and they're not even stories coming from any source. It's just I heard this, I heard that. The stories change. I can't get into it. So shout out to Johan. I'm gonna leave it right there. Let's get into some facts now. Shout out to everybody in the Tehuti Podclass. Let's deal with some information. Hika Kepara is here. I'm gonna answer this, do a couple shout outs, and then close out. Let me find the room to see if... Okay, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, they call him the African Jesus. All type of things. Yeah, all type of things. We need some facts and information. Information. Kemetic says, my question would be, if it's true, why stop with the Belgian army, march to Europe, and finish the job? Yes. Okay, so here we go, everybody. We're going to get into it. The next question from Hika Kepara. First, I'm going to ask, shout out to Heru Truth popped up. Shout out to Heru Truth. I'm going to ask this question and then get into the answer, and this will give me my last answer. And I'm going to shout out the donation people, and then we're going to close out at a reasonable time for once. I get to go to bed before 12:30. All right, so the higher and the lower self. Anybody heard of it? You've heard of Kemetic teachers teaching about the higher and lower self. I'm going to go ahead and put the brother's question on in the room, and we're going to get into it. Oh, then we have Stranger's Space logo. Oh, my. Woo! Woo, woo, woo. That one is a... Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara with the monster donation. Here we go. Here we go, Hika Kepara. I'm going to go ahead and throw you in here. This is from last week, I believe. I was closing down. I didn't get a chance to answer him. This is what you get when you ask a question of this donation magnitude. Here's the answer you get. First of all, let me go ahead and put this in the room. Shout out to Hika Kepara, man. Go Chrome tab. Wow. Wow. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Shout out to you, my brother, Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara. And I believe we give, hold on. I believe we gave a donation tonight. I'm losing track of Hika Kepara. I think he gave another one tonight somewhere in my notifications. I swear. Hika Kepara, did I give him a shout out for that? I think he gave one. Yes, he did. He's in here. He's on the list. Hika Kepara gave a donation tonight and had a past question of $75. Here's what happens when you give a $75 question. Woo! Shannon says this is good. All right. So here's what you get. So the higher and the lower self. You've heard Kemetic. Who here has heard conscious Kemetic people talk about that the ancient people taught about a higher and lower self, right? All right. Here we go. I'm going to do this. I have to maneuver something really quickly. And I'm going to be right back in just a second. I got to maneuver something very quick. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hika Kepara, are you able to go on the to jump on the in the room? Can you jump in here? Are you able to jump in real quick? I want to ask you something directly about this question. This is a big $75 question. I want to ask you something directly, and I want to have you come on here and talk for a minute, and then I'll come on and answer it. But are you able to jump on? Are you able to jump on? Hika Kepara. All those who have questions, send them to Cash App TT Amun, PayPal Rocky SV. We are a room of reciprocity where the teacher is appreciated for the quality of answers that I give. And you will see Hika Kepara and everybody, all the new people, what kind of answers I give compared to when you go to other YouTube channels. But I want to know if Hika Kepara can come into the room. Hika, can you jump in the room? Is it possible? He says, yes. Hold on 1 second. You're going to be my last question. Is Stranger still in the room? Is Stranger still in the room? And shout out to Lance Mitchell, who says, I have a question about Kemet yoga poses and glyphs and martial arts and glyphs. Are the poses real or symbolic? Ooh, send the cash app for that. Send the cash app for that. Absolutely. Great question. Great question. I have not even heard of this brother before, and he comes with a great question. Lance Mitchell. Shout out to you, Lance. Hati says Tehuti's cash app is, and I think it's a link in the room. Okay, go ahead, Hika Kepara, jump on. I want you to elaborate on where you've heard this before, and then I'm going to come answer this, and we're going to close out at a decent time. Hika Kepara. Woo-wee. Let me get some more water. We're going to close out at a nice time. All right, Hika Kepara. Hika Kepara. He said, yes, hold on one sec. Let me refresh. My chat room isn't moving. Okay, here we go. All right, Hika Kepara says, it says device not connected. It says you will need to connect their mic and cam before you can. They will need to connect their mic and cam before they can add them to the stream. Hika Kepara, you need to connect your mic and cam. Just like you did last time. You were on here before. Do the same thing you did last time. Okay. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I shall be right back. Just a moment. I want to knock this out before 11 my time and close it up and shout out all the beautiful donations that were given. I'll be right back, everybody. Right back. Okay, we are back. I'm over to the side. Press 1 if you can hear me. I am back. We are ready to do it. Here we go. This is it. Question coming here. Press 1 if you can hear me. Mic check. I am back with the question from Hika Kepara. Can you hear me? Hika Kepara. Is everybody here? Everybody here? Higher and lower self. Here we go. I guess Hika Kepara couldn't come on. God don't sleep. Shannon has faith in me. She says, this is going to be a great breakdown. Ava says, 100, 100, 100. Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Oh, okay, everybody can hear me? Good, we got Universal Mind can hear me. Hey, Rue Tumos can hear me. Maurice Waller can hear me. RPM can hear me. Humbled Up says, what's up, brother? I haven't been on for a while. Humbled Up, Humbled Up, Humbled Up. What? Did you have another name on here? Shout out to Humbled Up. Maybe it's been so long I don't remember the name. Not sure, but shout out to Humbled Up. It does sound familiar. Humbled Up. Okay, shout out to Humbled Up. Oh, Azim. Azim. Shout out to Azim. That's right. I know him. Aerial Trill Productions. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Know him. Aerial Trill Productions. Okay.
No camera.
Here we go, everybody. Uh-oh. Know him.
Oh, that's some technical difficulty, Saba.
Okay, that's okay. You can come on. I'm about to answer the question. That's fine. No problem.
That's some technical difficulty, Saba.
Okay, that's okay. You can come on. I'm about to answer the question. That's fine. No problem.
That's some technical difficulty.
Okay, I'm gonna.
The camera not working.
The camera's not working?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Heck, kept rocking. Hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, he's gone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's gone. He's out of there. All right, we got Ava. Oh, we got Cannabis Spa has entered the room. This would be her morning, I think. I think this would be Cannabis Spa's morning. Good morning, Cannabis Spa. Good morning. I think it's morning where she is at. Shout out to Cannabis Spa. And okay, let's go ahead and answer the question. So everybody in the room has heard the higher self, the lower self, which you need to recognize, and you get all these answers and all these. The Kemetic, see, Set was the lower self, and Heru is the higher self, and you get all of this stuff. And it's become accepted teaching. It has become definitely an accepted teaching that the ancient people definitely taught about the higher and the lower self. Is it an ancient teaching, though? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I separate. I'm the filter. I separate the New Age nonsense from the ancient teachings, and we separate them, and we bring clarity and purity to the original path, and then you take it and do what you wish with it. Let's get into it. Okay. Higa Kepra, you there, my brother?
I'm here, Saba. For some reason, the browser's blocking my camera.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that before. So, okay. So, the higher self and the lower self, just a quick question. Have you heard this from other conscious teachers, right? The higher and the lower self?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. And what do they say? Are they like Kemetic? Do they say like Set is the lower self, Heru is the higher?
Correct.
What you need to recognize, so hold on, let me get some water. Set is the higher self, Set is the lower self. And yeah, so you've heard this from not only conscious people, but particularly Kemetic people, referring to Kemetic teachings.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Let's see if this is Kemetic teachings. Let's see. And you want to know what my teachings are on this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for the respect. Thank you for having faith that I can answer and give you the knowledge that you can't get anywhere else. And you are about to see a $75 answer. Here we go. Thank you for your support, my brother. I'm going to go ahead and get into it. A lot of Moors teach us right. Right there. A lot of Moors teach, a lot of everybody, higher self, lower self, occultists teach this. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where the brother asked the question. I'll put it on the screen one last time for everybody to see, for all those who just stepped in the room who have no idea what's going on. You're going to be my last question of the night. I got to get to bed. I've been here we're here since 6. Woo, 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 woo. Okay. Here we go. Oh, let me get Rigo off the screen. Rigo, nightlife. Okay, T-Dog says, peace, Saba. Got the books, excited to dive right in. All right, dive in, man, dive in. They're just going to give you more questions. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. The question that was asked by the great brother Heka Kepara, which is a common taught question or statement. And here it is right here. Heka Kepara, shout out to you, my good brother. You are a great supporter. I'm going to give you one more hand clap because you are a great supporter. And for the new people that just stepped into the room, the way the room works, you send in questions through Cash App, PayPal. It is for the support. This is what I do for a living. You will see very shortly the difference between the quality of questions that you're going to get here, quality of answers you're going to get here at the Tehuti Podclass, compared to if you were to send a super chat question anywhere else or ask someone in person these questions. I have no idea what the questions are going to be. They come in live, and in some cases, when they're this big of a donation and they're at the end, I wait till the next week to give the answer. When you give a question of this high magnitude of donation, I definitely put a book together for you and answer it as if I personally, which I do, I personally create artwork for you. Here we go, everybody. Here is the answer. It is 10:52, and my goal is to be in bed sleeping by 12. Here we go. Oh, this is a lot. Here we go, everybody. Higher and lower self. Higher and lower self. Let's get into it. Whew. We'll put it on the screen. Here we go. Screen share, screen share. Everybody ready? Are all my moderators here? Is Senetia Moon here? Is Anki and Ma'at here? Ahati, Nani Aset Mur. I see the scribe. Okay, see Nani's here. All right. All right. All my moderators, are you awake? Are you here? Here we go. Let's get into it. Boom. Where is the screen? Where is the screen? Where is the screen? Oh, man. Screen share. Okay, Hati Ma'ad is here. Anki Ma'ad is here. Check, check, check. Scribe is here. Check, check, check. Anki Ma'ad is here. Check, check, check. Ahati Ma'ad is here. Check, check, check. Okay. Mick McLemar said, so why would I go to Egypt with any other teacher than our great Saba? Ooh, wait till I'm able to set those up. Wait till I'm able to set those up. I gotta take care of some things, and then I'm gonna be able to set up Kemetic trips, and then it's over. Then the world shakes. Okay, and we got Senetia Moon saying greetings. All right. Yeah, when I set up Kemetic trips, I just hope I hope I come back. I hope I can come back. I'm in a little different situation than everybody else, and they they want me. I'm gonna say that they want me. They want me. They want me out of here. I'm not as free as everyone else. They want me out of here. So anyways, let's go. Here we go. Sinetti's here. Anki Ahmad is here. I know Nania Setmer is here. Ahatimad is here. The scribe is here. And let's go into it. I'm just going to call him MG. MG says, that's what I'm waiting for you. And Shannon says, that would be amazing. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Ava's talking about double dribble. Just going, piece of dub, double dribble. 30 cents before down again. I don't know. Ava's having her own party over there. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into it, everybody. I found the screen share and lost it somehow. Here it is. Boom, 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 boom. And here we go. Let's have a movie. Here's the question again. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, Kepara, can you talk about higher self, lower self, which is taught by almost every one of the Kemetic teachers. Higher self, lower self. Let's get into it, everybody. What does Tehuti say about higher self, lower self? Okay. Get that on the screen. Oh, did I take the 28 minutes for that answer? Let's see if we can do this in 20 minutes. All right. There is a popular concept that was taken from Kemet and the same thing that was done to the Neter, which was taking what was known to the people of Kemet as several beings and transforming them all into just two. Let me shrink this down. God, one God, two devil. Okay, so they take concepts of several and shrink them down to two in the European society. And where we would have several books, papyruses, just into two. Old Testament, New Testament. Notice that? God, devil, Old Testament, New Testament, heaven, hell, everything shrunken down to two. The same pattern, again, has been done to oversimplify for the lazy Tamahu who had no spiritual path or discipline, to negate the diligent, precise study and dedication it would take to become a master or a ba'akur. Well, they've done it again, this time with the aspects of self. They've turned that into two. One, the higher self, and two, the lower self. Okay. This was done to remove the cultural connection to specific aspects of the self, which relate to the story of Asar and your connection to the Neter Kurt, the afterlife, and what each aspect does pertaining to those realms. What people are calling the higher, what people are calling higher and lower self, is really mental shifts of biological imperative impulses that are a result of vestigial traits or retroductions mixed with neuropinephrine that do not match an agreed upon social construct. Any action that results from this has been deemed the lower self. Vestigial traits are retroductions mixed with neuropinephrine. Tehuti, you're going over ahead. Let's walk through. Let's start with retroductions and vestigials. All right. So, just again to read this again. Okay. This higher self and lower self concept of this transforming of multiple selves into just two. This was done to remove the cultural connection to specific aspects of self, which relate to the story of Asar and your connection to the Neter Kurt, the afterlife, and what each aspect does pertaining to those realms. What people are calling higher or lower self is really mental shifts of biological imperative impulses that are a result Vestigial traits are retroductions mixed with neuropenephrine that do not match an agreed upon social construct. Any action that results from this has been deemed the quote-unquote lower self. Vestigial traits are retroductions mixed with neuropenephrine. Vestigial traits or retroductions mixed with neuropenephrine. Tehuti, you're going over ahead. Okay, let's walk through. Let's start with retroductions and vestigials. Here we go, everybody. Retroductions and vestigials. So, retroductions in embryology. So, every person on Earth at the age of 6 months develops a thick coat of hair as an embryo. Then we lose it right before birth. Why would we develop hair at 6 months? 6 months in water. That is 98.6 degrees. It is not for warmth. A juvenile chimpanzee develops hair at this exact same age, but it keeps it and the hair continues to develop. This is called retroductions and embryology. Because of evolution, because of transformation and evolution, we still hold traits of other type of beings that were used to make us, or that we evolved from, or that we are connected with, and they're vestigial because we don't use them anymore. So the hair drops off. But the hair continues with chimpanzees. It develops at the exact same age. Okay, that is a retroduction of hair growth at 6 months. Okay, then we have embryos in evolutionary history. We have what's called gill slits. Fish have them, reptiles have them, birds have them, but wait a minute, humans have them as well. Why do humans have gill slits? Okay, as we look at the evolution of embryos, we're going to see that if you look at a fish, a reptile, a bird, and a human, you actually cannot tell the difference when magnified between a fish embryo, a reptile, a bird, and a human. In the womb actually look almost identical. You would not be able to tell the difference in looking at the embryos in evolution, and all of them contain gill slits. We know that fish, reptiles, and birds, what are the similarities and what are the retroductions and vestigials in fish, reptiles, and birds? Well, reptiles are known for having what type of skin? Scales, right? Why? Because they evolved from fish. Fish have scales. Did you know also that chickens have scales? Take a look at a chicken's foot once again, and you will see the scales all evolving from the same genetic traits, but boom, humans have them too. We actually have gills, and we actually still need lotion. And cocoa butter and shea butter, we will dry up, similar to other amphibious beings such as frogs, but that's another story. Anyways, so humans grow gill slits. This is evolution, retroduction, and vestigial traits. Okay. All right. Now, what happens with these vestigial traits? Because in order to understand so-called higher and lower self, as they've said, which is actually no such thing, but as they said, we have to understand what is the self, what makes a person, what makes a so-called human, what is yourself, what are you composed of in actuality. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the 2T Podclass. We are continuing, and now we're going to get into, let's shrink this down again. Okay, and we're going to get into Palmer's grip. Let's get into Palmer's grip. What is Palmer's grip? Palmer's grip, a grasp reflex, is supposed to be a vestigial behavior of human infants. When placing a finger or object to the palm of an infant, it will secure grasp. This grasp is found to be rather strong. Some infants, 37%, according to 1932 study, are able to support their own weight from a rod, although there is no way they can cling on to their mother. The grasp is also evident in the feet too. When a baby is sitting down, it is prehensile feet assume a curled posture, much like what is observed in an adult chimp. An ancestral primate would have had sufficient body hair in which an infant could cling, unlike modern humans, thus allowing the mother to escape from danger such as climbing up a tree in the presence of a predator, without having to occupy our hands holding a baby. This is called today Palmer's grip. I have an image of Palmer's grip. So here is the real Palmer's grip that is seen in chimpanzees, monkeys, and other primates. We are a primate as well. And here it is. You'll see the foot of a monkey actually looks like a hand. The hand and the foot are actually the same. They cling. And if you put your finger on a baby's foot, it will try to cling onto it. Same with the hand. It's a prehensile reflex. And that allows them to do things like this. Use their hands as feet and vice versa. And also cling on. Here is a set of babies. This is from a video I have. And they're actually holding on. They're so strong with this grip that they can actually hold up their own body weight. This is called Palmer's grip. All right, let us continue. We're going to move on to the bird and reptilian stage. Here it is. Boom. What is this right here happening, everybody? What is going on here? All right, what is going on here? Okay. We have the medial canthus. The medial canthus. So what is this, everybody? What are we looking at here? We have a bird's eye, and the bird's eye actually has a third lid. And reptiles use this in order to go underwater, so do certain birds. And it is the medial canthus. And we have it too. Here it is right here, everybody, but it is a vestigial trait. Why? Here it is right here. Ever wonder what that pink thing is in the corner of your eye? Let me look in the chat real quick. You guys have seen this in the corner of your eye. You ever wonder what it's used for? Everybody has it. What is it used for? Why do you have it? Okay, what do you have it for? Whew. Okay, what do you have it for? It's sitting there in everybody's eye. But what is it for? Actuality in our modern day existence, it is for nothing. Absolutely nothing. What is it good for? Nothing. But when it was good for something, it showed that you used to be in a state where you used to be able to go underwater. You didn't need the goggles. Do you understand that you are aerodynamic only with your head pointing down? Understand that you are aerodynamic with your head pointing down. Your nose is shaped this way to be aerodynamic, not for walking forward, but for walking down. Do you understand that you have eyelids? But on your eyelids, you have eyelashes. How are they pointed though? They're curling upwards. For what purpose, people say? Well, the eyelashes are to protect dust going into your eye. That doesn't make any bit of sense at all. Because when I'm walking forward with my eyes open, nothing is stopping dust from going into my eyes. The eyelashes are designed in a hook going this way, which means my eyes would only be protected from dust if my head was down like this. Then the eyelashes would catch dust coming in the direction I'm walking. But with your eyes open like this, how do eyelashes help you if you're walking forward and the dust is going into your eyes? Right? Same with the hair on a man's mouth. They say it's there to protect going into the mouth, but it's here at the top. If you're facing down, then yes, it would protect. Your nose is aerodynamic facing down. These are vestigial traits that you have, and you also have the medial canthus right here, which is for a third eyelid. It actually is a third eyelid. It still exists in you today as a third eyelid, only used if you live or spend large period of time underwater, which reptiles do, and amphibians do. And I have reptiles, and I watched their third eyelid come across. Okay, let's go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is what you get when you ask these type of questions and give this type of donation. So you have the medial canthus. Here it is. It is the same thing found in a reptile's eye. There it is right there. If you look closely at the alligator's eye, you'll see this in turtles, alligators. See that right there? That eye actually goes over the other eye. When it goes underwater, it has its natural pair of goggles. It doesn't need goggles like we do. That medial canthus goes right over. Okay? Well, we have one too. It's right there. And guess what? It can be pulled right over. The medial canthus can be pulled completely over the eye, fitting perfectly over it. These are traits that are still a part of our DNA. Some of these monkey, aquatic, reptile structures in our DNA are within us in the form of behavioral patterns too. Behavioral patterns too. Okay, do you know what the oldest part of your brain is called? What is the oldest part of your brain called? You see, in religion, they have God and the devil, the higher self, the lower self. And the devil is always portrayed as that old serpent, the great serpent, the snake in the garden. When you cut the grass, you see the snakes. Well, he's a sneaky one. He's slithery, conniving, you old reptile. They always associate the reptile with the so-called lower self, right? Do you know what the oldest part of your brain is called? What's the oldest part of your whole existence called? What is the oldest part of your brain called? Let me check the chat to see if people are following through. What is the oldest part of your brain called? We have the answer, the reptile mind. Nightfire says, sing it, Tehuti. Okay. Yep. The reptilian. There's a scar. He'd know. He would know. He likes those kind of topics. The Anunnaki, reptilian topics. Because that is us, the oldest part of your brain. Guess what it's called, everybody? It is called. You have the neural cortex, the limbic system, and then you have the reptilian complex. The oldest part of you is reptilian. The brainstem is the oldest part of the brain, as it's called. It's first to develop. Guess what this is called? The reptilian brain. Well, it's responsible. The reptilian part of you, the oldest part of you, the reptilian brain, is responsible for all the vital respiratory, cardiac functions. It also acts as the information vehicle to the spinal cord. So the oldest part of your conscious communication vehicle to control your actions is not the human aspect, but an aspect that traces far back to our animal reptilian side. The oldest part of you is the reptilian side. All right, let's understand this higher and lower self as they've taught us. Is it really? Or is it really just you? Here it is, everybody. Boom, let's get into it. The brain, also known as the R complex or reptilian complex, is one we share with other mammals and reptiles. It's mainly responsible for starting our most basic primal functions. Your most basic primal functions are reptilian, coming from the reptilian brain, everybody. Your most basic primal functions. All right, such as protecting us from possible threats. This is going to come in, very important, in the middle and the end of this class. Defending ourselves and fleeing to ensure our own survival. It is also, hear the word own, like yourself, your own survival. Not the survival of other people, your own survival, yourself. It is also in charge of carrying out some unconscious and involuntary behaviors such as breathing, blood pressure, temperature, balancing, among others. Your involuntary behavior is controlled by your reptilian brain. The reptilian brain, a reptilian complex, occupies approximately 5% of our total brain mass. Okay? Characteristics of the reptilian brain. This type of brain is not reflective. It's not reflective. On the contrary, it acts unconsciously and instinctively. Your instincts and your unconscious is controlled by the reptilian side of you, the reptilian brain, the oldest part that comes from reptilians first, then evolved into mammals. This is your oldest instinctive side, the physical aspect that influences your subconscious and conscious actions. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is the type of answers you get, and I hope you all appreciate them and like them and digest them. This is going to be some high science and understanding here. Let the naysayers naysay. This is what's called your biological imperative, your BI, very important. Your biological imperative, aka your self-preservation, reptile self, inherent in you through evolution. This is the oldest you, self. Reptiles are for the most part non-social, non-communal. When you hear people describe this so-called quote-unquote lower self, here's the key popular description: ego-driven, ego, self-centered. Do you know what the word ego actually means? It's one of the oldest popular words used in any regular Greek sentence. Let me show you. Let me get to the chat and see. Does anybody know what does ego mean? What does that word mean? When they say you have an ego, you have an ego. What is this ego? What does this word ego mean that you can have? What is it? Anybody knows what ego means? What is ego? What is ego? Absolutely. What is ego? What is ego? What is ego? I. Exactly. So when they say you have an ego, the ego is just you. The ego is just you, everybody. Here we go. Okay, so let me show you. Here we go and shrink it down. And let me show you. We're going to go into the pronoun. Here it is right here. And here it is. It's ego, but it's from a very interesting word, ek. Ek. See that right here? Ek, I, ik. They say it's from Hittite. Hittite, uk. See that? Greek, ego. But it goes back to Hittite. Boom. I is just a word that means I or self, which is where we get the word selfish from, which is not bad. It is self-preservation of you, biological imperative, the oldest part of your brain's function. In this society, it would seem egotistical to say, I am God. But guess where the word uk and nuk really derive? Where's uk and nuk really derive? The same word that they're using for a bad thing, ego, is from ek or uk, which is Hittite. It comes from uk and also nuk. But where does this word actually come from? Let's look it up, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to break it down. We are in the Per Haru, Papyrus of Ani, chapter 18, page 29. It says, the height of him who is in the Kemenu, I am the God. I am the great God. What does that say, everybody? There it is right there. There's your uk and your nuk. The uk, which is I, when you add uk or the K to the end of the word, it is thou or you, and nuk is I. This is where it comes from. From here, they just took the word nuk and uk and made the word uk, and uk became ego, and now ego became a bad thing. When in ancient times, when you spoke about the uk, it was a good thing. It was I am God, I am the netter. Where did this all transform? What happened? Here it is, I am Tehuti. See that right there? Nuk Tehuti, I have fought for thee, I have made a defeat of the foe for thy name. I am Tehuti. There's the nuk, or the uk. That ka, uk at the end of a word makes the I am, or I. Like when people say in consciousness, they say, know thyself. When you ask them to say it in Moderator, they'll say, nuk pu nuk, nuk pu nuk. That's that uk. That's the so-called ego. Okay, and what is the Param Haru and mummification all about? Preserving self. That is what it's all about. So far in ancient times, self-preservation, the uk, and preserving self was not a bad thing. It had nothing to do with any higher or lower self. It actually had to do with what you were. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. We're going to break this down. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is the Pharaoh Tutankhamun in his tempt symbol, which is to hold himself together, self-preservation, which in ancient times was a good thing, to be concerned about preserving yourself. So the ego in Kemet by itself, and of course self-preservation, was not associated with anything negative or lower. So when can this aspect become negative, destructive? If ma'at, calmness, is removed. Let me take you back to the brain. So the reptilian side is not the lower self. The self-preservation in the ego is not any type of negative thing. it can become something negative. It by itself is not negative whatsoever. When you wake up in the morning and you brush your teeth, preserving yourself, people will say that's selfish. Everybody is selfish. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you actually saw yourself as your nation of people and you wanted to preserve yourself as in your nation, that would be a good thing. Self-preservation. So when does it become bad? It can become bad, and let me break it down. Let's go to the brain and find out when can the reptilian side become bad, because by itself it's not bad whatsoever. The reptilian side and the self side and the ego side is not bad whatsoever, nor was it taught that it was bad in Kemet. But something happens in the brain to make it become bad. Let's check it out. Let's go to the brain, everybody. Let's see what is going on. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So this is from a great, it was a great documentary. I forgot. It's kind of tired now, but there was a great documentary with this in it. I'll see if I can find it and get it out to everybody. But specific neurons and neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine. Remember in the beginning of the class, I said it's a combination of vestigial traits and norepinephrine, and that's what triggers what people are calling the lower self, which is no such thing as the lower self, but trigger a defense state when we feel that our thoughts have been protected from the influence of others. What does this mean? If we are then confronted with differences in opinions, the chemicals that are released in the brain are the same ones that try to ensure our survival in dangerous situations. What does this mean, everybody? What does this mean? So, the same chemicals that are released in the brain when the brain feels like it's in danger are the same chemicals and the norepinephrine that is released when you feel that your reality is being questioned. When you feel that your religion is being questioned, you have a self-defense mechanism because you believe that your religion is your life. When you believe your reality is being questioned, then the norepinephrine kicks in and the self-preservation to block out any other reality where you actually become somebody that is practicing, unknowingly practicing solipsism. Then that's when it becomes negative. That's when it becomes thinking that the questioning of your reality is questioning you into dangerous situations. And sometimes the brain can't help it and it formulates cognitive dissonance. So here's what happens. We're going to go to the MD website into the section called the difference between epinephrine and norepinephrine. Norepinephrine, also known as noradrenaline, is both a neurotransmitter and a hormone. It plays an important role in your body's fight or flight response as a medication. See that? The fight or flight response. Where did we see that before? The reptilian brain. The reptilian brain works directly with norepinephrine that actually triggers the fight or flight response as a form, as medication. Norepinephrine is, as medication, norepinephrine is used and maintain blood pressure in limited short-term seriousness. Why? Because you have the natural reptilian brain in norepinephrine, right? The reptilian brain that controls blood pressure and breathing that we read above. And then they have, as a medication, norepinephrine is used to increase and maintain blood pressure. Okay, so this is norepinephrine. It's a lot to digest here, but here we go. All right. Now this defensive state is a more primitive part of the brain, and it interferes with rational thinking. And the limbic system can knock out most of our working memory, physically causing what's called narrow-mindedness. Narrow-mindedness, of course, becomes non-social because in your maximum protective reptilian state, you become just like a reptile, which is non-social. You rarely see a flock of reptiles, don't you? You rarely see a pride of reptiles. When you see snakes, they're not in flocks. When you see lizards, they're independent, they're by themselves. Usually reptiles live a solitary life. You don't usually see them cuddling, sleeping with each other. You don't even see them raising their children. They break off as soon as they have their children. They are gone. Okay? So that is the narrow-mindedness, and that's caused by norepinephrine. Okay? The fight or flight protective mechanism, where did we see that? It is the reptilian brain, the part that is associates self-protection with disassociation and forms of an actual spiritual block and wall from receiving new information. Okay, so the reptilian brain is a part of your survival. It's very good. That ego is very good. That self-preservation is necessary. The defensive mechanism is very necessary. But once it's confused, once you're put into a social situation where now your natural biological imperative is confused with false needs, false wants, false religion, then that reptilian brain combines with the false reality and starts to defend against actual reality that questions your pre-existing truths, what you feel are truths, which is why people get nervous when they're asked a question. When people's religion are questioned, they get nervous, right? When you start to feel your girlfriend or your boyfriend's cheating on you, you start to investigate, and then you get to a point where you say, I don't want to know. If they're doing it, I don't want to know. Who cares? Don't let me know. I don't want to do it behind my back. That's the reptilian brain blocking you from reality. When the reptilian brain is used for good, it's used to protect you and your family. It's a great thing. It's a protection of self. When it's confused with the matrix, then the reptilian brain becomes a bad thing. Okay, it's all of yourself. It is not the lower self. It is not the higher self. It is just exactly yourself. It is the oldest part of yourself. It's not lower or higher. It's you. And you decide what you want to do with it based on your pre-existing belief system. Just like a gun. A gun is not a lower vibration. A gun is not a higher. It's not good. It is not bad. You can be a mass murderer with a gun, or you can protect your family with a gun. The gun itself has no intention. The reptilian brain itself is only to protect. You decide, based on your pre-existing illusions or realities, whether you're going to make the reptilian part of you negative or positive. In Kemet, the reptilian part was positive. The negative part was the Apep. Let's continue, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We got to break it down bit by bit, step by step. So there's a charge in the skin's surface directly related to pleasure or anxiety. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. So these studies were done. There was what's called bions. This was also studied by William Heinrich. And pleasure is the movement of the orgone charge, biological energy towards the peripheral. Anxiety, thank you, Mama. Anxiety is the movement of this energy towards the center. Woo, it's a lot to digest here, a lot to go. Let me shrink this down a little bit. So here we go. Here it is, right? So here's the energy outside of the body. This is how they depict it in modern day, but they actually have scientific research that shows this energy outside of the body. When it's in a state of anxiety, the energy goes inwards, where you get your concept of self-centered. It's going inwards. Why? Because it wants to protect. Okay, now, here we go. Note, when one is in a defensive state, they are not relaxed. Thus, they are anxious. Anxious, anxiety, same word. Note the direction of the arrows of the light self are going inward, showing your conscious focus on the protection of self, thus forming a block of entrance and having the brain vibrate on the beta wavelength, the neural wavelength of the physical world called the beta wavelength, which actually forms a block that can be physically seen. And here it is right here. Results were done at UCLA, California, using krypton gas-filled bulbs, which were sensitive to Kirlian imagery, and two individuals that are angry with each other. When I blow this up, the energy, the Kirlian energy, or what people call the aura, what happens? It forms a literal block. A defense mechanism blocking this. This is the corona of a finger, and this is the corona of another finger, the light energy coming from the finger. And there is a bar in between the two people because they are now blocked. The light is blocking them because they are in a self-defense protective energy where you have to go into your shell and not let anything in. That is when the part of the reptilian brain becomes so defensive that you literally block other people's energy from coming into you because you are protecting yourself. That can be a good or a bad thing. Okay? It's not a higher or a lower self. It is good. It can be good or bad. Now, the beta wavelength. Let's check it out, everybody. What's the beta wavelength? Let's take a look at the beta wavelength. So here are the wavelengths. So what happens is, as the brain thinks, the neurons give off sparks of light. They give off little sparks of light that can be seen. When certain light is similar, they create what's called a bandwidth. The bandwidth of similar light, and then that becomes a wavelength or a brain wave. That's what a brain wave is. It's a wave when the lights are similar, when the frequencies are similar. So you have the beta wavelength associated with worry, stress, paranoia, fear, irritability, moodiness, anger, connected to weak health, immune system, fully awake, alert. So you're fully awake and alert, but you're nervous, depressed, anxiety, okay? But you're fully awake and alert, okay? Then you have the alpha wave. Alpha wavelength is meditation, relaxation begins, effortless creativity flows, powerful state of memory, super learning, harmonious, peaceful states, habits, fears, phobias begin to melt away, tranquil, calm. Sounds like ma'at. Okay, theta wavelength, right? Insight, intuition. This is what we are looking for? Insight, intuition, inspiration, answers to important questions can be found. Feels like you're floating, a wonderful realm to explore, dream-like imagery, good for problem solving, feels more connected to others. You're more connected to others, right? You're more connected to others, more social. Sounds like something we're all striving for, right? In our meditative state. Delta, now here's the renewal, the healing, rejuvenation, deep, dreamless sleep, very rewarding, said to be the entrance to non-physical states of reality, best state for immune system function, restoration of health. Doesn't this all sound like what people are calling the higher self? Or what isn't this what everybody's striving for in meditation? Let's go, everybody. Let's break it down. Let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We just broke down the wavelengths. Now let's break the matrix. Okay, now I'll break another matrix for you. Whenever anyone speaks of the lower self, they always associate it with low frequency. When you ask them, how can I tap into my higher self? They will always say, meditate and what your vibrations. I'm going to go into the room and see what the room says. Anytime you talk to the spiritual gurus, the Kemetic teachers, the woke people, the meditators, what they always say, they say, meditate and blank your vibration. Meditate and blank your vibration. What is the word? Meditate and blank your frequency. What is that word? I'm going to go in the room and see if anybody's following. What do they say there? Do what to your vibration? What your frequency? What's your vibration? What do they say? Okay, we got somebody saying increase, raise your vibration. Yep. Raise your vibration. Everybody's saying the right thing. There it is. So increase your vibration. Everybody's saying it. Look at that. This is like the jackal class. Okay, here it is. Cannabis Spa says Tehuti goes deep down to the marrow. Okay, so we got higher vibrations. There we go, Shannon. Higher vibrations, higher your frequency, right? Raise your vibration. That's right. We got 3 says increase. Increase your vibrations. Raise your vibration. Here we go. Nice. Everybody elevate your vibrations. They say raise your vibration. Even Nightlife is in here. Raise Jody Southward. Woo! Raise your vibrations. Raise your vibrations. Raise your frequency. Raise your vibrations. Raise your vibrations. Raise your vibrations. This is a unified, so it must be out there. It must be out there. This must be some unified teaching that if you want to reach these states, you must raise your frequency, raise your vibration. Yep. All right. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Now I will break another matrix for you. Okay? I will break another matrix for you. Isn't it interesting that everybody in the room, nobody here has really met each other. Nobody has the same teachers, really, but everybody has the same answer. Here it is. Raise your vibration. Check it out. 365 ways to raise your frequency. Look at this guy. There's your master guru. What is it? Kyle Gray. Okay, there's Kyle Gray, right? Raise your vibration, the new edition. Look at him. There's Kyle Gray. Kyle Gray is going to teach us how to raise your vibration. He looks like an Atlantean, right? So Kyle Gray, raise your vibration. We got books on it. Raise your vibration. 360 ways to raise your frequency. Raise your frequency. Raise your vibration. Kyle Gray is going to help you. All right, everybody. I love the interactiveness of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's break the cell. Let's break the matrix. Let's break out of the shell. Here we go. Rigo says, uh-oh. Rigo knows, right, Rigo? you know, Rigo, right? You know that when Tehuti does this, it's going to be something different, right? Everybody's already committed, man. Let's raise our frequency. We got to raise these vibrations. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. The man bun means he's certified young. All right, here we go. New age alert, new age alert. We need him on this show. Get him on the show. We need Kyle. Where's Kyle at? Let's go back to Kyle. There he is. The Kyle Podclass. You guys make sure you send this guy all of your questions you send me. Look at that. Kyle. All right. So raise your vibrations. That's the unanimous answer. You raise your vibrations. Right? So when everyone speaks of the lower self, they always associate it with low frequency. When you ask them, how can I tap into my higher self? They will always say, meditate and raise your vibration. Raise your frequency. Okay. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. In order to tap into, here we go. So in order to tap into insight, inspiration, a peaceful state of harmony, dreams, understanding, moving away from fear, we must raise our frequency because these are aspects of the higher self, right? What if Tehuti says, no, I teach to lower your frequency, and that part of you is the lower self, and it exists on lower frequencies? They would say, here goes Tehuti again with his fringe controversial teachings. Okay, let's take a look at their chart again, at the chart again. Type this, at that chart again. The qualities and number of vibrations. So, remember, everybody, in order to tap into insight, inspiration, peaceful state of harmony, high immune system, dream understanding, moving away from fear, moving away from anxiety, moving away from all this, raise your frequency, raise your vibrations. Tehuti says, no, lower your frequency. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. I'm about to break the major spell because I am here to take your brain and what you thought you knew and boom, shift it to the actual researchable, factual, and spiritual reality. Let's take a look at the chart, everybody. Remember, we got to meditate. So we have the beta wavelength. The beta wavelength associated with worry, stress, paranoia, fear, irritability, moodiness, anger, connected to weakness, weak health, immune system, a weak immune system, fully awake, alert, nervous disposition. It's at 13 to 40 hertz frequency and vibration. Brainwaves at 13 to 40 hertz frequency and vibration. Okay. Let's raise these frequencies. Let's raise these vibrations and see if we can get to a higher state by raising the brain wave frequencies, because we want to get to these states, right? These are the better. We want to get our brain to these states. When everybody talks about meditation, they always talk about getting into the alpha wavelength, getting into the theta wavelength, getting away from the beta wavelength. So here it is. The wavelength is 13 to 40 hertz frequencies. Those are frequencies. Those are vibrations. Okay. Hey, look at this one here. Isn't this the one we always want to get to here? Hold on, here it is. This is awesome. Look at this. Meditation, right? Meditation. Relaxation begins. Relaxation begins. Look at that. That's what we want, right? We want to begin the relaxation. Effortless creativity. Powerful state for memory. Super learning. Harmonious, peaceful state. Habits and fears and phobias begin to melt. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, the frequencies are getting lower. Oh, what? I'm sorry. What's happening here? 7 to 13. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. The brain wave frequencies are getting lower. But as the brainwave frequencies are getting lower and the vibration is getting lower in your actual brain, that's what's testable. It seems like that's when the meditation begins. That's 7 to 13, which is less than 13 to 40. Theta brainwaves 4 to 7. Hey, they're getting lower. What's going on here? They're getting lower, and this is when insight, intuition, inspiration, answers to important questions can be found. Feels like you're floating a wonderful realm to explore. Dreamlike imagery. Good for problem solving. It sounds like something that we're trying to get to. Feel more connected to others. But wait, this is getting lower. This is 4 to 7 hertz. It seems like the frequencies and the vibrations in our brain waves, which is what everybody's trying to get to. They say meditate to get to the theta brainwave, meditate to get to the alpha brainwave, meditate to get to these brainwaves, and the hertz are going in lower numbers. And look at this, 0 to 4. Now we're renewing, healing, rejuvenation, deep, dreamless deep, very rewarding, said to be entrance into non-physical states. It sounds like the goal, doesn't it? Best state of the immune system function. That's where I want to be. Okay, look. 0, 4. Looks like the frequencies and the vibrations of the actual thing they want us to do is getting lower. Seems like high frequencies are associated with hyperness. Like when something is moving really fast, I'm moving. Come on, I can't think. I'm moving really fast. I can't fidgeting. Seems like the lower the frequency, the calmer you're getting, doesn't it? Seems like as the numbers are going down, you're going into a more spiritual state. Seems like the numbers is going up, and like, I'm stressed out. Man, what's going on, man? What's the person saying about me? What you talking about, man? I don't care about you. It seems like you're getting hyper. It seems like as the frequency and vibration is raising in the brain, it seems like it's getting hyper, like adrenaline. Like norepinephrine, it seems like it's getting higher and you're getting more hyper. And when you want to get into a relaxed state, you're supposed to calm down and lower the frequency. The actual frequency, not the fluffy new age frequency that they're not testing, not some type of frequency where it's just like a feeling frequency of the stars. No, not that. The actual frequency that puts you into the out-of-body state. Scientifically, physically, reality has to be lowered, and then you reach your spiritual states. It seems like the numbers of neural mental frequencies in order to reach these states are going down. So why has no one ever said this before? How come? How come no one in the Podclass ever said you got to lower your frequency, lower your brain waves, lower the numbers? The numbers are actually going lower. That's actually what's happening. That's actually what's being tested. The frequencies are actually your frequencies, the ones that are in you, not the ones that are in the Schumann resonance, not those, your ones, the ones that are actually causing you to get into these spiritual states. They're actually lowering. Okay, because my focus, why has no one said this to you before? Because my focus is to break you out of the regular accepted matrix thinking, the simplified things into two things: heaven, hell, God, devil, New Testament, Old Testament, higher self, lower self. Is Eurocentric, Christian, Euro-Christian concept to move you away from the detailed reality of the truth. And what's the detailed reality of the truth as taught by the ancients? What is the detailed reality of the truth? Let me see. Go ahead and move out of this. Boom. Stop the screen share for just a moment. Okay. This reality is just always in front of you. It's always there. It's just people saying things to sound good. What is this? Oh, 1 second, everybody. I got to do my engineering work. Let me do my engineering work here. Hold on. We go there. Don't go out on me now. And this is a great question. I love it. Okay, let me do this. I took it off a screen share. Fix the lighting. All right, I'm gonna fix the lighting, and let me go to wait a minute. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute, everybody. Something has disappeared. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? Oh, something has disappeared. One momentum. That is interesting. Something has disappeared from the screen. Yeah. Let me go into the original file and see who took that is interesting. One somehow. Okay. That is very interesting. Okay. Interesting, everybody. Okay. So we're going to stop right there for now. I actually have one second. I have something has been come off the screen. Something has been wiped. Wait a minute. Let me see something here. I have my backup. Backup, please don't let me down. Backup, don't let me down. Here we go. Please. Oh, it's gone. Ooh. That is strange, everybody. Something's been stripped. That is odd. Okay. So we're gonna I can't show visually what I wanted to show, so I'm just gonna let me see. So odd. So strange. Let me see this. Let me see if it's here. Wait a minute. Here it is. Okay. That's interesting. Very interesting. Let me do this, everybody. I got to engineer time. Here we go. I got to get the I got to get the file back, and I'm going to do it like this. Here we go. Interesting. I am glad, everybody, that I have backup and backup of backup. I have backup and backup of backup because this information is priceless and it takes me a long time to put it together, and I don't have time for some type of technical difficulty. But in the meantime, yes, we've broken that spell, everybody, this higher and lower frequency where you have to understand that, there it is right there, that they are not specific. And they just want to clump everything into two and lower self. The Kemetians did not teach that. I'm about to show on the screen what the Kemetians actually did teach about the self, and there was absolutely about a higher and a lower self whatsoever. It was not grouped as that. It was specified and the specific sound of the different selves directly held you responsible for having to tune in those particular selves in order for you to reach immortality. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and do this. That was interesting. It disappeared. I have it back. I'm going to put it back in the file. That was very, very interesting. Here it is, Heka Kepera. You've been rescued. I'm going to put that back, and hopefully this shows up. It literally got wiped out, and I got it back. Okay, here we go. Welcome everybody to the Tuesday Podclass. Pardon the interesting little situation that happened there where something literally just got wiped from in front of me, and now I have it back. The computer world is an interesting world. Let me go like this, fix this. Okay, HC Pro, fix this. I will say that I was not raised up on this computer world, but I'm definitely becoming more computer savvy as I see this chaotic computer world. Here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Podclass. I'm gonna go ahead and put that back on the screen. Here it is. So here it is, everybody. You can look at it all at the same time. So in actuality, this concept of just higher and lower self, forgetting about all the actual selves that the Kemetians teach on, and teaching this concept of raising your vibration, raising your frequency in order for you to reach these higher states, when in actuality what actually does happen is you're actually lowering your frequency, lowering your vibration of the neural states in order to reach all the states that people are saying that they want to reach in meditation. They actually can't show you an example of a frequency raising that matches the brain going into these states, because it is the brain that goes into these states that gives you the outer body. And without the brain going into these alpha, delta, and theta waves, you can't do anything spiritual. You can't do any form of meditation, any form of any spiritual act that you want to achieve. You're not going to achieve it in a coma. You have to achieve it with a working brain, and the brain literally has to lower its frequencies and vibrations for you to reach the lower states. In Kemet, when it spoke about the Netter Kurt, the word Kur was actually lower. The lower, the subworld, the subatomic, the lower realm, the calmer realm, not the hyper high vibrational realm. So here it is, everybody. We're going to go into the Kemetic explanation now of the selves and see what they said and what the ancient ones said, and if they just broke it down as a higher or lower self. Here we go. Okay. So spells broken. Spells broken. We are a result of many processes. Let me blow this up a little bit. We are a result of many processes of evolution. Our oldest self is actually reptilian. That aspect is constructive for our biological imperative, but can hinder if it interrupts with social, societal, communal aspects. Ego is just I, and was positive in Kemet. Raising vibration frequency does not equal tapping into any higher self. Lower self frequency does not associate with lower self. In actuality, lower wavelength of frequency is the key to inner power. Now I will show you that in Kemet, there was no two aspects of self called lower self, higher self. In the teachings of Ma'at, there are 9 aspects, but the lazy Euro-Christian, New Age occultist, New Age Kemetic teachers could not put in the discipline to keep up with that. So they lazily just say higher, lower self. Here are the 9 selves in Kemet. There are 9 selves. First, we start off with the Kat. The Kat is the physical body, that's self number 1. Kat is the physical self, the body that could decay after death, the mortal, outward part of the person that could be preserved through the process of the Sahu, or what they call the mummification. That's self number 1. It is the aspect number 1. Then you have the Ka. The Ka is the double self that lingered on in the tomb, inhabiting the body, or even the statues of the deceased, but was also independent of man or person, and could move, eat, drink at will. The bioenergetic double. That is the bioenergetic double. That is called the Ka. Then you have the Ba, which is a pure energetic projectable echoed copied self. That which is the OBE. So this part of the self is the OBE self called the Ba. The Ka is the double self that actually gives the body energy. It is the light body that you see through Kirlian photography and has the ability to echo itself as the bioenergetic double. That's the Ka. Then the Ba. Then you have the Kaibit. The Kaibit is the shadow of man. It could partake in funeral offerings and is able to detach itself from the body at will, though it was always thought to stay near the Ba. Of course, I have more thorough, elaborate breakdowns of all these bodies, but just to show that there were multiple selves in Kemet, not a higher and lower self. There was 9 selves: the Aku, the Ku, the Iku, the light consciousness self. Then you have the Sahu. The Sahu was the indestructible self that is reborn into immortality. The Sekhem. This is the memory self. The memory self that recollects all that is needed for the Ren, the name, to remember itself. That is the power of memory self. Then you have the Eve, the heart, the intentional self, the moral awareness and center of thought that could leave the body at will and live with the netter after death or be eaten by Amut as the final death if it filled the weighing of equally against Ma'at. That is the Eve. Then you had the Ren. The Ren, which they call the name, is the sound frequency self. The frequency is name sound that creates each being. That is the Ren self. Thus, as you can see, none of these are any lower or higher self, but specific selves that were a part of the specific journey to become an Asar. The removal of all of these teachings of 9 selves to replace them with higher or lower self, when literally none of them mean that, is the agenda to wipe out the actual teachings and allow any lazy occultist, new age, esoteric Christian woke person to hijack the concept with a laziness that removes the netter and the original concepts. So as you can see, the Kemetians had 9 selves and none of them was lower. That is very, very important. They didn't associate any lower aspect with yourself. There was no lower self. And there was 9 selves, and ask your Kemetic teacher, ask the spiritual gurus for the ancient knowledge and wisdom of the people that actually taught the concept of different selves. Which one of these was the lower self? Was it the Ka, the Kat? Was it the Ba, the Kaibit? Was it the Aku, the Sahu? The second, was it the Eve? Was it the Ren? Which one of these? The Kemetians are the ones that brought this concept to the world, and they never associated any type of negativity that was themselves. They never associated. Even the part of your so-called self that could be negative is also positive, so it's not lower. Even the reptilian brain that controls the ego and the I-ness and the self-preservation of the biological imperative is a wonderful thing. It's a great thing. Just like a gun can be a great thing. It was not a lower self, so none of the aspects were just attributed with lower. The reptilian brain, that's the lower self. No, it's not. It's not the lower self because that's what protects you. That's your fight or flight. It is absolutely necessary for you to survive. It's what triggers you to eat to keep yourself alive. It's what triggers sex. It's what triggers you to stay alive. It is the reptilian brain, the oldest part of you. As the other parts mutate and evolve, the part that stays the same, the reptilian, stays there for millions of years. That's what keeps you in existence. So it's not lower. So there is no such thing in ancient teachings as a lower self. None of that was self. We never identified that lowerness with the part of self at all. So thank you, my good brother. Boom. That is my answer. Thank you for asking that great question. Heka Kepara. I know that was a long answer. It was literally, it was 1 hour. 1 hour, but boom. That is my answer, my good brother. There is no lower self. There is no lower raising your frequencies to get into an astral state. You actually have to lower your frequencies to get into an out-of-body state. All of those occultist, new age, esoteric, different type of teachings are based on confusion and people just making up things. Ask them to show you on a diagram raising of frequencies to get into an outer body. Where is that? Where can I find that? Scientifically and factually, you lower your frequencies to get into an outer body, to get into a spiritual state, to renew the brain. You have to lower your frequencies. None of the cells was a higher self. Each one of the cells was specifically responsible for a part of your immortality. You had a vibrational self. You had a light conscious self. None of them was lower and higher than the other. We were trying to completely get rid of any negativity, but we would never associate that with self. That's not self. That's an introduce something to you. When you have AIDS and you're dying of AIDS, don't say that's myself. No, AIDS shouldn't be in you. Nope, that syphilis that got in you, when you slept with that person, that's not yourself. That's an enemy you're trying to get out of. You're trying to build up the 9 selves that are the real selves of you. You're trying to build that up to perfection. Anything else is an intruder. It's not a self. Boom. There's your answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you enjoyed the answer. And I'm going to stop right there. We're going to close up. I'm going to check the chat to see if the brother heard the answer to the question. I'm going to drink a little bit of water. And we're going to close out. This is a 5-6 hour class. I'm actually closing out before 1 in the morning. Yay. All right, everybody. We broke spells. We broke matrices. We broke common thinking. And we raised up to another thinking and lowered down to another thinking. Because raising and lowering are good and bad, depending on the context. All right. Let me check and see what's going on. Welcome to the Upside Down Australia. All right, everybody. Let me see if Hika Kempera is in the room. Kyle the Reptile. Kyle the Reptile. You guys are hilarious. All right, everybody. Boom. Let me see if Hika Kempera heard the answer. We got Scribe saying, oh, wow. Okay. Okay. It impacted him. Wonderful, wonderful. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if 0. I do a ritual with my goddesses, and the ritual that I do with them with healing, it's about bringing them to 0-point field energy, the 0. Every practice that I do is about lowering the vibration. 0-point field energy, the point of healing. I'm not trying to bring you to 15-point field energy, 25. Trying to lower it back down to 0, the source, the lower vibrations. That's the key. That's it. Okay, let's see if Hika Kempera is in the room. Is Hika Kempera in the room to hear the answer? Hika Kempera, did anybody hear the answer? We got Nightlife putting up hearts. Okay. We got a Saba. Saba, see my email? Many thanks for the breakdown. No, did you send the email while I was teaching? I definitely didn't see it. If you, I can go look at it, but I definitely, while I'm teaching, I'm in the zone. I don't check any emails. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, everybody. All right. Shannon's put a, what does it say? I got to blow this up. It's too small. Tehuti has range. She put a rainbow, a butterfly, and some alerts. Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody. Cannabis Spa, like the answer. She said, great answer. Can't wait to rewind. My food for thought all weekend. Love and peace to all. Peace to you. Peace to you. And then here's Humble Books. Humble Books pops in and says, really appreciate that answer. All of them brilliant. And thank you for your appreciation. Okay, everybody. Jody put up a, what is that? I can't even see. It looks like a thumbs up, fire, and something else. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure it's good, whatever it is. Shout out to you. Okay, everybody. Okay, people like the answer. And there we go. Okay. Eat, sleep. Hadi says eat, sleep. Biological imperative. Exactly. And that is all the reptilian brain. Appreciate your reptilian brain. Your reptilian brain is a good self, but when threatened and when you are in a state of illusion, it can be a damaging part. But by itself and its pure function of what it's supposed to do is a great thing for you. All right, everybody. Thank you all for coming. Oh, I'm going to do the shout outs. Shout outs to the donators. Let me check the email now. And oh, I see. Okay, I see a couple more donations. And gotta go pick up the family from the airport. If you get my question, I'll catch your replay. Okay. Hika Kepara said he had to go pick up his family. No problem. Thank you for that. Okay, let's go to some of the donations and end off this class. Woo! We have Anthony Jackson, which is Hika Kepara, with the 2772. We'll go ahead and put that in the room. 2772. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Ooh, where is it? There it is. Shout out to Hika Kepara. There we go. Boom, boom. And Hika Kepara, thank you, my good brother, for the great support. You are awesome. Appreciate that. Shout out to Hika Kepara. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are great. Appreciate the support. We're going to try to whiz through these. I'm going to give everybody their true appreciation. Owen Hythe. Do you have a question? Oh, it's a question. Sometimes Ascari gives so many just donations. I just look at the number. I scroll down and see that it's a question. So, oh yes, nice question. We're gonna get to this in the beginning of next week. Next class. Next question, which I'm going to answer next week. Oh, shout out to Owen Hythe, who says, Solomon. Hold on, let's take a Kepara. It's still on the screen. Stop screen. It's supposed to be Owen Hythe. 1 second, everybody. A little technical something going on. This Owen Hythe. No, not a zip file. Here comes rename. Next week 2. Shout out to Owen Hythe, who should be on the screen, but he's not. And I'm gonna try this again. Is this him? Yep. Shout out to Owen Hythe, who says, is King Solomon fact or fiction? Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Shout out to Owen Hythe. Appreciate the support. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Appreciate the support. Thank you, my brother Ascari. Okay, if you guys can still hear me, press 1. It looks like my chat is locked. Let me see. If you guys can hear me, press 1, please. Press 1 if you guys can hear me. Okay, I thought my screen was locked. It is not. Okay, I see the ones. Thank you, guys. I thought how I see it from this perspective is there's a little lag from what you guys are doing live. Okay, I see now. Thank you. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe. Was King Solomon fact or fiction? Of course. Of course, King Solomon was fiction, but I'm going to break it down a little more elaborately and give you your due diligent answer. King Solomon was definitely fiction, but I'll break it down next week. Let's get to the next one here. The next one here is Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell with the always either $18 or $27. He loves those two numbers. Shout out to Nito Campbell. It's always $18 or $27. Let me go ahead and put him up on the screen for everyone to see. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Where is Nito Campbell? Nito Campbell is going to be right here. Boom. Boom. And Nito Campbell with the $27. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. Share it up. Share it up. And Nito Campbell. There it is. Shout out to the good brother, Nito Campbell, who every week supports with either $27 or $18. Shout out to Nito Campbell. You're probably not in the room, but much respect for you every week. The same thing. I appreciate you, my good brother. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell, for the respect. I don't know who you are in the room, or even if you're in the room, but you are definitely watching and you're definitely supporting. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Shout out to you, good brother. All right, next up for the support is Nito Campbell. I need Nito Campbell twice. Oh. Payment will deposit shortly. Okay. Shout out to Sal Vega. Is that XA for your next book purchase? What's that? Let's see. XA, are you in the room, my good brother? What is my next book purchase? I don't know. I like that. I don't know what that means, but maybe you're donating for the next time I buy a book. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. He says for the next book purchase. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate it. Thank you. For the next book purchase. Shout out to you, my good brother. Thank you. Is that in the room? Yes. Shout out to you. He says for my next book purchase. Okay. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. And then let me get some water. And the next one is we did the Cecil, and we have Arcad Infinite. I think we have Bev. Okay, we got Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite, shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. It says, you always write something in the Moderator. One moment, everybody. Arcad Infinite. Let me do a screen share. That's Sal Vega. Stop screen. Share. And next is Arcad Infinite. Thank you, my brother. It says support. See how he does that? Support in the Moderator. Let me see if Sal Vega popped up in the room. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me get Sal Vega. Thank you for the support, Arcad Infinite. Appreciate that. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna have to let me zoom through these. I'm getting tired. And next one is William says, thank you for your time teaching. I definitely enjoyed the podcast. I'd like to purchase books you have. I want to get a bit more educated on answers. Okay. Oh, that was William. He got that problem solved. And then Michael Godfrey. Shout out to Michael Godfrey. I think Michael Godfrey is that. Oh, that has to be MG. That's what the MG stands for. Nice. Okay, Michael Godfrey is a brother MG who said he's going to be donating every class. And so far, it looks like he's definitely doing that. Shout out to Michael Godfrey, aka MG. Shout out to Michael Godfrey. Thank you, my good brother. Godfrey. Michael Godfrey. Thank you, my good brother. You are awesome again. Okay, we're going to whiz through these. And who do we have here? Next up is Lance. Oh, Lance. Was he in the room? Was Lance the one who's going to ask him about Oh, Lance, about the yoga. Yeah, shout out to Lance. Shout out to Lance. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you, Lance. Oh, wow. Lance with a nice donation. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you and the support. We'll put this in the room here. Shout out to Lance. I'm saying put that in the room. Like I said, anything over $20, $25, you get your cheer. And I appreciate it very much. Shout out to Lance who sent let's say Bitcoin. Oh, Lance from he says Kemetic yoga martial arts in glyphs. Poses symbolic. Nice question. Okay, let me go ahead and shout out to Lance. Shout out to Lance, appreciate it, my brother. Shout out to Lance. Shout out to good brother Lance. Appreciate you, my brother. Fabulous. Appreciate you, brother Lance. We're going to get to, of course, we're closing the class down, so that'll be one of the questions that we'll begin off with next week, and I'll break it down for you nice and detailed like I do for everyone else. I don't even know if you're in the room anymore. You may have fallen asleep, but shout out to you when you watch this on YouTube. I will answer the question. Hey, Nightfire. Nightfire. Who says, Nightfire. Well, Nightfire, you get this question and you get a free one too. But she sent in a donation anyways. Shout out to Nightfire. Let me go ahead and put this here. I'm going to put Nightfire, who says, they put her in the room, archaeological, let me get it in the room. I gotta blow it up. Archaeological evidence, meteors, comets. Let me put it in the room so we can see. Shout out to Nightfire, who ended up sending a donation anyways. Thank you. I think it's a sister. Nightfire says, please share archaeological evidence, meteors, and comets. Must be archaeological evidence for meteors and comets. Okay. All right, we'll get into that next week. We'll get into that next class. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to Nightfire. Did I share it? I hope so. Chrome tab. Where'd it go? Oh. Nightfire. Let me put Nightfire there again. I don't know what happened right there. Nightfire who says, here it is. Nightfire who says, that's Arcad. Huh? Hold on. Where's Nightfire? Nightfire disappeared. This must be her here. Nightfire. Okay, this got to be her here. Here we go. Nightfire says, share archaeological information on. Please share archaeological information on meteors and comets. Wonderful, Nightfire. Appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Okay, let's get on to the next one here. The next one here is Bev. Bev is back with. Bev is here with the $10.96 for appreciation for you, Master Teacher. Beautiful. Thank you, Bev. Let me put you up here. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Bev. I think this is my last one of the night. Raphael Gary had a question. I didn't see him tonight. I'll get him next week too. Shout out to Bev who says, sends $10.96 for appreciation. Appreciate you, Master Teacher. Thank you, Bev. Thank you for your appreciation. You are great. You're a great supporter. Thank you. And let me refresh it. I believe that's it for the night. I get to close out. Get Raphael Gary. Where's Raphael Gary? Where is Raphael Gary in here? I just said I don't see Raphael Gary tonight. He always sneaks in the last question. I don't even see him in the chat. Where's Raphael Gary? He's somewhere. Raphael Gary's somewhere watching, listening, and he sends in a last minute. Oh, man. There he is. I didn't see you all chat. You had a question, too, about the treaties. I haven't seen you all chat. No question, just a comment. Okay, let me go ahead and throw it up on the screen. Let's see. I didn't even get to read it. Oh, man. Raphael Gary pops up with the last minute donation. Thank you, Raphael Gary. You know what I like about Raphael Gary? Raphael and Kemetic. I see them in other places, and I don't see them donating 1 penny. I see them. I watch them in other places. I don't see them donating 1 penny. That goes to show that they appreciate what it is I'm doing, because they're frequent in other places, and I don't see a $1 super chat from Raphael Gary. But over here, constant donation. Shout out to the great brother Raphael Gary at the very last minute. I don't know how he did it so fast. I said, I don't see Raphael Gary. I have a question for him about treaties. I haven't seen him all night. The second I finish that sentence, I look at my email and Raphael Gary is at the top with a donation. I don't know how he did that, but shout out to Raphael Gary, my brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. All the oh, wait a minute. Did it come off the screen? Let me put it back. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary, and all your support. And also, I like that you and others. You and others, you don't just donate for the questions that you're asking. I appreciate that. I see what you're doing. You appreciate just what I'm doing on a whole, in general, and you donate. Even if I don't answer a question that you donated for, you'll donate again because you're watching all this information. And thank you for just the overall appreciation of any of these questions that I'm answering, because you're getting a lot of information, whether it was a question you asked or not. So thank you, my good brother, who says, great show. I enjoyed in the cut. I enjoyed in the cut. Thank you. Thank you, Raphael Gary. Okay, everybody. I'm off to work now selling my potions. Okay, be safe. Cannabis Spa, off to work. Be safe. Have a great weekend. You have a great weekend too. Okay, Raphael Gary just gave a comment. And that is it, everybody. That is it. That is it. That is it. That is it. Shout out to everybody that came to the Tehuti Podclass, got the answers. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to stop the screen just for a moment. Shout out to everybody who came to the Tehuti Podclass, asked the great questions that caused me to give the great answers that I gave. Without your great questions, I could not give the answers that I'm giving. So I appreciate everybody for motivating me to answer in the fashion in which I do. Let's take a couple of these. So thank you, everybody. We're going to shout out everybody. Shout out Darius McNear, who's always in here. Shout out to you, Darius McNear. Appreciate your support. I actually don't know who you are in the support, in the Cash App, PayPal. I know you're here at the class. I know you're possibly supporting. I just don't know which one you are. But shout out to Darius McNear. Shout out to Desmond, who's also always here. Also always contributing to the good conversations, keeping the chat live, keeping it interesting, thought-provoking statements from both of these brothers who are always in here. Shout out to you. Let me drink some water. Shout out to the brother Master K. Shout out to Master K, who's always in here supporting, always contributing to the information. We appreciate you, Master K. You bring a unique energy here. Appreciate it. And shout out to Ava. Ava, who's always in here giving a lot of comments. A lot of positive comments, a lot of good energy. Shout out to you. Desmond VPV says, all love. Shout out to you, Desmond. Shout out to Conscious Conqueror, who's always bigging me up in other chat rooms. I see you. And shout out to you. Shout out, of course, to Shannon. Shannon, who supports. And also is always in here giving great input with positive words. Shout out to you, Shannon. You're welcome, Saba. Okay. Shout out to, where's Heru? Heru Tumo, shout out to you. Peace to you. Ascari, shout out to you. Always contributing, always. Whether you ask a question or not. Shout out to Jody, who's always been in here ever since the Killer Priest pod craft. Shout out to Jody. Appreciate you. I don't even know if I see you over at Killer Priest anymore. I watch the show sometime. I try to look for your name, but shout out to you, Jody. Peace and love to you. Who else is in here? Arrow Trill. Shout out to you, Arrow Trill. Peace to you. Jordan Mean. Shout out to you, Leon Brown. Shout out to you. Shout out to Humble Bookstore LLC. Shout out to everybody Thank you all for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. All of you add a great flavor, great energy. And as you can see, the people that came in, let me fix my screen. The people that came in here to cause dispute or whatever they came in here for, they can't survive in here because this is not the room for that. All the drama, all the peanut gallery heckling from the side without actually having a teaching yourself. I don't mind anybody disputing a fact that I say, as long as you have a particular teaching also that we can go to. If what I'm saying is incorrect, and let's let you take the stage and let's hear your teachings to guide the people. Anybody can heckle, anybody can disagree, anybody can argue, but now can I have the ball in your court? And can you guide them? Otherwise, you're just a heckler. You're just there to destroy. You're supposed to be there to build also. So shout out to the hecklers who never survived the room. Okay, shout out to everybody. And Jordan Mean says, I have never donated, but thank you for the info and detail diligence. Okay, shout out to you. Where is the platform for that, Saba? With all due respect. Platform for what? Not sure. I don't get these comments in real time, so I'm not sure what the comment is responding to, but shout out to everybody that came to the room. We're going to end off now with the affirmation. Shout out to your appreciation, Shannon. And here is the... Oh, when there's a dispute. Oh, this is the room right here. So let me make it clear to everybody also is that when you give your donation, that last answer that I gave, but it was like $75. That last answer that I gave was an hour. Some of the answers are 20 minutes. Some of the answers 25 minutes. Some of them are 15. Some of them are 10. Some are 40. Depending on the donation. If people are really here to build and they want to support, they will give a donation. If you want to ask a question, your question can also be you coming up front into the screen and actually having a logical conversation with me, even about something you disagree with. You actually will get the same amount of time that I will give somebody to ask a question. If somebody can actually come up to the screen and they can dispute, and I will have it very well organized where the person speaks for 2 minutes, I speak for 2 minutes, and you can be here as long as the donation provides. Anybody who wants to dispute without a donation is not here to build with me. They're just here to tear down. Whether you agree with an organization or not, I may not agree with the Nation of Islam. I can dispute them. But you know what? When I see them, I'll buy some bean pies. I'll buy a final call. I may not never read it. I don't agree with the Nation of Islam teachings, but I will support them if they're trying to do something positive. Hey, you're out here getting people off the streets. Here's a final call money. Here's a bean pie. I probably won't eat it because I'm on a diet, but I'll eat it on my cheat meal day. Anybody that wants to be a part of something without actually giving up something is just there to destroy. They're not there to build. And they will say, well, why would I donate if I disagree? Same reason you donated to go watch the Avengers. And I'm sure half of what's taught on the Avengers you don't agree with. I'm sure half of what's on the movies that people watch, if you actually ask them, hey, do you agree with what's going on in the movie? Do you agree with the villain? Do you agree with, here, there's a rape scene over here. There's a scene where a child gets shot and killed. Do you like that mafia movie that you went and paid money for? Do you agree in the gang violence? You just watched this movie? No, you don't agree with that part, but you still pay for the popcorn that gives you the, do you agree with the cholesterol? Nope, but you still feed your face with the popcorn and the beer, and the people pay for what they disagree with all the time, except for when they want to come onto this big screen So that's how we work here. So you can actually come here and dispute. All right, everybody. Here we go. Let's do it. Squano Trending is here. Shout out to Squano Trending. All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and close up. We're going to close up with the affirmation and get this closed up. It was a 6.5 hour class anyways, even though I started at 6. Wow. Okay, everybody. For all those who are watching the 2C Podclass on video, if you appreciated the teachings that I have and the time I put into it, my Cash App is TT Amun. My PayPal is PayPal Rocky SV. You can support by sending in your donations either in a Cash App or PayPal, any one of them. I will advertise them and show them. Make sure you support. That is my AI moderator. Okay, we are about ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. And we appreciate all the support. For those who want to get something in exchange for their support, I also have reading material, which people have purchased here. You can get that on the website, Melanin Dark Consciousness, or you can get Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can go to the teachingsofma'at.com and get the books there, or you can contact me directly. All right, everybody. It has been beautiful. I'm going to close this down. We're going to shut out with the affirmation. Shout out to everybody that came to the class and supported. Shout out to everybody who came to the class and listened. Appreciate all the moderators. I'm going to give the moderators a shout out one last time. And the moderators are Ankia Ma'at, Nania Mer, Sinetia Moon, Ahati Ma'at. Ankia Ma'at, Nania Mer, Sinetia Moon, and Ahati Ma'at. And the special moderator is the scribe. Let me see if the scribe is in here. He may have fallen asleep. Scribe, are you here? He may be in the dream world. He may be in the Netzer Kurt. I don't know if I see him in here anymore. But shout out to the scribe if you're in the room. Where's the scribe? I see his. I'm just going to put his name on the screen. Here it is right here. The scribe. He is my technician, my moderator, who helps control the website and book sales and other technical aspects. Shout out to the scribe. He is wonderful. All right, everybody. We are going to close out with the affirmation and end this awesome pod class. Appreciate everybody for coming. Here's the affirmation. We'll say it on the count of 3. Ankia Ma'at, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset Emayat, Min Habapet Emayat, and Hukayui, Ippui. I live for Ma'at, exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right, everybody, in peace and love. This is my Tarantula Neith. Peace to her. And, of course, my scaleless snake, Afu, who's designed as a giraffe pattern with no scales. His name is Dedi Afu. Dedi Afu, named after the first magician. Peace and love to everybody. Again, Ankia Ma'at, Un MS, Nin Tet Aset Emayat, Min Habapet Emayat, and Hu Kiwi, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace.